Hello, 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 everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for Afro Future Summit 2021 edition. Hopefully you all are excited. I know we had some really great, just chill promo music just to get you guys excited because it's going to be an action-packed day, 6 hours of content, engagement, networking. So definitely, we know how we start off our programs. Please announce where you're calling in from, where you're pretty much watching and viewing this engaging dynamic program for the day, what country, what city, because we are living in a global space, and it's so nice to see so many different individuals from all different walks of life. So again, thank you so much for being a part of this iconic program and joining us here today. So definitely just send me some comments. Would love to hear from all of you today. So as stated, this officially kicks off Afro Future Summit 2021. We are so excited to engage and kick off this program. By way of introduction, my name is Christine Batten-Tim. I am the co-founder and chief marketing officer at the Global Startup Ecosystem. I'm very much excited to be your host for today, and of course to engage with all of you throughout the day and introduce you to all these lovely partners and influencers and stakeholders in the Afro community, the Black community at large. And this is actually one of the last couple of days of Black History Month. So this is such a great time to kick off this program to engage and talk about Black excellence, Black future, and opportunities for people of African descent. So thank you again for joining me today. I'm glad to be your host. Now, as stated before, this is going to be a dynamic day. You can live stream and access this program from so many different channels. You can access from our LinkedIn page, Facebook, YouTube, or directly through the website at afrofuturesummit.com. You could access the program live all day, pop in and out. Of course, we have engaging live networking events throughout the day through Zoom for our VIP, our partners, and our startup lab graduates and people that we've sponsored throughout the way to be a part of this program from all over the world. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to, first off, Microsoft, our lead sponsor for the Afro Future Accelerator. We could not have made this happen without them. They are supporting nonprofits founded by Black founders like myself. And we're so excited to be working with them this year to really empower and really grow diversity amongst different corporations and different ecosystems around the world and really make this world a dynamic place. Of course, we do want to also thank our ecosystem partners from Google Cloud, AWS, IBM, HubSpot, SendGrid, and more for supporting us as well throughout all these programs that we've hosted for free to make our programs accessible to all. So a huge round of applause and thank you to our partners and sponsors who are making this program accessible to all of you. Now, of course, we also want to thank our other ecosystem partners who, of course, made this program accessible to you all as well in different communities and hub zones around the world. The Global Startup Ecosystem is incorporated and hosted in New York City, but we're a global company. So, of course, we have a lot of New York-based partners. We thank them for their support. I also want to give a quick shout out to our exhibitors who will be presenting later on today. Black on Black Education and Spoke Hub are two Black-founded companies that will be speaking later today that of course we also promote top businesses and really great platforms, so really grateful for the support. And as you know, this is a free program, so we do appreciate our VIP patrons and supporters who made this program accessible to all of you for free. And last shout out, Grow with Google, a huge partner of ours who really are trying to support digital skills training for all of our programming. There will be a session today on digital skills for everyday tasks with Grow with Google. It's a workshop session, so you will be very excited to get that content today live for this program. So with that, let's get into it. Afro Future Summit 2021. The theme is From Black History to Black Future, a look at the career opportunities of Black professionals in the digital age. And this is a very, very important conversation, especially considering, again, February 2021, this is notoriously Black History Month, especially in the United States. I believe Black history is every day, but this is a time that the world pays attention to the great influencers and pioneers of our past, but also the pioneers that are coming. And I think that, when we launched the theme for this year, there's so much Black excellence, there's so much contributions that the Black community has given to societies around the world. Let's not just look at our history, let's look at the future and what's possible, and a particular focus to career opportunities for Black professionals, because as you are all aware, we are currently living a global pandemic. I know many of you have experienced this since last year, that we're all pretty much experiencing, I said this before, the world's largest global experiment when it comes to remote work, when it comes to remote workforce initiation. And so it's very important that we're aware of the fact that unemployment is at an all-time high. Many of you are probably still seeking opportunities to really build your career, or you just get basics done. And this is a great time for us to talk about not only career opportunities, but what are the career jobs of the future? What opportunities are there in place? And at the Global Startup Ecosystem, we are building the tech workforce of the future, and we run multiple programs in the tech community to not only prepare people for a digital future, but also engage in very engaging conversations and think of opportunities, but also what setbacks are preventing people from this digital future. So we're really excited to kick off this conversation with all of you here today regarding this theme, from Black history to Black future. Again, a look at the career opportunities of Black professionals in the digital age. So with that said, we are so excited to engage with so many thought leaders. We have 30 global speakers who will be engaging in a series of keynotes, workshops, panels, boot camps throughout the day. And these speakers are coming from all different organizations, from LinkedIn to Knight Foundation to Amazon to Google to SoftBank, right? To DigitalOcean, to government institutions, to the Rockefeller Foundation. I mean, you name it, we have a vast breadth of speakers who will be engaging with you throughout the day. So a huge shout out to all the speakers that are going to be imparting their perspective and initiatives, and also sharing opportunities for you to apply to immediately during today's session. So I'm really excited to welcome all of them. And of course, we have a couple of headline speakers. We will be kicking off the day with a virtual keynote from Damon Jones, the Chief Communications Officer at Procter & Gamble, followed by keynote presentations throughout the day from Dr. Lisa Coleman. She's a Senior VP and Chief Diversity Officer at New York University. Of course, we have Angela Hannison, who's the Racial Equity Director of Ford Motor Company, Michael Finney, President and CEO at the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. So huge network of influencers who will be speaking. Of course, we have two very popular workshop sessions today. One from Google on digital marketing, on digital skills for everyday tasks with Grow with Google, followed by Ty Heath, who will be talking about how to pretty much build your personal brand on LinkedIn. It's one of the most popular sessions that we have at GSC, and it's Rock Your LinkedIn Profile workshop session by LinkedIn. So definitely a dynamic lineup of keynotes and workshops, and of course, various panels along the theme of future people, future possibilities, future places, and future pioneers. Those are the four key areas of inspiration, where we'll have different speakers speaking about the possibilities and opportunities across those different themes. And of course, we'll kick off the day this morning with two very fruitful panels around the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future. How can corporations do more to support and empower Black professionals? And of course, the investment ecosystem of the future. How can we invest in the next wave are startup companies, businesses that are creating the industrial jobs of the future? So very packed morning agenda, very packed afternoon agenda. So with that said, with this dynamic lineup, I do want to share again, I'm the founder and Chief Marketing Officer of the Global Startup Ecosystem, which powers this entire summit program, and many other institutions work with us for the work that we do around the world. So please, on behalf of the entire GSC team, welcome you to another edition of our programming. And of course, we at GSC, we build our foundation and our work. The way we engage in ecosystems around the world is through three pillars of engagement. That is entrepreneurship, employment, and education. our programming and thought leadership and the work that we do in different countries around the world, from the US to emerging markets in the Caribbean and Africa and Asia and the like, is to really build tech ecosystems through our entrepreneurship programs, build workforce capacity through our employment programs, and build digital literacy through our education programs when it comes to the topics of AI, blockchain, nanotechnology, space technologies, and the like. So these are our 3 pillars of engagement. So many of the programs, if this is your first time engaging with GSC, these are the 3 pillars that we have a foundational basis on when it comes to building the capacity of the communities that we serve as an organization. So with that said, when you think about the Afro Future Summit and how it's incorporated into our mandate, the diverse community that we care about is Black professionals of the future. So we're kicking off a multi-month program this year, but also a multi-year initiative for the next 10 years to really empower Black professionals. This is a kickoff program where 5,000 delegates from all over the world will engage with this content throughout the day. And that will be followed by our Afro Future Career Accelerator that will take place in August of this year, which will be followed by remote internship placements and then community meetups, and of course, digital job placement. So we're really excited about our partnership with Microsoft to make this possible, to really get people opportunities to not only build the digital skills, build the digital careers, but also get workforce opportunities in the process. So with that said, later on today, I will be speaking about the Afro Future Career Accelerator and ways that you can apply. Team across GSC team, please, across all social media channels, please post the link for people to apply. This is obviously, you know, a really great multi-week program where in this Afro Future Accelerator program, you not only have access to digital skills training by all of our partners from around the world, but also a remote internship placement and hopefully a digital job at the end of the program. So feel free to apply. Team, feel free to share the link across all our media channels at GSC. And of course, the application will be shared with you. 500 professionals from across the United States will be selected for this program. So if you're based in the United States and you want to have access to this program, this is built for Black professionals within the United States. Feel free to apply. 500 professionals will be selected for this program. So with that, I'm so excited to again welcome all of you to the Afro Future Summit 2021 edition. This program will take place every single year until 2030 to fulfill our 10-year mandate of building the digital workforce of the future and empowering Black professionals of the future through these initiatives. Now, with that said, I will give a brief introduction about GSC and what we do around the world before we transition to our keynote speakers who will be engaging you with thought leadership throughout the day. So with that said, we are essentially the world's first and largest digital career accelerator, and we do that through the tech ecosystems that we've built and partnered with around the world. And our mission is to educate, inspire, and prepare individuals and organizations for the digital age. And we do that by building the tech workforce of the future. And with that said, I mentioned this before, the 3 pillars that really drive our engagement in different ecosystems globally is entrepreneurship, employment, and education. So of course, these are the 3 pillars that wake us up every single night to really engage and empower. And of course, we want to eradicate unemployment, especially amongst diverse communities of color. How do we empower individuals to be prepared for the future in many unique ways? And this is the 3 pillars that we do to accomplish that. Now, of course, we've worked with various partners from all over the world, from corporates to institutions, to startup companies, to government ecosystems. So from Forbes to LinkedIn to Microsoft and back, we have worked with many different outlets to make our programs accessible. Due to the work that we've done, many media partners have featured our work to support us in many different ways, from Forbes to Essence to Inc. Magazine to TechCrunch. We've been featured in many different media outlets for the work that we do in markets around the world. So we're really proud of that. And of course, we work with many influential stakeholders who have spoken at our events and our summits and our programs to empower the communities that we serve, from Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, to the president of Haiti, to Ndaba Mandela, the great-grandson of Nelson Mandela, to Sophia, the celebrity robot, to billionaires like Ben Horowitz or Tim Draper. We have had our share of influencers speak at GSC throughout our programming. And of course, our humble beginnings, even though we officially incorporated in 2017, we have been launching digital accelerator programs for many, many years. I mean, I know the world is now remote and everyone now is doing remote programming and remote accelerators and remote summits, but we have been doing this work since 2015, even before it was even a concept in many different ecosystems. So we're really proud of pioneering the digital acceleration space. And of course, being that platform where we made our programs free and accessible to communities around the world. So we're really proud of that work that we do globally. Now, of course, many people know us for our accelerators, where we accelerate 1,000 companies across 90 different countries every single year. And of course, our summits get a lot of visibility when it comes to what we do globally. And many of the brands that you probably are aware of are under GSC. So Afro Future Summit is one of the brands under GSC management. And each summit represents a community that we serve. So Her Future Summit, which takes place next month, is the summit that we hold to empower women around the world. Ghana Tech Summit for people of Ghanaian descent, Haiti Tech Summit for people in Haiti. So each summit serves a specific community, because while we all universally have similar challenges, we might have unique approaches to tackling those challenges. And so that's why we serve each community specifically to their needs and obviously visibility. And with that said, you know, we're in different markets around the world. So of course, when it comes to recruiting talent from all over, whether you're an individual organization looking for talent, our platform is the place to connect all these different stakeholders together. And our community, we engage our community through these accelerators, summits, and programming to make sure that, like, from the day you enter the workforce at 18 to the day you retire in your 60s, GSC is going to be your platform to support you along your entire career journey. And we're really proud of our commitment to workforce empowerment and workforce development and workforce acceleration in different markets around the world. And the ecosystem that we built and the programming that we built since day one has been to support that mandate. So with that, I want to reinforce again our 3 pillars of engagement: entrepreneurship, employment, and education. If you love what we do, definitely feel free to join the community and see what we do and experience it live. And again, welcome again to the global startup ecosystem. We're the world's first and largest digital career accelerator, and we welcome you to the Afro Future Summit. So with that said, we're going to transition into our first keynote speaker. We're so excited to welcome, obviously, all the thought leaders and speakers that we'll have throughout the day. Again, 30 dynamic speakers back to back for 6 hours of content. You're not going to be bored. The agenda is packed throughout the day. So with that, I'm pleased to welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, which me, Damon Jones, Chief Communications Officer of Procter & Gamble. He needs no introduction, but this pioneer is well known within the corporate ecosystem for being empowering, for really empowering diverse communities of color, and being a thought leader when it comes to, you know, racial inequities and also empowerment in many different ways. So we're so excited to welcome him as a keynote speaker. So please give a virtual round of applause as we kick off today with our first keynote speaker, and he'll be followed by our next speaker from Ford, and I'll introduce her next. But again, thank you so much, everyone. And let's kick it off with our first keynote speaker of the day. So welcome, everyone.
Thank you for the opportunity to be
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make sure I reintroduce again our first keynote speaker. I know there are a lot of questions regarding the lineup and how we're going to be engaged throughout the day. I do want to reintroduce him again, just make sure that we are all aware of who our keynote speaker is. He again is the Chief Communication Officer at Procter & Gamble. I know there were a lot of questions regarding how can they get in touch. Many of our speakers will be available via LinkedIn, and we'll engage with you on the ways that you could contact them after the program. So for those who had questions about how to engage with our keynote speaker, I just want to share that information. So with that, I'll welcome him back again to start over. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the opportunity to be in community with you today. With the current state of our nation and of our world, it has never been more important to stay connected with like-minded people who are driving visibility, opportunity, and growth for Black entrepreneurs everywhere. Strengthening communities of color is something P&G cares about. It's a key element of our commitment we have made to serve as both a force for good and a force for growth around the world. As a Black man in the C-suite of a Fortune 50 company, it's also important to me personally. Everyone here understands how important it is for people of color to be seen and heard and to have the opportunity to lead and succeed. It's one of the reasons I believe so deeply in the work that we're doing at P&G to create equity, access, and opportunity with true equality as the ultimate goal. Around the world, P&G brands touch the lives of 5 billion consumers every day. We strive to serve all our consumers in the way that they want to be served better than anyone else. It starts with understanding people as people in the full context of their lives, with superior products that are relevant to their everyday experiences, representing them fully and authentically in content. Yes, in film and TV, but in our case, advertising. And of course, creating opportunities for growth, mutual success, and where needed, structural change. We can't do this without living all of these commitments from the inside out. Today, P&G strives to be the best employer for people of color so that everything we do to serve all our consumers is informed by the real lived experiences of all members of our community. We're not perfect, far from it, but we are transparent about the journey. We talk openly about what we're getting right, what we're getting wrong, and how we're learning along the way. We do this because we recognize both our opportunity and our responsibility as a leader. Our top priority while serving consumers is always to do the right thing, but to do it in a meaningful and a sustainable way and serve as an example for our consumers, our peers, and our business partners. But unapologetically, we also do it because doing good is good business. When a consumer makes a choice about which product to buy, that decision is not just driven by the quality and value of the product. We know it's also driven by the values and lived behaviors of the brand and the company behind it. The 2020 Edelman Trust Barometer, an annual survey that measures the state of trust in the world, shows us that trust drives consumer relationships with businesses, meaning that consumers are actively seeking out brands that share a common purpose and recognize and address their needs as an individual, which reinforces a journey we've been on for some time at P&G. It's just one more reason why we seek to learn from people of all genders and gender identities, white people and people of color, and people of various abilities, so that we understand their unique needs and how we can serve them. Those insights lead to differentiated products and communications that connect deeply and emotionally with consumers in a meaningful way. The beauty industry is a perfect example of this. When it comes to hair care, for generations, the majority of brands have not created formulas for women of color. Sure, they formulate for straight, wavy, and curly, for oily and dry scalps. But what about for 3B or 4C curl types, if they've even heard of them? What about for chemically relaxed hair? Major brands typically don't speak this language or serve the needs of consumers with specific hair textures, leaving them unfulfilled. And for far too long, even we were part of that problem. That until a group of Black PhDs here at P&G developed the Gold series of hair care products, made by us for us. Gold series is designed to provide strength and moisture for people of color, specifically women with relaxed, natural, or transitioning hair, and it was created by scientists who deeply understand the unique needs of textured hair. But it goes simply beyond creating a product. Creating compelling packaging, speaking authentically to consumers, and making the products available for how we shop are also critically important to success. Hair texture, of course, is a much bigger conversation that also impacts how consumers experience shaving with a cartridge razor. This, yes, coming from the people at Gillette, the world's largest shaving company. For decades here, we, listened to consumer feedback that told us that closeness and comfort were the primary factors that men were looking for in a shaving experience. But when we looked closely at that data, we saw that those desires were held primarily by white men. Black men were having a completely different conversation and a completely different shaving experience, one that will not be a surprise to you. The difference in hair texture between Black and white consumers meant that a close razor shave was comfortable for some, but not so great from others. Razor bumps, a common problem. We became focused on making the shaving experience desirable for all men and developed a better appreciation for the breadth of those unique needs. Today, Gillette Skin Guard is the first multi-bladed razor designed specifically for men who avoided shaving with a cartridge razor because of the pain and scarring that can come from ingrown hairs, razor bumps, as we refer to them. Gillette's razor has a one-of-a-kind skin guard that minimizes the tug and pull of normal shaving and to cut the hair at the skin level to prevent irritation. And Gillette, importantly, just didn't change the product design. The brand also changed the way it spoke to and connected with Black men. Just watch.
As a barber, nothing's gonna beat my shave, especially for guys who tend to get razor bumps from ordinary razors at home. So when they can't see me, there's Gillette Skin Guard, a razor that's made different and designed just for men with skin that's easily irritated. It flattens the skin and lifts the blade for a shave that's closer than a trimmer, but not too close for comfort. I mean, it's just right.
All right.
My God.
You good, man?
Good.
Skin Guard's off to a great start. At times, growth like this can certainly be organic, and at other times, we need to be honest about the capabilities beyond our own that can help us grow. It's a lesson you as entrepreneurs know too well. In this case, several years ago, we joined forces with Tristan Walker and Walker & Company brands. You may be familiar with Bevel grooming products for men and Form hair care products for women. Great brands and a great team and great capabilities to accelerate our journey. Changing conversations, changing how we operate, challenging our conscious and unconscious biases, this is our responsibility. We are among the world's largest advertisers, and we serve the vast majority of people around the world. We embrace the fact that P&G has a dual obligation to remove the obstacles to true inclusion, to celebrate the real value of diversity, and to be a catalyst for change. We're fueled by the same resources and bias toward action that we apply to our most pressing business challenges and apply those to the same challenges that we face as a company and as a united global community. P&G's committed to use our reach and our voice in advertising to eliminate bias and promote equality. In partnership with our agencies, we've produced many short films that are intended to draw attention to this bias, spark conversation around it, and importantly, challenge the commonly held and often unconscious biases. These films, like The Talk, The Look, and The Choice, are designed not just to build empathy and understanding, but importantly, to lead to action. Let's take a look.
Who said that?
The lady at the store.
That is not a compliment.
Listen, it's an ugly, nasty word, and you are going to hear it. Nothing I can do about that. But you are not going to let that word hurt you. You hear me?
There are some people who think you don't deserve the same privileges just because of what you look like. It's not fair. It's not.
Remember, you can do anything they can. Difference is you gotta work twice as hard and be twice as smart.
Come straight home after practice. You got your ID? Yeah. Guess I stopped you.
How's your review?
We're good.
You good?
Yeah,
You see?
we're good.
Okay, good. Now, when you get pulled over,
I'm a good driver. Okay?
baby,
Don't worry.
this is not about you getting a ticket. This is about you not coming home.
I'm gonna be okay. Right? Okay.
Baby.
fair. But you keep showing up.
You are not pretty for a Black girl. You are beautiful, period. Okay? Don't ever forget that.
All rise.
All I want with inverted tongue, from whence does fulfillment come? And I expel from this mortal shell, will I die for living up? Though you're someone I can't see, crawl on me, and I do.
And action really is our watchword. We're putting our money where our mouth is, driving change in our product lines and brands, expanding equality and accurate portrayal in advertising, and of course, engaging in partnerships and business ventures that level the playing field and unlock new opportunity for Black entrepreneurs. One of our goals is to make sure that the Black entrepreneurs who are creating the future have access to the same opportunities that they do to explore what's possible, to create new solutions, and to expand their impact. P&G is known for brands that have been around for generations. Crest toothpaste, Tide laundry detergent, Pampers diapers, to name a few. But what we're not quite as well known for are the business units that help develop new products, new ideas, and even new brands. One of those business units, P&G Ventures, is an early stage startup studio that is partnering with entrepreneurs, inventors, and startups to create and grow fast-moving consumer goods brands and businesses in target categories where P&G is not currently serving consumers today. P&G Ventures partnerships are all unique, but each one comes with access to P&G's experts, resources like funding or consumer insight, and capabilities that help partners find their best customers, prove their technology, and create their brands. P&G Ventures operates like a startup itself, moving quickly to link entrepreneurs to what they need now to accelerate their business, and staying dedicated to each venture over time to help ensure its long-term success. Like P&G, the reputation of our Ventures business unit is built on respect and fairness. That means stepping up to identify and develop women and entrepreneurs of color and explore how to develop products and services that serve multicultural audiences. It's something that, in all honesty, we're still figuring out how to do best, to create that trust with entrepreneurs of color and to demonstrate that we're not here to take over what they're doing, but to help and empower and importantly enable their success. This spring, P&G Ventures will host its first innovation challenge targeted specifically to Black and Brown entrepreneurs, designed to deliver against our promise to better see, hear, and serve all consumers. For those of you seeking to build and grow, and for those of you who know entrepreneurs of color who are struggling to find guidance, resources, funding, or support, I encourage you to participate. Spread the word, share the stories of entrepreneurs who are participating, and of course, bring your own ideas, your passion, and your energy to the challenge. Unequivocal data shows us that companies who are more diverse are better performing. When we do the right thing by focusing on humanity and equality, in other words, when we act as a force for good, we are also acting as a force for growth. We have to continue to empower each other, to create opportunity for each other, to challenge bias and racism when we see it, and to speak truth to power, and to use our own power to affect change. None of this is possible without organizations that are diverse, but more importantly, organizations that have a culture that embraces that diversity, hears and respects all voices, and who have the courage to understand where they have been, are, and can be complicit in systemic racism. This understanding, combined with swift, bold, and compelling action, and allies that open their minds, their hearts, and yes, their checkbooks, they're all essential to a tomorrow that looks very different than today. P&G is committed to growing our understanding. We're committed to growing trust in our consumers, and we're committed to growing and representing and serving more people authentically, at the same time growing all of our mutual success. I'm so excited about the more equal, compassionate, and inclusive future we are creating, and we are creating together. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. And we're so excited that you guys were able to engage with that content. Of course, for many of us from GSC, it's important that we really tackle these conversations head on. And so hopefully you guys were moved. We saw a lot of comments on the video messages that was presented there by P&G on racial bias and really having candid conversations around these things. So hopefully that got you fired up to really have those dialogues that are needed in this world. So with that, without further ado, I want to dive right into our next amazing speaker. I've been following her for a while now. I'm really, really pleased to announce Angela Henderson, Racial Equity Director at Ford Motor Company. I've watched a couple of her YouTube videos and seen her speak before, and so I know you are in for a great treat. So please, let's get a warm welcome as we introduce her here at GSC for this program. And please definitely take the time to ask questions, get engaged, because this is going to be a dynamic keynote presentation. So let's get the 30-second countdown and get ready for Angela Henderson, our next keynote speaker. Hello, hello. Welcome to the Afro Future Summit.
Hi, Christine. How are you? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We're so excited. And without further ado, I'll pass the mic over to you. Welcome again. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Angela Henderson, and I am the Racial Equity Director at Ford Motor Company. I'm honored to be here with you all today at this first annual Afro Future Summit. It is an honor and it is an exciting time for us, especially as we talk about the future. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about our future, and more specifically as it pertains to racial equity. Envision the destination. That's the first thing that we must do. I introduced myself, right, as the Racial Equity Director. So my work is focused more around identifying and dismantling processes, procedures and practices, even behaviors, right, that systemically create a gap between career advancement and fulfillment of individuals of the same abilities, but different skin color. The future that I envision does not have me in it. The future that I envision does not need this job. So I want to talk a little bit about how we get to a point where we journey to racial equity. And what does that look like? It starts with us listening, and we listen with our eyes. We see with our ears. The journey to racial equity is listening. When we look at the dictionary, it tells us listening gives attention to a sound, right? We give our attention to a sound. We take notice of and we act on what someone says. We make an effort to hear. We lean in. We're alert and ready to hear. Well, we're going to take a small journey on how we actually got here today. And I'm going to start with asking you to listen with your eyes and see with your ears. March 13th, 2020. Do you hear that date? What do you think about when you hear that date? I remember I see myself packing my laptop, my mouse and my desk charger to take home for what I thought was going to be a few days. It soon became evident to me that over the next few days that lockdown started getting issued across the company, across the globe, that business would never return to normal. Fast forward a couple of weeks, April 13th, I started recognizing and seeing COVID ravage my city, taking 8 loved ones, acquaintances, and friends within a 2-week period. I began to lose sight of what normal was because I would never return to normal. A couple of weeks later, May 15th, I accepted wholeheartedly that we would never return to normal. So I'm looking at this map right now. You guys are looking at the map on the screen, and we say, what does the journey look like? We all might be remembering how we watched the dots pop up across this map, how those dots got bigger. Why are we looking at 2 maps? Well, it's because one was the depiction of COVID-19, the pandemic that we were in, and the other, well, that was racial, social protest jumping across the globe. We saw social protest expand across all of the globe. COVID-19 and a racial pandemic was a dual pandemic that we were taking notice of at the same time. 2 man-made pandemics, both affecting our lives every day. The pandemic created the opportunity for the world to pause and listen. We watched as our skies, we listened to Mother Nature as our skies cleared in China, the Himalayas revealed in India, the waters clearing in Venice. We watched the protest erupt across the globe. I actually saw my neighbors for the first time. Why? Because the busyness of everyday life had slowed down. We were all at the same level playing field. After 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the world listened with our eyes. We listened, standing in solidarity with George Floyd. We listened, no justice, no peace. We listened, businesses are closing. The current pandemic put a spotlight on the fact that Black people have always lived in a racial pandemic. Thus, these inequities that have been displayed in terms of healthcare, Black people dying of coronavirus at an alarming rate that is about 2.5 to 3 times higher than any other group. We see housing in the terms of the federal eviction ban disproportionately affecting and hurting Black and Latino tenants. Employment, where essential workers, predominantly Black and Latino, on the front lines every single day. We saw our education and the disparities in underserved communities where we all went to remote learning, but many of us didn't have access to internet or even computers and laptops at home. Of course, the policing and justice system has racial pandemic inequities, too many to name, but even entrepreneurship, where of the 2.6 million Black-owned businesses, Ron Busby said only 2.5 million have no employees because these businesses are closing. When I look internally at the work that Ford Motor Company is doing, we're trying to make sure that our employees, that we recognize that our employees are not a monolith. We understand that they are impacted by each and every one of the things in the pandemics that we're faced in today. And so the perpetuation of racial inequities have a lasting economic impact on our families, on our communities, in our corporations, and on our people. So we have a huge responsibility right now as corporations to actually make some progress, hence my role. Many corporations made public statements about where they stand, letting their constituencies know, I stand with you in solidarity. But now we need to move toward action. That action has to go beyond philanthropy. Absolutely, Ford is committed and dedicated to the communities that we serve. But we also need to make investments in our human capital. And Ford is making excellent progress in that space. That is the future that I look forward to. When we think about futuring, I'm reminded of an article or a book from, what's his name? Larry Lippitt. And he coined the term preferred futuring. And I think we're all in that space today. It's in a space where we envision the future that we want, and we unleash the energy to get there. Harvard Business Review noted last year that achieving racial equity in the workplace will be one of the most important issues that companies will tackle in the coming decades. And I add that it's also the most difficult one as well. So this is where listening and futuring intersect. We have the opportunity and the duty to practice what he termed preferred futuring, which he describes as a way to engage everyone in the system to be able to communicate with each other. We are all active participants of preferred futuring right now as attendees of this first annual Afro Futures Conference. The energy has been unleashed and we need to sustain it. At Ford, we try to reinforce the need to address these issues head on by modeling how we care for each other, both inside and outside of the company. We acknowledge that we must address these current challenges within the company first. And we have our North Star, which is we are family, we celebrate our differences, and we belong. Preferred futuring helps us engage in dialogue so that we can listen with our eyes and hear with our ears. And we have to realize, how did we get here? We start the dialogue and go back to the future, and then figure out what happened to cause us to get here. Once we agree on those issues, then we need to move on. We had the dual spotlight on the pandemic. We can no longer be silent. We are now doing the work to identify our values and beliefs that frame and behaviors that framed where we got to where we are today. It is very important to do that work, again, by listening with our eyes and seeing with our ears. And then we will be able to uncover those things that are on the horizon. Where do we want to be? At Ford Motor Company, we aspire to be the world's most trusted company. And to gain trust, you have to demonstrate integrity, be of service to others, and exercise competencies, both technical and cultural. You have to have dialogue, and dialogue causes us to listen. Progress is not made without intense efforts, both personal, both individual, and also at a community and global level. So we need to close the gap, one conversation, one person, one day at a time, and never stop. As I close, I envision a future where I can be 100% authentically myself without the fear of having my skin color used against me as a measuring stick, not only for my own success, but also for the success of others who look like me. Looking at mentorship as a way to share, not just to lift on a career basis, but also on a personal level. I envision a future where we no longer have to sacrifice our Blackness for perceived professionalism, a future where opportunities and access are fair and equitable. I'm reminded of a Pat Parker quote that a colleague of mine shared with me this month during Black History Month, where she said, "The day that all the different parts of me can come along, we will have what I call a revolution." So as you listen with your eyes and you see with your ears through continued dialogue, be brave, re-educate yourself, understand your history, acknowledge that racism does exist, check your biases, amplify humanity, value diversity and inclusion so that we can create a culture of belonging, and empower Black voices along the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. It was such an honor to hear your keynote presentation. Of course, for the interest in time, I think we'll just take one quick question from the audience. And one question that's coming in from LinkedIn is, Angela, can you share with us really quickly your top tips on how to be successful in corporate America as a Black professional?
Well, I'll share very quickly, and these are tips that I wish I would have told my younger self. But it starts with, again, the Pat Parker quote, where I can bring all the parts of me and not compromise my Blackness for my professionalism. So that's the first thing. Number two, I would say, is to make sure that you are having dialogue, that you are giving equity in your own career. Conduct the analysis yourself to understand where you start, where are your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. And then make sure that you turn those weaknesses into opportunities that will then be strengths. I think it's important to understand that you also need to find advocates who understand who you are. Mentorship, advocacy, and sponsorship are very different things. And so, you know, my colleague in DEI told me recently that the golden rule is to treat others how you want to be treated. But she said the platinum rule is treat others how they want to be treated. Again, that starts with dialogue. When I said prioritize humanity, that is something that I do every single day, because I know what it feels like to be the other. I know what it feels like to not be yourself. And I never want anyone else around me to feel like that. And so when we think about that, then we do everything in our power to make sure that we're listening. So those are some of the tips that I would give for being successful in corporate America.
What a way to end. Thank you so much, Angela. It's such a pleasure to work with you.
Good luck with the conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause again to Angela Henderson, Racial Equity Director at Ford Motor Company. It's just an honor to have her. I see a lot of people were moved by her keynote speech, and hopefully you all engage with the tips that she shared with all of us here today. Without further ado, let's keep the engagement going. I know you guys are excited for our next session. We'll have a break right after that session, but it's going to be our first panel of the day, and it's the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for Black professionals. We have a dynamic lineup of amazing speakers and thought leaders. So let's get the 30-second countdown up, and then we'll introduce our speakers for the next session. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. We're so excited to welcome our first panel of the day. I'm so excited to welcome, first off, Vanessa Liu, VP at SAP.io, Tanara, Managing Director of Accenture, Gregory Johnson, Managing Director at the Rockefeller Foundation, Brandon Huffman, investor at Samsung Next and co-head of Diverse Founders Initiatives, and Kimberly Hill, manager for diversity, equity, and inclusion from Amazon Studios. What an action-packed panel. Each one of you are doing dynamic things at your respective institutions. So I introduced your title, but I didn't introduce you. And so I would love for each one of you to just give a brief introduction on who you are, what you do. It doesn't have to be associated with your work, but just give us how you introduce yourself when you walk into a room and share your energy to the world. So I'll start with Tanara. Please kick it off with introductions.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. And thank you so much. I guess if I was going to introduce myself, usually I like to tell people that I'm a creator. I mean, I have been since I was a kid. I like to make things. You can see probably behind me, there's a 3D printer back there. I'm trying to teach my 7-year-old how to design and print. We sew, we cook, but that at the core is why I also do the work that I do. As a design leader, inside of a company like Accenture, I'm there to make systems suck less for people, whether that's businesses, whether it's apps, whatever it might be, even navigating things like innovation networks, which we have a huge one at Accenture. That's really what I am passionate about. So it's nice to meet everybody.
Thank you so much. And Greg, please introduce yourself to the community.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Greg Johnson, very proud Mississippian. I'd probably walk into any room and say, I am my grandmother's grandson. I am her baby, and she is my best friend. I'm very proud to come from a family who for many, many years have been freedom fighters, fighting for public education, fighting to make sure that every person has bread to eat and to spare, trying to make sure that no person is favored because their skin is white or disfavored because their skin is black. And that led me along a trajectory that started as a community organizer, that led me to becoming a community lawyer. Now I see myself as a community person's practitioner of philanthropy, but at the base of it, I'm a community organizer and a network weaver, and excited to join everyone to talk about that experience today.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. We're going down here to Kim Hill. How are you? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well out there. My name is Kimberly Hill. I go by Kimberly if I'm not paying attention. I am based out of Los Angeles, but I'm originally from Texas, born and raised in the Dallas area. So I don't know if we have any Cowboy fans out there. Spent some time in Seattle and then made my way down here. I'm really driven by impact at scale and legacy. And so those two things combined are really what's driven me to do the different things I have. And I'm excited really to share it and also learn from this amazing panel as well. So thanks for having me.
Welcome, welcome. Brandon.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm also based in LA. And so similar to Nara, I would say a creator, you can sort of get a feel for my love for music, at least in the background. Initially growing up, my dream was music, and it was really the notion of having an idea of a song or what that was, and bringing it to fruition, into a tangible form, is really something that just drove me and inspired me. But even further, was inspired by artists who want to change the world through music. And after 10, 15 years of moving away from a dream of making it here in LA, as a hip hop producer into the world of music, or from the world of music to the world of business and technology, I think that passion, that purpose is still the same. It's just, I love working with founders, who again are taking an idea and they're bringing it into the world, and even more so, the next level of that, those who are seeking to change the world through business, through technology, innovation. So, yeah.
Welcome. And last but not least, Vanessa, please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually coming in from the Netherlands, where I just came back, and my family and I were spending the school year here. I'm usually based in New York, where I'm originally from. I was born and raised in the city. I've been an innovator all of my life, and so I'm a product of two entrepreneurs. So my parents, who came over to the States and just gave up everything so that they can just start their lives and to give my brother and me a better future. But I always thought that I would never be an entrepreneur because I saw how hard it was for them. So I started off in my dreams wanting to be an astronaut, and then wanting to go into the sciences, and then realizing that I really just loved media. So I fell into that when I was at McKinsey. And then I realized that in terms of starting businesses for my clients, I wanted to be that one that actually drove the businesses. So I founded two businesses afterwards. And then I looked back and realized that I became what my parents were. And so it was always there in the genes. Nowadays, I just thought that it is incredibly important to make sure that the future of technology is a much more diverse one. And so I joined SAP to lead our early stage innovation arm, where we work with founders and where we have a commitment where at least 40% of the founders that we work with are diverse entrepreneurs or women. And so it's all about really just pushing up the envelope when it comes to underrepresented founders, and something that I'm just incredibly passionate about. So really happy to be here.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for introducing yourself, not just in terms of the work that you do, but also the things that matter to you. Because I think, especially with this panel, it's the corporate ecosystem panel where we're talking about how one can really speak to each of you about how you either build a corporate career or a digital career or entrepreneurial career through your life's endeavors. And so I'll start with just pretty much engaging on questions to each one of you about, ways that people can engage with opportunities that you see fit that needs more diversity, right? And I'll probably start with Vanessa here. And I know SAP.io has an accelerator program to empower entrepreneurs, especially in the New York ecosystem. Can you share with us a little bit more about that program? And of course, ways for our community to be able to apply and really leverage the resources of SAP?
Yes, definitely. So SAP.io has been around for 4 years. The IO stands for a small I, so small input can lead to an outsized output, a large O. And we do this by enabling entrepreneurs to be wildly successful by coming into the SAP ecosystem. So we have a network of 9 locations globally where we work with startups that are anywhere between late seed and up to and including Series C. So it's a really wide swath. It's no equity, no investment program. So that's actually one thing that a lot of founders really appreciate. We're not going to ruin your cap table and then ruin your chances of exit success. We are just here to really support you and bring you into the ecosystem to find ways to integrate into SAP so that our customers, of which we have over 400,000, can access your technology. So it's anything from HR technology that we cover to sustainability to B2B marketplaces to ERP solutions. If you think about all the different industries that are out there on the enterprise software side, most likely we play in it because we are supplying this software to our customers. And so it's a really quick way for startups to be able to get a partner in SAP. You can try to do that partnership outside in, but it would probably take you a good 18 to 24 months and a lot of frustration and a lot of meetings that don't go anywhere. Or you could come into our program where we've lined up everything for you. So we theme our programs each time. So we're running 2 programs a year in each location. And right now we're about to do a future of work cohort out of San Francisco. We're about to do one around professional services technology. So technology for professional services companies like Accenture, like McKinsey, like the big 4 companies. And we have an open call for applications each time. So if you are a startup in any one of these areas right now, please go to our website and you can apply. We're actually doing the screening over the next 5 weeks. We're also doing screenings for our consumer industries and sustainability cohorts and other themes abroad. And everything is virtual nowadays, so it's actually open to anybody to apply to all of the programs.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And of course, what a cool story in terms of the naming. Small input can lead to big output. I think that's a really powerful message to even inspire a lot of the startup founders on this session. And I think I'll probably swing into to Brandon actually at Samsung, because I think you launched a founders initiative for diversity for Black entrepreneurs. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and why was it launched as well? Because sometimes there's a lot of questions around why corporations launch initiatives for founders. Is it just to hear new innovative companies, or did you see a problem that you're trying to tackle? So Brandon Huffman, please share with us.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. Especially the origin and the why right behind it, I think is very important. It's powerful. Obviously, I can speak to our journey. Yeah, I mean, really, it started pretty organically. It was kind of an internal, just grassroots. Myself and a best friend of mine who I work with, a long-time running mate for the past 10 years, from MLT to business school to Wall Street to Samsung, and so Antonio Key and myself. We did Afrotech a few years ago at the end of 2018. Just as attendees, many of our friends, our peers, our colleagues were there. So really, we went just to see them, and so it was a little bit on the business side of things, or wearing our Samsung hat, but really just connecting with folks. But it was there that we just naturally saw a huge opportunity, I would say, for Samsung to lean in more. And really what it was, at that time in that year, there was maybe 5,000 or so attendees, right? These Black techies here in they're in SF. I'm in LA now. And, it was broken up into two tracks. One track was the talent, business, professional type of track. So engineers, developers, business professionals. So a lot of recruiting go on. And there were a ton of corporate there, which was amazing to see. Amazon, Facebook, Google, you name it, right? The other half of the track, though, were entrepreneurs. So you've got thousands of Black founders and entrepreneurs. I'm meeting them. We're seeing, firsthand these amazing businesses that they're building, these disruptive startups, viable, models, interesting technologies, everything we see traditionally and founder leads. But it just didn't seem to have the same level of attention from, the broad corporate ecosystem. With regards to CVC groups, they weren't nearly as present as they were on the recruiting side. So for us, it was really something where reported back, kind of shot out, across the whole org, top down, in internal just messaging, kind of an informal matter. We said, hey, we went to this event, we learned a few things, we met a few interesting people, but more importantly, if we want to be just even a first call corporate venture capital, fund in the Valley, we're fairly young, right? So at that time, we're a 5-6 year old fund. So we're never going to really even be able to compete on the same level, to be honest, of funds, MDs, CVCs, and VCs have been in the Valley for 20, 30 years, right? If we're going after the same small group of founders that everybody's going after, and the same, buzzword kind of whatever the hot trend is, right? Or technology of the given year. But if we make an intentional, concerted effort to really nurture, focus on a group, on a community of founders that are building amazing businesses, if we get there early, if we show up authentically, if we stay there, right? It can be a short-term type of effort, but we could become potentially a first called CVC. That was then our goal, at least. And it started small, started kind of just in that region there. Then, throughout the US, we spent the following year sort of traveling to any and every conference, any event, any organization, whether that was to Miami, New York, to Birmingham, Alabama. You got to meet the founders where they are, right? You got to show up. You can't just be a logo that's on a backdrop or anything like that, right? And expect to be able to have impact or to connect. And now, we successfully continue to sort of scale the program and the initiative across the globe. Right. I mean, in every region, you got to be able to localize what DEI means. Right. Those who are underrepresented groups is different across the world. We have offices in Europe and the Middle East, right, in Korea. But we've scaled the initiative to respective managing directors and investment teams, and really evaluate the investment funnel top down. Right. So again, it wasn't just even the outcomes, but the ways that we're doing things, the processes, the approach. Reducing bias best we can, right, as much as possible. Having a more diverse investment team as well. So build out an internship program, make sure that folks have access to break in VC. I know firsthand that was difficult, and I got my start, my foot in the door through Harlem Capital. I was fortunate enough to join those guys a few years ago for a bit of time. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it started. So now we're 2.5 years in, and continuing to try to just grow, try to evolve. But even beyond us, the focus isn't just Samsung, right? I mean, admittedly, I talk about changing the world. There's only so much we could do as one CVC or just one company. So the goal is really try to participate with others. Focus on this panel, right? These other institutions, organizations, businesses. Like a movement takes more than one. It takes a collective, right? And so. Thought leadership, putting on events, content, anything that's going to change the hearts and minds throughout the ecosystem. So, I mean, that's kind of where we started and where we're still working towards.
Well said. And I think, there were so many different elements. I mean, I think all of us could take from is the fact that I think now the corporate ecosystem, and that's why it's called an ecosystem now, is now working with each other and tackling different gaps? Because you said there's already established funds in the market. What else can we do to cover the gaps and the needs? But more importantly, I heard an element of workforce opportunity, right? So now we look at the startup ecosystem, not just on tech startups and just business capacity, but also workforce capacity. You mentioned an internship element. So I want to transition the conversation a little bit now and just hearing from some of you regarding your careers, right? How you built your career as, Black professionals, but also how you empower others to walk in your footsteps. So I'm sure if I could just pass it over to Tanara from Accenture, if you could share your career journey and what you've seen has been the best advice or just strategies you've seen in the ecosystem now today.
Yeah, happily. I mean, I'm not somebody who believes that a career path is a straight line. So whether you're an entrepreneur or you are sort of like I have been sort of serially moving through companies with, a clump of years here to continue to learn, I've always looked at my career as my MBA. So I've always toyed with the idea of leaving sort of the workforce and going back to school. And I haven't, because every time I've done it, I've chosen to look for opportunities to go work someplace else or do a slightly different job and maybe even take a pay cut to do it, because at least I'm still got money coming in, not money going out. And it's no diss to anybody who has gone to grad school or continues to pursue advanced degrees. I think it's an amazing thing. It's just not my thing. So I'm a hungry learner. I'm consistently learning. And I think that's the one thing I would say is no matter what you're choosing to do, know everything you can about it, because the more you know, the more, frankly, you can also take in advice from folks, but understand how to process it. I think a lot of times through our careers, we seek mentors and sponsors, and that's wonderful. But if we don't know what to do with that information, especially, frankly, as Black and brown folks, we're trying to take in a lot of information from different people and, frankly, access as much as we can. So the more we can know ourselves, the more research we can do. I think it just helps you on that journey, because this whole thing is a journey. None of this is a destination. That's the other piece, right? So when we talk about futuring and that idea of looking forward, my career path has always been about that. So I lucked into a job after a year of grad school that was so disenchanting for me. And I say lucked into it because that was back when we sent paper resumes. So I think I had sent like 40, 50 of those out, couldn't find a gig, took a temp job, and it turned into an actual job, which was amazing. And I got to work in an IT department in the late 90s, which showed me a lot of things about really poorly designed systems. So I got lucky in the sense that I found a learning opportunity right off the bat. And from that, I have, grown to do all sorts of things. I have run big ERP implementations, had no idea what I was doing. So I guess that's my second piece of advice is you don't have to know everything to start the journey. We're never going to be entirely confident. So number 3, lose the imposter syndrome language. You're not faking it till you make it, and you don't have to be an imposter. You cannot know everything and still be entirely authentically you and show up. That's all good. Be vulnerable enough to say what you know and don't know. And that has helped me so much, because I am that person who looks at something and says, I think there's a thing that needs to be done. I'm not quite sure how to do it, but I do know I can figure it out. And that to me is also entrepreneurial spirit, right? Sometimes as an entrepreneur, you're wearing 3 or 4 or 5, 6 hats. So think about the things that you do know and the strengths you have, be willing to admit where you need help, and then do as much research as you can and surround yourself with folks who are going to help you grow. Not everybody is there to help you grow. So, it's a tough one to figure out. I've had trust issues my entire career and have navigated by finding a close network of folks inside and outside my organizations that can really help. But I love dynamic careers. When I look at portfolios, which I do all the time, when I look at people's resumes, if it looks risk-free, the first thing I'm going to ask is, how interesting has your career been to you, and how passionate are you about the work you do? Because I think if we're not failing a little bit all the time, every day, we're probably not learning. I'm a big fan of asking my teams, what did you F up today? Because I want to know how much you learned and how much you're pushing. And how much those ideas are interesting, right? Like making those connections that Brandon made, looking for an opportunity. That's not the obvious path. It's sometimes the least obvious path. So if you want a dynamic career, if you want to be able to learn in a corporate environment and still be an entrepreneur, I've got a ton of people in my practice who do stuff on the side. And it's not that it's a side gig, it's that they're learning during the day and applying it to something else so they can grow that thing that they want and love, but they're still finding those learning opportunities. So for me, coming to Accenture 6 years ago was that. I had learned a ton in the agency worlds that I had managed to come into. I've also gone to culinary school and done a bunch of other things. So when I say I take detours, I mean, I take detours. But I've learned something about the idea of making things suck less for people every step. That is the thread through my entire career. And so I understand how to bring all that together and make meaning of it too. So I bring my whole self, right? I bring my whole self every time. I bring my single Black motherhood. I bring my creative spirit. I bring my college education. I bring things I learned from my friends on the weekends, sitting around the kitchen table. I bring all of it because you never know when you're going to need it. So don't be afraid to bring it all. Don't be afraid to try new things and take risks. And don't be afraid to try something before you think you're ready, especially if other people think you're ready. They have confidence and you believe that. It is a gift they are trying to give you. Don't give it back. Please don't give it back. Because that's another thing that we need, I think, when we think about us in the corporate space or in the entrepreneurial space. So push through that a little bit and lean on those who believe in you. You'll get stronger every time. So navigate your career with a little bit of risk, and y'all come out better for it.
Well said. I saw a lot of reactions to a lot of the things that you said, especially when it comes to like sometimes failing is actually a good sign of learning and growth. And, you know, so what did you F up today? Is a quote that I saw a lot of people reacting to. I want to pass it over to Greg. I mean, can you even complement this dialogue? Like, you know, what has been your career path? Any specific strategies that you want to share? Because this Afro Future Summit is actually a kickoff to the Afro Future Career Accelerator. So this is actually a workforce empowerment initiative. So it's a combination of seeing different paths and someone like you who've done so much in your career. Can you share with us, you know, just your insights to the audience, Greg?
Sure, absolutely. Nodding vigorously, first of all, in agreement with everything that's already been said. And I just want to say that in the context of small businesses, particularly for Black and Brown folk, and even as it relates to scaling career pathways and trajectories, right, is that we need more room to fail and we need to allow ourselves more room to fail. So I'm so glad that that came out. You know, my career path has been one where at each instance, because I'm, first of all, figure out your why, right? So I want to go back to that first question that you talked about and cheat a little bit and just say that when we were talking about why we do this work, for us at the Rockefeller Foundation, who are busy fighting for vulnerable families across the world, particularly in the US, we're working to help low-wage workers, including low-wage entrepreneurs, access economic stability and hopefully a pathway to economic mobility. A part of the reason that we're doing that is to help close the racial wealth gap, and asset ownership is a critical part of closing that racial wealth gap. So America is currently foregoing an estimated 1.1 million businesses that could be owned and operated by people of color because of past and present discrimination. What that amounts to is that we're missing out on an estimated 9 million more jobs that could boost our national economy by $3 billion. So when we talk about table stakes, it's not just the moral thing to do. It's not just the best thing to do. It is what's right for the bottom line economically, right? So that's a part of the why. How I got here is I started as a community organizer, organizing on environmental education and the arts issues and early childhood literacy issues in the Mississippi Delta, where I'm from, with an organization called Citizens for Quality Education, now Nolly Jenkins Family Life Center. That work, which taught me to investigate, which taught me to educate, which taught me to negotiate, which taught me to demonstrate, in essence, to organize my local community and across partners, right? The unusual allies, no permanent enemies, no permanent friends. We have a mission and we got to get it done, right? And so that pushed me to becoming what I call a community lawyer, because there was a gap in the field. There were dynamic civil rights attorneys, and some of that was because it was necessitated, because there was a time when we went to law school, the jobs that we could get were jobs fighting for more rights. So a lot of us became civil rights attorneys. There was a different doors open for us, which was the point, right, of Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley and everyone else doing all the important work that they did. And in the next generation, a lot of us made the decision to go to law school, not to fight for civil rights, not to advance social justice, but to make money. And there's nothing wrong with going to law school to make money. Hear me out, but it is a different motive, and motives matter, right? And so there was a gap in the field with lawyers who decided to go to law school, particularly to become community lawyers, to fight for social justice and civil rights. I'm so excited that the Legal Defense Fund just announced a new program, and I'm a proud NAACP LDF alumni, but they just announced a new program to really fund young people who want to go to law school and do civil rights work across the South. So again, there was a gap in the field. We needed people, young people, to organize in my community for public education. We needed young people in my community to organize against environmental racism. And so I tried to do what I could do to fill that gap. We needed more community lawyers. And so I tried to do what I could do to fill that gap. And then you start working, and you start working in the nonprofit world where you have 3 or 4 jobs, depending on what your title is, right? And all of it leads back to having to raise the money to support the mission and the vision of the organization. And one of the gaps that I saw was critical were Black and brown folk who understood the context from the grassroots all the way through the grass tops, and who could be active in a philanthropic space and help deploy capital to the new and emerging and also legacy organizations who are best poised to get us from where we are to where we need and want to be, not by continuing to do what mires us in the muck, by actually doing the innovative things, the disruptive things, right? So not closing gaps, but dismantling the systems that allow those gaps to exist, right? So not talking about just providing acceleration services, but talking about contextualizing those services and making sure that there are dollars from alternative structures and alternative capital providers on the other side of it. So my career has been one where, you know, Dr. Maya Angelou said it best: when you give, when you learn, teach. That at every instance, what I've learned, I've tried to teach. Whatever I've been given, I've tried to share it. And that sharing opened up a space for me in philanthropy where who knew you could literally not be a rich person, but get paid to help distribute capital to socially just causes. And so that's what got me here. I'll also just say that I have always been my authentic self. Sometimes that works for me, sometimes that works against me. I don't hide my drawl. I talk a lot about my grandma because I'm a grandma's boy who grew up in the country, right? And I'm in meetings all the time where I say, listen, and I use that, right? And I'll say, listen, you have to talk plain with me. I'm tertiarily educated. I have many degrees on the wall. I can do the thing, right, that we were just encouraged not to do. But the thing that works for me is to say, listen, make it plain for me. Here's what is logical for me. What don't I understand? And being willing to learn at each step of the way.
Well said. Well said. And thank you so much for sharing, just like, you know, all the different issues that we have to tackle. So, you know, it's just in terms of the career choice you make, you also can make a very powerful, impactful choice in that career journey. And so with last and not least, Kim, please share with us your thoughts and feedback about your strategies and your path in career and building on the impact that you've done in your life.
Absolutely. So I, right out of undergrad, I had dreams to go to law school, and that did not happen, thankfully. But when it didn't, I wanted to just go down a social justice track. And at the time, I didn't really know about this idea of social entrepreneurship or corporate social responsibility, right? Which is the idea of social good with business, like what Greg was speaking about. It really is better. Inclusive environments, inclusive companies, inclusive, making sure we're being inclusive in all that we do, not just like what we must do, but it's also it's the right thing to do. So after undergrad, went out to Seattle and started a business program focused on social entrepreneurship. Really didn't know that there were many people of color in Seattle. And so that was pretty much a culture shock coming from Texas. But then my first role was really at AmeriCorps. And with AmeriCorps, I was building out a mentorship program for 5th grade girls, because that's really at an early indicator for seeing if young students are going to drop out in high school. So it's really working on bridging that gap. I did that for a while and then switched and did some temp work. And that temp job just happened to turn into a full-time position in customer service. And so I was at this company And it was great, but I really needed to pivot into where I felt I could be innovative and also just take a chance, a bigger risk on myself. So I moved over, applied on a whim, to be frank, at Amazon. I was not necessarily expecting a call, and got a call 2 days later, and then was hired a couple weeks later. And my time at Amazon has not been traditional. And so I have, like I mentioned earlier, it's really what I'm focused on is how can we make an impact at scale for communities of color, for people of color, for Black people, brown people, for women? How can we be intentional with what we're doing? And so I joined this team where we were supporting brands, entrepreneurs who sell online on Amazon. And I quickly noticed that the people I was working with all looked the same. There was not much diversity. And at the time, there were all these articles coming out maybe in 2015, 2016 around Black women being the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. And I do see any blessing or any position that I'm in, I feel like it's my responsibility to serve as a bridge, to serve as a connector, to really be the one that's to challenge systems and challenge how we're thinking about things. So I just started to question, why don't we have more? Why am I not working with more entrepreneurs who are diverse or who look like me, right? And we have the power, we have the tools, we have the systems in place. And so out of that kind of frustration and questioning, I was having some frustrations with shopping online and for hair care products. Today I have braids, but like last week or last month, I had a completely different hairstyle. And when I would go on Amazon, it was a very fragmented search. And this is years and years ago. And so I was able to work with my co-founder, who's Rovina, and we together wrote this working backwards document around Amazon creating a Black hair care storefront, specifically highlighting entrepreneurs, Black-owned brands for women, for men, for children. And it was really important when we were building that to make sure that, number one, we were focusing in on what the need was and where it was at. And so we worked with a lot of teams who didn't necessarily look like us. So that's explaining, why do you need conditioner and deep conditioner? Or what is a wig and what's the difference between a wig and a weave, right? But at the root of all of that is, how can we better serve customers using the products that we have, but also empowering or highlighting, I should say, all of these amazing entrepreneurs in the hair care space. So I did that, worked on built that up and led the marketing for about 2.5 years. And then after that, I transitioned to Amazon Logistics, which is where it's our delivery service program. So if you see any blue vans driving around your neighborhood, that is the program I was working with. And that program is really focused on just recruiting entrepreneurs to help them launch into their business. We were meeting together, just me and a couple of teammates, and saying, how can we make sure that we are expanding this beyond the present and beyond what we're doing today? And that led to a grant. So we launched a grant for Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people to really get the funding to help start this business. And I do want to go back to the hair care storefront. That was called Textures and Hues. And what I love the most about this is that it caused a ripple effect. So Ravina and I had one idea, but now there are many entrepreneurs, I'll say. So entrepreneur means like starting a business, on your own, out externally. Entrepreneurship is starting a company within a company. And there have been many people, many Black women, Black men, employees who have also started many things, and which includes we have a program that spotlights minority-owned, women-owned, economically disadvantaged owned businesses on Amazon that Anthony Cole has recently launched. And so really the idea for me is like, you can have an idea in your career, you can start something, but think about the even bigger picture. Who's going to be inspired? Who's going to be motivated? Who else's lives are you going to be able to change by simply taking a risk and taking a change? And so I recently joined Amazon Studios, and I'm excited to be over here because I'm on the diversity, equity, and inclusion team, where we are focused on getting representation in front of the lens and behind the lens. And so making sure that you're seeing people who have your same lived experiences in the writer room and as producers and in front of the lens and behind. And I also, so to Tanara's point, like your career does not have to be a straight path. Like till this day, I get overwhelmed with thankfulness and just joy that I've really been able to kind of navigate a space where I'm focused on making an impact on it for my community in intentional ways. And so just to kind of wrap it up, Howard Entertainment is an awesome program where we're working with Howard right now and focused on increasing more representation for Black people within the entertainment industry. So that's been my career path.
Well said. I think, each one of you have shared not only what you're doing to empower entrepreneurs, but also inspire career professionals as well through your journey and infusing that into the corporate institutions that you all work in. And I know right now we have a 30-second warning. So with that said, I do want to give you all an opportunity to give just like a quick closing remark. Any advice that you could share with the community today before we transition to the next panel. It can either be a program that you think someone could apply to or a last minute insight from your career path, just any closing remarks. And I'll start with Vanessa and then I'll work my way through the panel.
I think that my biggest takeaway is that there are so many corporates, you see so many around the table today who are here with a tremendous amount of resources to help you. Take advantage of those resources. There are so many great programs out there. Can't emphasize enough how this can really turbocharge your business. So hope that you can apply to one of our programs.
Well said. And now moving on to Brandon.
Yeah. I would encourage anybody who's watching to reach out to us. Whether you're a founder, or you're looking to break VC. We do have an internship program that we're scaling out this year. I want to make sure that we bring in leads from, diverse folks from the Black community, Latinx, women, who want a VC experience. So you can reach us at DFI, as in the Diverse Founders Initiative, DFI@SamsungNext.com.
Thank you so much. Over to Kim. I'd say as you look at your career, I find the gap. What between what it is that you're passionate about and where you want to make a difference and where there's a need. And whenever you let that motivate you and drive you, really you become unstoppable. So find that gap, whether it's a team that you're on, a position or something that you want to make a change you want to make in the world, or in your career, and let that really motivate and drive you.
Thank you so much. Tanara, closing remarks.
Yeah, I'll just pick up something that Brandon actually, or that Greg touched on actually, which is if you're talking to people about an idea you have, connect the business sense, connect the dollars and cents together, not just the emotion and the passion, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. I think there's this thought that, Black and brown folks, when we create something, that it's for the Black and brown community only. And the truth is our investment and our passion is about all of us and can lift all of us up. So do that. And Accenture has a Black Founders program too. Google it, you'll find it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Do apply though. It's run by an amazing group of folks. So if you're interested in that, check it out for sure.
Last but not least, Greg, please, your closing remarks.
Awesome. Couple of opportunities. We are hiring right now for summer associates at the Rockefeller Foundation. So head over to LinkedIn and check out our profile. Also, we are funding in 12 cities across the country, power building opportunities for Black and Latinx and Native entrepreneurs. We're also providing dollars for contextual technical assistance, whether those are accelerators, incubators, and the like. And we're also providing some dollars to some alternative capital resources to provide trust-based lending, revolving loan funds, and the like to really help get some capital on the ground. Head over to the Rockefeller Foundation's website for more information about that. And we also just announced this week partnership with 1863 Ventures to launch a national accelerator across those 12 places, and coupled with the architectural technical assistance and support, you can also have an opportunity to get some competitive grant dollars as a part of that opportunity. My wrap-up advice is just that our commitments have to be to the best that we know. When you know better, do better, and always do the best you can.
What a way to end this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, each and every one of you, for your kind and very thoughtful and insightful remarks. It was a pleasure to welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm shout out to Tanara, Greg, Vanessa, Brandon, and Kim. It was amazing to share this panel with each and one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, yeah.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. Definitely follow them on LinkedIn. I know our team is obviously sharing their information on social media, so you can follow them on LinkedIn and engage with them. Very, very, very powerful thought leadership that was shared with you today on this kickoff panel. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please share your thoughts and your ideas via the Afro Future Summit hashtag. We're going to transition to a quick 30-second break before we introduce the next panel, which is the investor ecosystem. So please enjoy this quick break. 30 seconds.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I know you guys are getting excited. I told you it was a really, really, really short break, but let's get the 30-second countdown to introduce our next keynote speakers and, of course, our representatives for the next panel. We're so excited to welcome them to the session. Again, we're going to be kicking off the investment ecosystem of the future. Philanthropy leaders, accelerator managers, and investor fund managers are all going to share their insight. They will be moderated by Einstein and Tim, the CEO of the global startup ecosystem, to engage on their thought leadership for the next 30 minutes. So get excited. This is going to be a very, very dynamic panel. I'm so excited to welcome them next.
Hi, hello everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. Good morning to folks in the USA and the States, and good afternoon to the folks up in UK across Europe. Thank you very much for your time and for energy, the patience, and the passion for staying on board so far. My name is Einstein, Kofi, and Tim, and I'm currently the CEO of the global startup ecosystem. And I will firstly just start by sharing a bit about what GSC, the global startup ecosystem, does. We are building the tech workforce of the future, and we also accelerate companies from across the world to help them move faster and make a bigger impact across the world, really. And I'm so excited for this panel. This panel coming up, because the speakers here are absolutely phenomenal. We have Raul Moas from the Knight Foundation, and for those of you who are in across the tech space, who go to programs, summits, you see the work that the Knight Foundation is doing across the entire region and how activated Raul is. Because even prior to being a part of the Knight Foundation and making that impact, he was one of the managing partners of the of Miami Angels, which makes a huge impact. So when it comes to all things Miami and developing an ecosystem that people just traditionally wouldn't have thought was the place to go to for tech, innovation, business, entrepreneurship, Raul was the man to go to in that sense. And of course, we have Leanne Bushin, who we've known each other for quite some time, spent time together in Miami ourselves, to time in Haiti, across in the Caribbean, and she's the president of Air Ventures, and which is doing incredible work when it comes to accelerating companies across the region and building the tech ecosystem in places like Miami, but and beyond across the world. And for those who are also familiar with her, you know that she was the head of the Venture Cafe in Miami. So incredible work being done there. And of course, last but not least, the phenomenal Shu Nyata. I hope I got the last name correct in that sense. And let me just get the screen so we can see Shu's face fully. There we go. Super. And Shu, honestly, it's such a pleasure to get to know you and see you. And I've been a great admirer of your works. And for those who don't know, Shu is the managing partner of SoftBank's Opportunity Fund, which is making incredible support and just helping to accelerate entrepreneurs and who are doing great companies across for people of color in many ways. And Shu, prior to that, as I think just your background from growing up in Nairobi to Dubai, Saudi Arabia, to literally being a Rhodes Scholar as well, which for those who don't know, it's an incredible achievement. So it's a real pleasure to have you on board, and thank you very much for your time and energy. And I try my best to showcase and share what you are all doing, but it's a pleasure. And I'll just start by just asking Raul to just warmly introduce yourself and share more about what you're doing directly right now across the ecosystem.
Sure. First of all, great to be with you all across the globe, and great to see some friends on the screen as well. So Knight Foundation is a private foundation here in the States. We work in 26 cities where our founders once had a newspaper, and we believe that informed, engaged, and equitable communities are essential for democracy to function as it should. And in Miami, the way we're promoting informed, engaged communities is by advancing our startup ecosystem. So we believe that we can create access to opportunity. We believe that we can attract and retain competitive talent and improve the overall welfare of our community by leaning into the knowledge economy. And so we've been investing in the infrastructure, in the people that are building community, that are building companies here in South Florida for the past about 10 years. And that's kind of what's got us excited today. Definitely a lot happening in the city these days. And it's an exciting time for opportunity, for the prospect of expanding opportunity here in town.
That's super. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I absolutely love the background. It's incredible. Leanne, if you can kindly also, warmly introduce yourself and what was happening right now with Air Ventures in that sense.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Einstein. For everybody that's here, I'm Leanne Buchanan, and I'm really excited about the work that Air Ventures is doing because it really lifts off of the foundation and the best practices that we were able to develop working with Venture Cafe in Miami. And so we are helping leaders and communities, emerging markets across the United States answer the question, are we ready as it relates to their tech, innovation, and entrepreneurial ecosystems? READY is actually an acronym for racial equity, diversity, and inclusion, because we believe that those ready ecosystems don't just come out of thin air. You actually have to intentionally design and develop strategies, partnerships, and really hear from the founders and innovators that the supports and the infrastructure is actually designed to help. And so we are building off of serving over 54,000 innovators in Miami over the last 5 years and partnering with about 1,000 organizations, including you, to really help communities do a couple things. One, assistance with developing strategies for outcome-oriented inclusive growth. Secondly, looking at how we can help communities develop a data-driven action plan to ensure that their ecosystems are more inclusive, accessible. And thirdly, looking at how we can create the tools that operate at an ecosystem level to really help founders better connect and navigate. Our role is kind of like, if you think about a McKinsey or management consultant, we're there to support the existing leaders and assets in local communities and really just be kind of their strategic advisors and technical support.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and also the beautiful background. I'm feeling like I need to work on my aesthetics in the background as well. But thank you so much for sharing that.
The pandemic plants.
Shu's background is amazing, though. You kidding?
I know, I was about to start. That's a beautiful one. So, Shu, please, could share a bit more about just yourself and what's happening right now with
you have pencils, Einstein. That means you're getting to work. The rest of us are just posing. You have lots of pencils. I'm Shu. I'm from SoftBank. SoftBank's a big organization, but there are a couple of things I do there. One is I run our Latin America fund, which is a growth investment fund for companies in LATAM. So tech companies, all stages from relatively early to IPO and beyond. We do public investments as well. And I also run the Opportunity Fund that Einstein mentioned, that's focused on Black, Latino, Native American founders in the US. It's a smaller fund and generally earlier stage and is less than a year old, but came out of last year where we felt we needed to do something, and do something meant more than do a press release. So we wanted to put capital to work. We have about 30 companies we've invested in 9 months or so, and they're in every sector you can imagine. So I'm really encouraged by the breadth of entrepreneurship that's happening with Black and brown folk in the US at least. And importantly, I'm moving to Miami. So I'll be heading up the SoftBank Miami office. So this is a Miami reunion call, basically 3 out of 4. Einstein, what are you doing?
I know. I need to come through there and join the pack. I'd love to be moving to Miami. I'm in London right now, and the weather, trust me, Miami doesn't sound too bad right at the moment in time. But you've already said a little about what you're all doing. If you can kind of just share about sort of the programs or initiatives that it's whether you yourself are doing or the organizations are doing directly to empower Black professionals and people of Afro descent or just color people across the region. I'd be really grateful to hear that for the audience.
Yeah, so I'll since I was talking, I'll give a little more about the Opportunity Fund, and then I'll shut up. So the whole point of the Opportunity Fund is 10% of the population is 30% of the population in the US is Black or Latino. 3% of the founders in the US are Black or Latino. So that gap is significant in terms of people deciding to take this risk. And it's a really difficult decision to take, to say, I'm going to be a founder, I'm going to leave a stable job and go start a startup. It's a very different decision if you're a minority, and people often don't talk about that, the decision itself. And in terms of funding, the gap is even bigger. It's like 20 or 30 times the amount of capital that goes to non-Black, non-Latino founders in the US. So we saw the capital gap. We were sure, just like we were sure when we went to Latin America, that the only thing that was missing was capital. And in Latin America, that was completely true. There were all these talented founders, all these opportunities, and there just was no money. And 2 years, we deployed a bunch of capital and created a bunch of companies that were doing really interesting things. And we were just convinced that the same thing was true in the US with minority founders. And so 9 months in, we've deployed a lot of capital. And indeed, it is true. There is no pipeline problem. There are talented founders doing all kinds of things. They are there. They just need capital and a bit of support. And so that's what we're doing with the Opportunity Fund in the US. And hopefully one day we expand it outside the US, but for now, that's the focus.
That's incredible. Super. Thank you very much for bringing that awareness. How about you, Raul?
Yeah, so Leanne has heard me say this before, and she's in Miami, so she's got the nuance down. So Miami is often lauded as being a really diverse community, and demographically, ethnographically, racially, it is a diverse community. But that creates a kind of a false sense of security, or a false sense of winning in some ways, that we've solved our diversity issues. Oh, we're diverse, a lot of big Latin population, you're good, right? We're the best part of America. And that false sense of security, if you will, leads to kind of just reinforcing the systemic biases and systemic inequalities across the board. And so what we're really kind of focusing on in Miami's kind of tech and entrepreneurship ecosystem is ensuring that it looks like Miami, right? All of Miami. It's not good enough that other folks from other parts of the country come down and say, oh, your community is so diverse, you're winning. No. Representation matters, right? Inclusion is very different than diversity, right? And so if the table doesn't look like community, if the folks at the table don't have the same amount of opportunity to speak up and influence and shape not only their kind of own lives, but also kind of the broader life of the community, then that's not exactly kind of what we believe at Knight is an equitable community, right? What's essential for democracy to work in the best of ways. So what are we kind of doing? What are we asking? How do we make sure that we're advancing these values? It's not just in the grant making. It's not just in terms of how the dollars get distributed. It's also in questions of making sure that there are on-ramps that meet community where people are at, right? This is about understanding that everyone is at a different part in this journey, and we're meeting folks where they're at. One size does not fit all. And then it's asking of ourselves and our grantees, in the normative function of the work, in the everyday part of the work, how's it going about? Where does Knight convene, right? Really small things. Does Knight equally distribute or equitably distribute its vendor dollars? Do our grantees regularly convene in parts of Miami that are kind of on the western parts or on the northern parts that aren't the brickle kind of shiny ivory towers, or on the water in the design district, if you will? Are we meeting and elevating parts of community that have historically been overlooked? So it's got to be intentional from a strategic perspective, from a strategy perspective, the grant making perspective for us at Knight, which we're grant makers, it's what we do, but also in terms of the ordinary parts of the work, which aren't so, when we say ordinary, we overlook them, but they're actually really impactful. The signal that comes from where we meet, the signal that comes from where we convene and what we lift up, that's really important because it sets the tone for the culture. It ultimately shapes culture in the long term. And so that's kind of how we've been approaching it, right? We have to meet people where they're at. We have to meet community where it's at. We got to elevate and make sure folks have the tools they need to rise to the moment, gain access to opportunity. And then we have to shift culture in the day-to-day, right? Big statements are helpful for certain things, and they help kind of really orient folks, but you got to live it out. You got to live it up to those values in the day in, day out.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I got some thoughts on that too, but I wanted Leanne to just jump in and share a bit about what Air Ventures is doing, has something to do to impact the space.
Yeah, I mean, Black founders are no different than white, Latino, APAC, or Native American founders. Anybody has the same capacity to innovate. It's really just looking at how you create more opportunities and access. So a couple things that we think about and ways that we're responding specifically to looking at Black founders is, we're looking at low to moderate income micro businesses in Overtown, which is the historically Black neighborhood in Miami. And we recognize that last year, 41% of Black businesses across the United States failed. And a lot of the reasons why they failed is if you look at the data, only 1% were able to obtain loans in their founding year. About 95% had only 14 days of cash in reserves, and they were 2 times more likely to be classified as at risk or distressed. And so one of the challenges that we see with these micro entrepreneurs, particularly Black founders in particular, is they need some additional supports or access through the early stages of their founder journey. And so with the Opportunity Connect Overtown, the way that we're working is providing support at all stages. So starting with, call level 1, idea to business plan and pro forma. Those are the 2 minimum things you need to be able to access capital. Second way we're looking at is character-based and alternative types of credit risking for lending. And so partnering with organizations that are willing to step outside their traditional ways of deploying capital. And then third is additional support and technical assistance. And so what we realized is there's simple ways, actually using technology and using technology partnerships, that you can get a lot of these founders banked and into the access to capital pipeline. And then on the high growth startup side, one of the ways that we have been looking at connecting Black founders with investors, and Raul is really supportive of this, and Shu, when you're in Miami, I hope we can partner on this, is something around capital days. And we know Culture Shift Labs is going to be coming to Miami to continue that work. The reality is we know that less than 1% of venture-backed founders are actually Black. And last year the report came out, more dollars deployed, lower amounts going to Black founders. I don't think it's a pipeline problem, as Shu mentioned. It's really looking at the culture of the way that we connect founders with opportunities. And that starts with trust and access. So the work that we're doing with the Capital Days and work in that regard is looking at how we create spaces that are cultivated to connect investment-ready founders with investors that want to be more inclusive in their deployment of capital. It's not panels or discussions. It's actually creating spaces like these private dinners where you can connect with people that you never would have met. It's having conversations to build trust and creating opportunities to build relationships. People lend and invest in people who they know and who they're familiar with. That's what all of the data says around kind of bias and investment. And so we solve for that actual nuanced problem, and we've been able to see some changes and some positive output.
I agree with 97% of what Leanne said. The part I disagree with, Black founders are different. And I'll tell you why I think that's true. I think they're better for a simple reason. you've had to deal with so much just to be yourself, that this element called grit that is celebrated in Silicon Valley as some rare thing that only a few special people have, every minority founder has automatically. And so they come pre-prepared with perseverance, with grit, with hustle, all the things that you need to be a good entrepreneur. There are other things missing, but they're way more prepared in many ways to see things through than someone who comes from a privileged background that's never had to deal with anything adverse. So that's the 3% I disagree with. Yeah,
I think that's a phenomenal point.
I agree with you on that 3% in the sense that this idea of proximity to challenge gives you that greater understanding and opportunity to innovate. So I think you're right on that.
And I would only add, I think like that's true to Shu's point about like minority or kind of even immigrant, right? When we talk about immigrants in the States, we think minority and immigrants kind of go hand in hand. A lot of folks just, I think in general, have historically looked down on Miami as being a city of last resort, but it really isn't, right? More than half the folks that live in this region were not born in the country, and more than 2/3 were not born in the area. And so Miami really is a city of choice for folks looking to live out their American dream. And if you were to ask me kind of who would I put my money on, you better believe I'm putting my money on a first-generation American, first-generation college student who has come up with an upbringing where it had to work out, right? Ingenuity was part of the everyday because there was no other choice. That grit, that hustle, that resilience, that perseverance, that persistence that she was getting at, that's just part of the ethos, part of the DNA. And what historically hasn't happened is like, no, historically they've been underrepresented at the institutions that kind of then you would think produce that rarity of grit, right? There are great schools out there, and there's no shade to kind of being thrown necessarily at folks who went there. I think we got to recognize that ingenuity, grit, perseverance manifest themselves in immigrant communities, in underrepresented, underestimated communities just as much. We just haven't been looking at it through the right lens.
It's true. And with everyone sharing the feedback, the chat feed is buzzing. Please keep sharing your feedback, your statements, any questions in the chat feed, and we'll try and share with the speakers and the panelists as the program goes through. And I absolutely agree with what she was saying about the power of grit and what that means when it comes to minority founders in many ways. And but this then blends the question of the lack of support because that minority founders have been faced with. And right now, I mean, we know SoftBank is a huge fund that's always in the news about making these sort of big investment, these big supports. But we're also seeing recently now this whole burgeoning of the crowd equity platforms, right? That are now, supporting many, founded, Black, Latino founders, Afro-descendant founders across all the different platforms that there are. And there's always new records being broken. The first $1 million to be crossed was crossed by a Black woman in the USA on the crowd equity platform. So I'd love for you to share a bit more about your thoughts on what the future of tech investment or innovation investment would look like, and how crowd equity is changing the capital ecosystem, and what the future pertains to.
Yeah, so I'll make just a couple quick points. One thing that people don't talk about a lot is if you're a minority founder, starting a company is not just a financial risk, it's a social risk. You have to explain to everybody that helped you get whatever degree you got, that helped send you wherever they sent you, why you're not a doctor, why you're not getting a stable job, why you're going to go raise venture capital and do a startup. It's a very difficult social thing to go through. And so a lot of founders don't, for that simple reason, is they are carrying their community on their back. It's not just their decision. The reason crowdfunding doesn't help that is it doesn't validate the decision. The reason institutional capital going to minority founders really helps is it validates your decision. If you say, I have a check from SoftBank to start a company, it's very different than I raised some money from a bunch of people online. It may be the same outcome, but that branded validation is important for you to tell your story to your community about what you're doing, which is such an important, a lot of minorities are much more communally oriented. A lot of immigrant communities are much more communally oriented in the US. I know it, I am one of them. And because of that, every decision you make is filtered through the narrative that you tell to the people who support you around you. So I would encourage, crowdfunding is great, but we need institutions with branding and validation to provide capital to these communities, even if it's just co-participating. It's not enough to just get money. You need to help people take the leap. That's a big piece that's missing.
And that's a very valid point, because at the end of the day, it's sort of, if we can have more of a collaborative sort of issue where at the end some founders are being supported, like crowd equity platforms, crowdfunding platforms, of course, by big venture funds. In many ways, that's what we see. But I think it's because so much capital is not going to some of these founders, is why some of these platforms are sort of taking off the way they're doing so. And why even I saw recently a fund was able to raise funding on a crowd equity platform, which is very, very interesting to see how a venture fund raised venture on the venture platform and to help support many founders. And Raul, it would be great for you to jump in and share your thoughts about some of the Black founders and colored founders that you've supported through the Knight Foundation, and some of the success stories that you've seen and directly been a part of.
Yeah, I guess like in Miami, when folks, and this is like the tension that I was getting at earlier, right? In Miami, again, folks think, oh, it's a very Latin town, and they lean into that, and you come get Cuban coffee and all that, and I think there's a much longer history of our Black community here. The city was literally built by Bahamian migrants at the turn of the last century, and the Black community has been here much longer than the Hispanic community has been here. And so we don't tell our own story. And I think that permeates into startup land as well, right? Into startup land, investor land, that translates as well. And so when we think of Miami Tech, we have to uplift our founder stories. I'll throw out a couple of names just so folks kind of are aware, kind of on the founder side, and also on kind of the builder side. So, and they kind of in Miami, they overlap. And so you've got folks like Marcel Haywood, who's built a really amazing company called Encompass, tech-enabled company up in kind of just north of Miami proper, but in the greater Miami area. And Marcel, Endeavor entrepreneur, Marcel Gibbs, right? You've got Felicia Hatcher, Derek Pearson, Starrick Smith, who built the Center for Black Innovation, also entrepreneurs in their own right. And so they have their own companies that they're building and succeeding in, and then also building this center to accelerate the success of Black founders in Miami and nationally, right? So that's another kind of pillar of community. You've got Black Angels Miami, Kimberly Marshall, Charmel Maynard, Baron Channer, Kevin Cadet, who have stood that up to make sure that the investor class of the city, especially at the earliest stages, looks like Miami, right? That it looks like this city, getting more folks capacitated with the background to be good angel investors and make good angel investing decisions here in town. Last group I'll throw out, Black Men Talk Tech, spin-off from Black Women Talk Tech, launched in Miami. And now they're opening up kind of a chapter model. So they're building community from the grassroots. All these folks are entrepreneurs in their own right, and they have the additional kind of role that they've taken on and in building up community. So it's their success is capacitating success, and their insights are capacitating growth in other areas. So we have this really rich kind of tapestry of entrepreneurs in town. We have to be better at telling the stories, the narratives of success here, because if we let other folks tell them, if we let just the broader American context say, oh my God, you're so great, you're so diverse, you're so Latin, we're excluding at least 20% of Miamians.
That's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. And that also blends a question of how also entrepreneurs themselves even transition to become supporters of entrepreneurs in many ways. And that's why when I saw the announcement about Air Ventures, Leanne, I was incredibly happy, because from what I know from spending time with you, I know you get it. So it'll be great for you to share a bit more about what's happening with Air Ventures and why it's different from what's traditionally in the marketplace, as well as some of the transition I made Venture Cafe move, become adaptive into that platform.
Sure, and I'll be brief. So Air Ventures really emanated around this idea that we actually need to be strategic in building ecosystems. I always explain it like baking a cake. If you put everything in the oven with no pan, what's going to happen is a hot mess. And so a lot of cities, much like Miami, are really poised, particularly in the greater Miami area, we're poised to be really unique, inclusive tech and innovation hubs. But we won't be able to do that if we don't get folks together and we don't have roadmaps and plans and strategies. And so our work just came from observing a couple of key principles that we don't see happening in locally and also nationally. So a couple of things that we're thinking about. First, you need to actually listen to founders. And so how do you listen is a question that a lot of communities don't think about. And so we're just looking at how we partner with groups and deploy tools like this ecosystem scorecard in partnership with friends that are able to measure benchmarks around talent, pipelines, mentorship, champions, access to capital, policy supports, on-ramps, informal convening spaces, identity, storytelling. We can actually get a comprehensive data set that'll allow us to develop regional priorities around where our ecosystem can go. Second thing is looking at how we actually center the innovator experience. A lot of these models are saying, these are the institutions that you need, then you'll have an inclusive ecosystem. It cannot be exclusively top down. It's really got to be bottom up and looking at how you design adaptive resources. A lot of times communities will say, okay, we've got an incubator, an accelerator, and there's an angel group. We're done. That's not how things work. And so actually working with thousands and thousands of innovators, we know that you have to develop really that life cycle along capital, talent, support, in terms of what is there. The other thing we think a lot about is this idea of personal capital. What do innovators need? 6 forms of personal capital that we need to be investing in, and it's not just financial. It's inspiration, creative, social, political, and capacity, looking at how we identify supports for all those forms of capital that are necessary to innovate and actually scale and grow your businesses. And that's a lot of things that minority founders really need additional support around. And then I think last but not least, it's the tools. Beyond the data, what are the tools that actually help founders better navigate resources and opportunities and connect with capital? Simple things like a neutral eco map, which is not just held within one organization's website, but that can be plugged into every single group because it's focused on designing for the user, which is the founder. Other tools like this assessment that can be done in a very no ego way. Other things like, I happen to draft the Miami Tech Manifesto in partnership with a lot of leaders, the principles, the values that an ecosystem will need. And last but not least, Raul and I have been talking around what are the funding platforms, not just equity and private capital, but the philanthropic funding platforms that help actually create equity through tech drivers and innovative projects that he talked about at the beginning. So a lot of things that are really nuanced and bespoke, but they're really looking at an ecosystem lens rather than just an institutional lens.
I mean, the feedback is just amazing. The chat feed is buzzing. So I'm getting pinged by the host about the timing of the program, and we kind of wrap things up. And before we do so, I mean, Shu, I'd love to. I know you've been a prolific investor when it comes to investment across different advanced tech, some like semiconductors, genomics, robotics, and also autonomous driving, and many more. And I think sometimes part of the reason why Afro-descendant folks and colored people have not gained as much traction is because they're not as involved in some of these high advanced based, technology companies in many ways, or starting them and like. So I always wanted to get your thoughts on how founders can become a bit more, add more tech, like advanced tech into the what they're discovering, what they're building, and what's some advice you'd give some of the founders who are doing so to raise capital from SoftBank?
Yeah, so I actually disagree with the premise. I don't think you should solve for what your company should look like. I think you should just find a problem you're passionate about and solve it. That's the only way to build a business, because it takes so much out of you to get up every day and raise money and hire people and keep going, that you can't be designing something that looks cool on Instagram. You have to just focus on a problem you love and are passionate, obsessed with. Obsession is a very good quality in that sense, and build it. Now, you do need technologists, but you don't have to be them. You can attract them, you can hire them. The only thing that does that is your internal conviction about what you're doing. So I would focus on finding meaningful problems to solve, and honestly, the rest will take care of itself.
It's beautiful. So folks, don't just add in AI or blockchain or like everything to the tagline of the company to give it some type of status. It's beautiful. Thank you for that. Before we bring this conversation to an end, I'd love for you all to share some last minute thoughts and just what you'd love to share with just the audience going forward as to what's happening next with your organization, and also just any passing advice to the ecosystem that's tuning in right now. I'll start with yourself, Rahul, if possible.
Yeah, so I think there's global trends around talent, there's national trends, and then around kind of, at least in the States, especially in the last year, around social justice, racial equity, and then there's local trends to contend with, right? In Miami tech is having a moment. All those trends coming together are going to influence what we think, and in Miami at least, we think that we got to kind of account for those three things. But there's a really good moment to advance systemically, really good opportunity to advance systemically on getting to a more equitable, more accessible kind of startup ecosystem here. And so Leanne, I, a few others are really thinking systems, right? We got to leverage the moment because there's local trends, national trends, and global trends that all right now are rowing in a really positive, or pointing to a really positive direction to catalyze change. So I think you're going to, from Miami at least, you're going to be looking for systemic change in the next 12 months.
That's super. Thank you very much for sharing that. How about you, Leanne? Just next, what's happening next with Air Ventures? Just final advice to the ecosystem that's tuning in right now.
Sure. What's next for Air Ventures? We're excited to double down on Miami and also work in other communities across the U.S. But to Raul's point, these systemic problems, from my perspective, require ecosystem solutions. You can't just snap a program and think you're going to solve a problem that has a systemic origin. And so that actually requires a couple of key things, which is really thinking about partnership, really identifying the priorities, understanding the platforms that exist to be able to advance a just cause, and also thinking about people first, really looking at the founders and the people that are ultimately who is being served. And those things together are what help us to advance what I like to call the ready ecosystems, which really are what ecosystems around tech and innovation are going to look like in the next 10 years. It's what we see in Miami. And I got to say, if we have Miami done right, we can really be a model.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that. And last but not least, I'm sure if you kindly just, any final thoughts and advice, definitely quite a hit on the chat feed. Would be great.
Well, I'd say, we're building the future. It's what we're about. And Black and brown folks have to be part of that. And it'll take a long time, but we're here for it.
Super. Well, honestly, thank you all so much. Actually, where can people find you or reach out to you? What's the best platform? Is it LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, email? Just I'll start with Raul.
I'm on Twitter at rmoas, and or you can go to kf.org and find out about Knife Foundation. Contact us there as well.
Leanne.
Sure. I hate Twitter, but I'm trying to do Twitter a little bit more. But you can always find me on Instagram at leanne.buchanan. And if you go to Air Ventures, www.aireventures.org, you can definitely be able to connect with me there.
Incredible. Super. Shu, how about you? So I think you're muted for a moment. Here
we go. I'm going to put my Twitter handle right here. I'm at sniata on Twitter.
Super. And for myself, everyone, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. It's funny, we all have our preferred platforms. I'm just Einstein, Kofi, and Tim. And just keep the energy alive, keep the chat feed going. These are people who are building the ecosystem, who are really passionate about making a difference. So you're not the kind of people that when you reach out to would shy away from responding or getting back to you. So please do reach out, do continue this dialogue. It's very, very important. And I want to say a big thank you for tuning in so far. I love the little dog in the background, Shu. And we'll catch up with all of you very soon. And have a great day, rest of the weekend. Thank you all very much.
Thanks all. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm so excited to welcome our next keynote speaker from Google. She's going to do a dynamic workshop with you all because, of course, this is not just keynotes and conversations and really insightful presentation that you've had so far from our speakers for the first half of the program, but also training sessions. So without further ado, I do want to welcome her to the stage, the wonderful hello from the Grow with Google. I'm so excited to welcome you back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And the floor is all yours to take over.
Thank you, Christine. It is such an honor to be back again with the rest of the global startup ecosystem community. And today's workshop is going to be on how to power your job search with Google tools. Give me a second. Let me just share my screen and we will get started. All right, so welcome, welcome. For those of you in attendance, if you are unfamiliar with the Grow with Google program, Grow with Google helps people grow their skills, careers, and businesses by offering free digital skills training and access to tools. In today's session, I'll show you how Google's tools can make your job search easier and, most importantly, more efficient. Before we get started, a little bit more about me. In addition to being a Grow with Google speaker, I also own a boutique digital agency in New York City, and it's called the Stylista Group. And we provide email marketing services as well as all things social media to mid-sized lifestyle brands. Here's my contact information. A lot of people like to take a quick snap of this slide. Please feel free to reach out to me after the webinar with any questions. And I would say if you really want a quick response, then email and LinkedIn would be the best way to get a hold of me. So many people are launching their job searches from home. So with that in mind, I like to start this presentation off by acknowledging some of the challenges that may be experienced while trying to find new opportunities from a remote location. It is my hope that the tips shared during today's workshop will be helpful and provide some solutions to better manage some of these obstacles. Here's our agenda. We'll start off by reviewing how to use a sheet to keep track of the jobs you want to apply for. Once we build the Sheets tracker, we'll review how to use jobs on Google Search to find the jobs that are most relevant to you. Next, I'll show you some time-saving best practices, such as how to save the jobs you like, and how to get alerts when new jobs are posted, delivered directly into your email, so you don't have to go searching. Next, we'll move on to talk briefly about how to create a resume with a simple, easy-to-use template using Google Docs. And finally, we'll discuss the next phase of your job search, the interview. At this point, almost all interviews are being conducted online. And many companies are using video conferencing platforms like Google Meet. So what I'm going to do to wrap up the session is to share some quick tips to help you ace your next digital interview. Let's get started. When you begin looking for a job, you might start by visiting a company's website and reviewing their job listings. However, and we can all relate to this, right? Once you start collecting information about potential opportunities, you might find that it can become very difficult to keep all your options straight. To help you find opportunities and keep them organized, we're going to start with building a basic tracker using Google Sheets. This tracker will help you to manage your job search process from start to finish. To create your job search tracker, as always, you will need to first sign into your Google account. Signing into your Google account allows you access to lots of Google applications that you can use for both work and home. If you don't have one already, you can create a free Google account by simply going to gmail.com, following the prompts. Usually takes 5 to 7 minutes, and voila, you have access to all things Google applications. As a really quick overview, After you've signed into your Google account, you can use the Google Apps menu to move between applications. Clicking on the Google Apps icon gives you access to all of the applications that come with your account. If you have been using Google Apps, your most recently used apps are usually shown first. However, I strongly encourage you to click more to expand the list, and I guarantee you that you will be so surprised at all of the additional applications that are available for you to use. Moving on to the job sheet tracker. To create the tracker for your job search, we will create a new Google Sheet. To do so in your Google Drive, click New, Google Sheets, then select Blank Spreadsheet. Be sure to give your sheet a name like My Job Search 2021 or whatever you want to call it. As soon as you open this sheet, it will be saved automatically on your Google Drive. You can format your job search tracker to suit your individual needs by doing things such as adding custom headings and expanding the sheet as you start looking for jobs. Adding visual elements can help you to read the information in the sheet more easily. And of course, changing things like the font for the headings, these are individual sort of decisions. The point is that you can format the sheet any way you like. Now let's move on to your actual job search. Chances are you've already used a digital tool to find new career opportunities. Most employers list new jobs online and manage the entire application process digitally. To help you find new opportunities, we'll use Jobs on Google Search. Jobs on Google Search pulls ads from all over the internet and creates one easy list of potential jobs. Pay close attention because in this next segment, I will go over the best practices for performing a successful job search on Google. Now, you can start your job search through a regular Google search, and sometimes people aren't aware of that. So whether you're following along now or you plan to begin your search later, this is how you would do this. Open a new browser tab on your device. This way, you can have your Google Sheet open in one tab and have your search be done in the second tab. This also makes it easier for you to add to your sheet while you search. In the example on the screen, the user has typed "jobs near me" in the search bar. Using the search bar, you can type more targeted queries about the kinds of jobs that you are looking for. You may want to use terms like digital marketing jobs near me, or retail jobs, part-time jobs, remote jobs, or even customer service jobs. You can also type a question like, what are the best engineering jobs near me? Remember to add search terms that work for you and your individual job search. If you're not sure what kind of job you're looking for, add search terms about fields that interest you or fields that you already have experience in. If you're looking for a job in a different city, be sure to include that city in your search. For example, you might search jobs in Columbus, or manufacturing jobs in Atlanta, or music history jobs in New York City. And if you're a veteran or military spouse, you can also search for opportunities that are unique to you as well. And I'll go over that in a few slides later. To move forward with your search, of course, you would press enter and check out the results. Your basic Google search will show you a preview of several possible jobs. You can click on these jobs directly if they interest you, or you can select the arrow at the top right to expand your search. The example on the page shows a preliminary search results page containing 3 possible jobs. The next step would be to take a closer look at your expanded search results. So let's take a look at how this actually works. To make searching for jobs easier, Google finds listings from all over the internet and collects them into one central search result. A snapshot of the jobs that meet your specific criteria appears on the Google search page. You can click a result or click Explore Jobs to look at the full list. Each listing contains important details about the position, including ways to apply, salary information, job descriptions, reviews of the company, and much more. You can read through this information to decide which jobs might be right for you. Depending on what industry you work in, you may choose to narrow your search using some of Google's built-in tools. For example, one feature of Job Search on Google gives veterans the option to search for jobs using their military occupational specialty code. And if you are a veteran, that's also referred to as the MOS code. In the search bar, you would type in a query about the kind of jobs you're looking for. You may want to use some terms like these: veteran jobs near me, veteran management jobs, and also attach the name of the city, or something like IT jobs for veterans. Once you've run a search query related to veteran jobs, you will be prompted to enter your MOS code. Veterans and military service personnel transitioning back into civilian life can enter their MOS code on Job Search to help them find civilian jobs that require similar skills to the ones they use in their military roles. And that's a nice little tidbit that sometimes people aren't aware of. Whether you're transitioning to a civilian career or just moving forward with a new job search, your next step is to process your search results. Let's talk about how you can narrow your search to make the application process easier. Your search will definitely return lots of jobs. To get more specific results, you may want to choose a filter. A filter is a search tool that emphasizes the most relevant results. And you can find dozens of filters arranged as clickable tiles at the top of the job search page. You can use these filters to filter your job search by title, location, the date the job was posted, the type of job, or even by the employer. These filters are pretty straightforward, and some of you are already probably using them. So let's dig a little deeper into two more filters that might be particularly relevant to you. The filter Work from Home allows you to find remote opportunities. So you would select this filter if you only wanted to explore jobs that are remote. Let's imagine at this point you've selected a job that matches your needs. You've taken the time, you've read through the job description, and you know that you're definitely interested in this position. If you think you might want to apply for the position, but don't want to do it right now, simply click Save. Clicking Save bookmarks the listing so you don't have to search for it again later. At the top of the jobs listing is a tab called Saved. As you move forward, you would click this tab to see all of the jobs that you've saved in the past. This allows you to save all of the jobs that you need to apply for in one list without having to go through a list of jobs that you aren't interested in. So in the short time we've had together today, you've learned a lot about how to use Google to search for a new job. But as we all know, the landscape of available posts is always changing, probably by the second, right? It's important to check job listings frequently so you don't miss out on new opportunities. And as we all know, employers are constantly updating their listings. Performing an internet search every day and sorting through multiple job listings can be very tedious. So here's a little tip: email alerts. When you set new listings that match your search criteria, On the lower left of your screen, turn on alerts by clicking the alerts are on for this search button. Tying it all in. At this point of your job search, you'll hopefully have found several opportunities, and the alerts that you have set up will keep you updated about more jobs as they become available. You'll probably apply for several jobs, and it can be very difficult to remember all of the details about each application process. I've certainly been there. Remember that tracker sheet that we set up in the beginning? You can use that sheet to keep track of all of your possible opportunities. As you find the jobs that interest you, enter the details into your spreadsheet. You can use this spreadsheet as the hub for all of your applications and interviews. And you can also use it to easily track the status of any applications as you move along the process. Remember to fill out your tracker sheet with potential opportunities as you find them. After you've spent time searching, you can review the sheet to decide which opportunities to apply for. And once you begin to apply for jobs, you may also want to add an additional column to indicate the jobs that you have already applied for. Now that you've created a list of jobs you're interested in, it's time to work on your resume. Having a resume prepared will streamline your job application process. You could begin a resume by opening a blank document and listing your name, contact information. We've all been there, right? It can be a tedious process. But to make the process faster and easier, let's start off with a template. Templates are like a pattern you use as a guide. They provide design elements and formatting that you can use as a starting point, not only for resumes, but for all of your documents. They also help you to keep font sizes and styles consistent throughout your document. Google Docs offers lots of free professional resume templates to get you started. The layouts, fonts, and colors are different for each template, but they all contain placeholders for the basic information you'll need for a resume, such as your contact information, skills, experience, and education, as well as accomplishments or projects and awards that you've won or projects that you've contributed to and completed. After you select a template, you can customize the document from there. To access these templates, as always, we start from Google Drive. You would click New, select Google Docs, and this time, instead of selecting a blank document, you would select from a template. Remember to rename your template so it's easy to find it later on. After the workshop, here's a little bit of homework for me. Take a look at these templates and think about which one might work best for you. You will notice that some of the templates lend themselves to certain industries. You may want to check with a colleague about standard styles in your specific field. For example, a creative person like a graphic designer might use a more creative resume template to show off their skills even before the interview. Once you choose a resume template that you want to use, it's time to customize it by replacing the placeholder text. The beauty of templates is that even though they come with prearranged formatting, you can edit them to fit your own style. You can change the font, add formatting like bold section headers, italics, even colors. And if applicable, and this varies by industry, you can also add hyperlinks to show potential employers more of your work live. So this would be like if you have a live bio or you've been featured in certain publications. And again, you would want to check with your colleagues to make sure that this is okay to do on your resume in your specific field. Adding these elements to your resume will make your resume easy to read and unique to you. And at the end, no one will be able to tell that you started from a pre-formatted template. As you work on your resume, you probably won't finish it in one sitting. In fact, taking breaks and returning to your resume can be an amazing way to ensure that you've got fresh eyes and you spot opportunities for improvement. To help this editing process, we recommend that you use the commenting feature in Google Docs. For example, if you want to provide more specific or accurate information on a job that you've had in the past, you may have to do some research or go digging in records to do so. So this is an opportunity for using the comment feature, because what you can do is use the comment feature to leave a little note for yourself. So to do this, you would select the text or the line or the job description that you want to comment on, and insert a comment that explains what you want to change or the information that needs to be verified or updated or whatever it is. You would then select the comment button to complete your comment, and what happens is that that little call out is saved so that the next time that you go back to your document, it serves as a reminder as to what information you need to complete. During your job search, you'll probably apply for lots of different types of opportunities, and you may even apply for different kinds of jobs in different industries. If that's the case, you may want to create distinct resumes for different purposes. For example, you can improve your resume by including specific keywords from different job locations, and this is a great way actually for your resume to stand out. Again, you could start from scratch and build a brand new resume for each possible job, but again, why should you do that? To make your application process easier, we recommend that you make copies of your resume and customize them to suit particular jobs or industries. To do so, you would first make a copy, then rename it so that you can easily tell the difference between versions of your resume. When you make your copies, remember that Google Docs automatically saves your edits in version history, so you don't necessarily need to make new copies for each draft. However, what you should do is give each of those copies unique names. So for example, titled Web Design Resume, and a different one for broader work that's just called Graphic Design Resume. And of course, you guys can decide what makes sense for you. Your job search process will be a lot more successful if you get feedback on your materials. To get someone else's input in your resume, share the document with them. To do so, you will select the share icon. Enter an email address for the person whose input you want, and select what kind of access they should have, and there are 3 levels of access. Can edit access allows the person to edit the document directly. So if you want someone to actually make changes in the document, you'll give them edit access. Can comment allows the person to add comments to the document, but not change anything. So you'll just see their little call outs. Can view allows the person to see the document, but not make any alterations to it at all. When you do all of this, you will notice a box at the bottom labeled Notify People. When you share a document, sheet, or presentation with someone, they will receive an email about it. Next, you can add a note about the document and click Send. What happens on the other end is that the next time the person checks their Gmail, they will have an email from Google Docs that includes your note and links to access the document. You can organize different versions of your resume using folders in Google Drive. But to keep track of an individual job search, you can also include a link to each distinct resume, bringing it back again in your job search tracker sheet. These individual resumes come in handy when you progress to the interview stage. By keeping track of them, you can review the exact resume that you sent to each employer so that you can have a more informed interview and remind yourself what they already know about you. This also helps you to anticipate any potential questions. To add different resume versions to your tracker, add a new column titled Resume. Copy the link for each resume that you tailored for a specific job. Find the row that contains the information about that job and paste the link to your resume in the appropriate cell. By keeping a record of each resume, you can prepare yourself to give an outstanding interview. And speaking of interviews, more and more companies have transitioned to hosting their interviews online using tools like Google Meet. Google Meet is a video conferencing tool, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with Google Meet already, that allows you to connect with friends, family, and colleagues from any place with an internet connection. Aside from doing interviews, you can use Meet to host meetings at work. And while you're looking for a job, I would recommend that you also use Meet to practice your interviewing skills with friends and family members. Understandably so, many job seekers find video interviews to be intimidating. Maybe seeing yourself on a video feed makes you nervous, or maybe the thought of background noise causes you anxiety about the microphone. And the last 12 months, I think we've all become professionals at handling background noise, correct? But let's go over a few ways to ace a remote interview, just as with an in-person interview. Your skills will get better over time, so the key here is to practice. To calm any potential nerves about video conferencing and to ensure that you look prepared and professional, take a look at these tips for interviewing with Google Meet. When you're speaking with your interviewer, look toward the camera. Depending on the size and shape of your device, your interviewer's face may appear near the bottom of the screen. So if you look directly at their face, it might appear as if you're not making eye contact. To help your interviewers feel like they're getting to know you, keep your eyes up and focus on the camera. Next, even if you're nervous, speak slowly and clearly. Anxiety can make some people speak faster, which can in turn make you harder to understand. Remind yourself to take deep breaths, answer thoughtfully, and maybe at a slower pace than your usual speaking voice. One way to ensure that your interviewers see you in the best light is to pay attention to lighting. To look professional, place a warm colored lamp near the back of your computer screen. And consider changing your desktop background light to a light color. The extra light reflecting on your face will make you easier to see. And since a lot of our communication is nonverbal, if your interviewer is able to see your face, they will be able to communicate with you a lot better. Lastly, to shine during a remote interview, dress for an interview. Even if you're doing it from your living room and even if you're doing it from your waist up. Paying attention to how you present yourself will show your interviewers that you took the opportunity seriously. Google tools can simplify your job search process from start to finish. In this really short time that we had together, we've examined several aspects of finding new career opportunities, starting with searching from them, to preparing a resume, and of course, managing the process. We created a job search tracker in Google Sheets and discussed how you can use this tracker to manage all of your career options. Next, we used Google Search to find potential opportunities, and we examined filters that can narrow down your search, and spoke about how using some of these filters can also help veterans find jobs that are specific to them. To prepare you for the interview, we examined Google Docs resume templates, and we previewed how to comment, copy, and share the file so that you can edit it for each unique application. Finally, we went over some simple tips for giving a great interview in Google Meet. We talked about managing the video call, including selecting layouts and presenting your screen. And I gave you some really quick ideas on how to present yourself effectively during the interview itself. Job searching from home can be intimidating, but it can also be a great opportunity to grow your professional skills. To help, we compiled digital resources that can make your job search easier, more organized, and more effective. Next, I'll share a few of Google's training resources that you can access remotely. There are many different learning paths and options, so we'll just talk about a few of these tools so that you can get an idea. To get more in-depth training, Google offers workspace training. Anyone can complete all of the Google Workspace training at no cost through Applied Digital Skills, which is an online platform for digital learning. Some lessons may be labeled Workspace Certification. However, certification is not a requirement, and just going through these lessons will help you get familiar with all of the applications in Google Workspace. The training options that I just shared are a mere fraction of what is actually available. To access all of these options in one place, please visit the Grow with Google website at grow.google.com. The courses that you will find will help you to work, teach, and learn from anywhere. That's my time for today. I hope that the information that I shared was useful. Christina, I'll turn the stage back over to you.
Thank you so much. Obviously, such a pleasure to have you. I see a lot of people learn from the content today because especially we live in a digital world where everyone's trying to either optimize their careers or
Right.
find new ones in the digital space. So thank you so much. As always, we're going to see you again next time. We'll
Absolutely.
talk soon.
Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you guys got your, brain cells like working on how to really find another opportunity through Google's resources. Without further ado, I am going to keep the time going and switch to our next speaker in 30 seconds. Ty Heath, Rock Your Profile is coming right on up. Welcome, guys. It's a pleasure to have you. I know you have a hard stop, so I'm going to pass this floor right over to you. We're so excited. Rock Your Profile. Thank you so much, Ty.
My pleasure, as always. Let me share my screen. If we can get the slides going, we will jump right on in. Thank you, team. Okay, so this is one of my favorite conversations because it's about you and it's about relationships. And even though we're in this time that we find ourselves in, where a lot of us are not able to do the networking that we were doing in person, there's still an opportunity for us to learn how to do networking more powerfully virtually. The way you get started with that, the center of your presence online, I hope after today it will be your LinkedIn profile. So this conversation is really about you and how you show up on LinkedIn. So I will, without further ado, I'm going to jump right into the content here. Okay, so at LinkedIn, our vision is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. And as I said before, relationships matter. Part of how we get access to opportunities are through the connections with people that know us, people that see the things we're passionate about, the things that we're committed to, and amplify those messages for us. And then people who are working on things and looking for people to build with. That's what economic opportunity is all about. And that's what we're focused on at LinkedIn. We want to get people connected all around the world. And during this event today, I encourage you all to take some time to connect with each other on LinkedIn as well. This is your network. So why LinkedIn for this? So I think you have a sense of it. There are a lot of different things going on LinkedIn. Let me point out that it is the platform where you have access to a multitude of stakeholders, whether it's you're looking to reach customers, looking to reach leaders in business, whether you're looking to reach investors, it's just broad, whether you're looking to communicate with your employees, if it's a business that you're running, So many opportunities on LinkedIn. That's why a lot of companies, nonprofits, other organizations, and people are taking a LinkedIn first approach to develop their marketing and communication strategy because of the capacity to reach all of those audiences on one platform. Let me tell you a little bit more about why you want to invest in LinkedIn for this conversation. LinkedIn is investing in something called the economic graph. The economic graph is a digital map of the global economy. So it's a map of all the members, including all of you amazing people, all the companies, all the jobs available, skills that it takes to get those jobs, educational institutions, as well as all the knowledge that we share in conversation on the platform. So we have a digital map, and that's why organizations like the World Bank and World Economic Forum partner with LinkedIn so we can get a more informed public discourse about what's going on in the world around us. So I encourage you to also invest in this. And for those of you that are seeking jobs, you can visit opportunity.linkedin.com to learn more about interview training, available jobs associated with particular skills. It's an amazing hub, opportunity.linkedin.com. So without further ado, we're going to go straight to you and your profile. So the profile on LinkedIn is the conversation before the conversation. More often than not, before people meet you, one of the first things they'll do is go to a search engine and they will search for your name. More often than not, LinkedIn is the #1 result if you have a LinkedIn profile. The question is then, what is the story you're telling about yourself? So let's talk about how you tell a more powerful story. So first things first, you want to add a photo of yourself, one that represents you professionally. And you don't have to get fancy. You can take a picture with your phone, have a friend do this for you. And when you do this, you're going to get more connection requests, more views, and more messages. So be sure to invest in a picture. Next up, add your industry. You don't want to leave this to default because recruiters and other people are searching on LinkedIn by industry and you want to be found. So when you do this, you're going to get 9 times more profile views. And remember, there are a lot of people searching to find people that have expertise in a particular industry. Next up, summary. So this is your elevator pitch. So I said the conversation before the conversation. This is where you say who you are, what you stand for, what you believe in, what you're committed to. And don't forget to add your aspirations as well. You want to talk about where you want to go and use 40 words or more to really build this out. Next up, detail your work experience. So you want to fully think about your career history and make sure it's all filled out. Spend more time on the roles you had more currently and on the roles that illustrate where you want to go. And when you do this, you're going to get more connections, more views, and messages as well. And then this is not a static resume. This is a living, moving, breathing, well, maybe not breathing, but it's moving. And you want to keep it up to date and tell the story visually of what you're up to. So there's an opportunity for you to upload photos, presentations, and videos that illustrate your work and how you're making a difference in business and in the world around you. And then we're all doing amazing work and supporting communities. So volunteer experience also adds a ton of value here, and you're going to get 6 times more profile views when you share this information. Finally, making sure you're adding skills and getting endorsed for those skills. So this is a great way to illustrate your talent, and LinkedIn will automatically highlight the skills that your connections are endorsing you for. And then the recommendation. So the best time to request a recommendation is after you've finished a project and knocked it out of the park. You want to ask for recommendations so people can see the value you've created and the credibility you get when amazing people recommend you. So we're going to quickly move from here into, after you set up your profile powerfully, how do you then get the feed, the information coming your way to be as valuable as possible? So a couple steps to take on here. So one, you want to follow companies, including the company you work at, companies you're interested in following or potentially even working for. This will allow you to gain knowledge and news on those companies. You can even interact with employees, and that way you can start to build a presence that will help you be noticed by recruiters. So that's a pro tip for you there. Next, you want to continue to learn. There's a broad swath of influencers on LinkedIn, including Bill Gates, Ariana Huffington, Barack Obama. So you want to follow influencers on the platform and continue to gain insights from the amazing knowledge that they're sharing. And then search at scale. So I know we've got some entrepreneurs and founders and people who are building in this conversation today. So if you're looking for people that are in a particular location, in a particular industry to network with, try advanced search. This will allow you to really zero in on the people you're wanting to connect with and build a plan to market and sell as well. All right, and then customize your feed. Every single post that comes into your feed, you can fine tune it by clicking into the 3 dots, and that'll allow you to make some adjustments to your feed and decide what you want to do so you see what matters most to you. Okay, so for example, hiding a post, unfollowing, reporting, all of those things you can do. Okay, so finally, moving to the last section of our conversation today before I turn it over to my colleague at LinkedIn as well to share more, building thought leadership. So you have built your profile powerfully, you've tuned your feed, and now it's time for your voice to be heard. So here's what you want to do. You want to think about your plan to share both short form updates, and maybe you didn't know this, but you can do long form blog posts on LinkedIn. Remember, I said this is the conversation before the conversation. Imagine someone clicking into your LinkedIn profile. One of the first and most prominent things they're going to see is your activity on LinkedIn. So this is your opportunity to showcase your talent, your skills, your credibility, and that will earn you a huge mileage with people that are wanting to work with you, learn about you, or hire you. So what do you do for sharing updates? A couple pro tips. Use your authentic voice. Post frequently. Think about posting once a day, responding to other people's content as well. That helps you build that dialogue. So start conversations. Make sure sometimes to include images and video that gets more engagement. And then create an opportunity for reciprocity. So again, it's about creating a conversation. This isn't a one-sided broadcast. One of the things that always surprises me is when I see someone post and then people are responding and I'm like, why isn't the author responding to this post? What happened? So make sure you don't leave people hanging. All right. And then when you're publishing long form blog posts, you really want to think like a marketer here. Think about the headline and having it capture attention. Using a powerful photo, being authentic with your voice. Now you want to then tailor that content to your audience and then think about the article length. We found that anywhere between 800 and 2,000 words tends to perform best, but you should test this and see what makes the most sense for you depending on your industry and your audience. Okay, finally, we want to know how we did so that we can improve and optimize. This is something that people don't do often, but should. Every single post, including short and long form posts on LinkedIn, are trackable and measurable. So you can see what companies people are from that viewed your content, what job titles they have, where they're coming from, how they found you. And then the question you can then ask yourself is this what I intended to have happen? And if it's not, you can start to make tweaks, like tagging different people into your post, using different hashtags, writing different copy to attract the audience you want. So this is a way for you to learn and improve over time. Now, I know I went through this content very rapidly, and so don't worry. Feel free to connect with me. I am happy to share these slides. You can share. I'll share them with Christine, and I'll also make them available. I know there's a lot to do here. Don't feel like you have to take on everything at once, but I promise you, if you make consistent investments in your LinkedIn profile, you will begin to see the payoff. So feel free to connect with me. I'd love to learn about what you're working on. And also, don't forget to connect with each other. And with that, I'm going to say thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure. to speak with you, and I will turn it back over to Christine for the next conversation.
Thank you so much, Ty. Always a pleasure to have you, and thank you so much for going over that dynamic presentation for us here at Rock Your Profile.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep going down the funnel and really engage with LinkedIn here because we have another powerhouse from this amazing institution that's going to join us. So thank you so much, Ty. Over and out. And now let's welcome the next keynote speaker. We're going to do a quick 30-second countdown to get Jackie from LinkedIn on and over for us here. So enjoy, everyone. We're going to welcome her on next. So get ready for it. Wow, let's please welcome Jacqueline Jones, Head of Partnerships, Diversity and Inclusion, and Belonging at LinkedIn. An honor to have you. I won't take too much of your time. Over to you, Jackie. Pleasure to have you as always.
Oh my goodness, it's so good to be here. So good to be here. And y'all, everything that Ty said was gold. Definitely take that information, make it your own. So incredible. So my name is Jacqueline Jones. I lead strategic partnerships here at LinkedIn for diversity, inclusion, belonging. And such a pleasure to be here at this conference. It's one of my favorite. Every time I learn so much. I've been watching all morning those conversations. So we're going to keep building on that. So let's get the slides up. We're partnering with the team there and at the Afro Future Summit. So I'll just start in as we get the slides up. So in my role as the strategic partnerships lead at LinkedIn, I form partnerships with some of the world's leading organizations that serve diverse audiences around the world. So Blavity, National Black MBA, lots of organizations that really touch our members, their members. And right now, those organizations reach up to about 60 million people. So LinkedIn has created this role to basically make sure that we are providing economic opportunity to everyone, and we're providing valuable information that everyone needs in order to move ahead. So let's just jump right in. So about me, what inspires me right now is reaching diverse audiences with empowering narratives, providing access to resources, building bridges with the African diaspora, and also developing new structures and programs that create equity. For launching diverse voices, for inspiring diverse voices, we launched one thing that really I loved was working with our publishing team to nominate people for the Black Voices program at LinkedIn. And through Black Voices, I'm sure that you've seen some of the stuff in our feed, we've added almost 2 million people to our audiences that follow Black Voices, which has been amazing. We also did a survey with Black professionals, over 2,000 Black professionals, and found that 81% of Black professionals say that seeing other Black professionals in positions of leadership would really make their current workplace feel much more inclusive and equitable. So the key point there is that you definitely want to be sharing information about what you're working on, what you're doing. You really want to be seen out there as we want to hear from you in terms of really seeing what you're doing. So if we move to the following slide, see that the slides are up. That's great, thank you. All right, so as we go through this, Thanks. As we go through this, definitely want to make sure that you get all the information here. So thank you so much. So yes, so we're back on the slide. So amplifying the diverse voices, that's what I was talking about in terms of creating powerful narratives. In my role, I provide access to resources, through this role in diverse, partnering with diverse organizations. We really make sure that we have access to best practices. Through building bridges in the African diaspora, through participating in events such as these is amazing. And also another powerful thing is through all those things, we're really providing structures and paradigms that really create equity. So by making sure that we're seen, making sure that we're creating new voices, we really are really making sure that we're setting up ourselves up for that future. So going back to the original theme of the conference, Black history to Black future, we really see that the African continent is just poised for future growth. Right now, we have about 37 million people now on the LinkedIn platform in Africa. And I think that it's going to grow so much more. There's such an active, what inspired me about Africa was the active focus on entrepreneurship, technology, innovation. So exciting to see that. And in traveling to the Ghana Tech Summit, it was incredible to actually witness a lot of this. And it was just so inspirational for me to be there. So right now, our colleagues across the continent are doing some amazing things. Both Ty and myself have visited Ghana and worked with Christine over the last couple of years. We're now launching master classes for entrepreneurs. Our colleagues have launched LinkedIn webinars and executive presentations, and are just so excited to partner with the customers across the region. So big shout out to Turn Left Media, Ryland, some of our other colleagues there who frequently interact with the region. And another point, just to, as we get to know each other here, and I've traveled to Africa about 4 times, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, and Ghana, as I mentioned. And each time it's so great to get grounded in the continent and just see all the incredible things happening. So next slide. So as we think about building the future, this is what I want to combine 2 things. I want to combine some of the learning lessons that I've seen in the past, along with how we can apply those lessons to lean into the future, right? So as Ty was talking about before, in terms of building your profile, really, really, really critical that you build a strong online network. Very critical. LinkedIn right now has 740 million members, over 3 members per second join LinkedIn. And all of this really adds to an opportunity for you to, one, find people with common interests and really to get yourself out there and get yourself exposed to new conversations. So I'd like to, for everyone on this call, really think of it not only as a place where you would find a job, but it's a place that you can share knowledge and drive transformation. And that's something, I've learned repeatedly from Ty, who just spoke before. You really have the opportunity to connect with so many people, and especially in this time of racial, reckoning and awareness and equality, we really need to have your voice on the network. And it's such an opportunity. The second thing is to follow the future work trends. We have lots of data available on the platform. There are influencers you can follow. There are companies you can follow. We have an economic graph site that you can find out about all these future work trends, right? So for example, tremendous awakening around green jobs, the environment. One thing that really struck me when I visited the African continent is how beautiful and how amazing resources naturally they are there, which need to be protected and nurtured and cherished and celebrated. And out of the emergence of the new focus on the environment, there's so many industries that are popping up, in addition to, of course, technology and virtual trends. There are other things that we can also be very innovative around as well. The other lesson about leading into the future is really about being a lifelong learner. With the emergence of this very virtual existence that we're all living right now, skills such as programming, data analysis, business analysis, financial forecasting, we just see such an emergence of new fields and new skills are being learned. And in fact, we've seen a 3x fold in a number of people actually using LinkedIn Learning to learn new skills. I really, really invite you to take advantage of a lot of these free opportunities that are out there of very relevant skills that you could do to get that dream job or to enter into professions. So I believe Ty mentioned it before, opportunity.linkedin.com has access to not only this data that you can access to learn more about what's there, but also to actually learn the skills. And then the last point is, like always, and I've said this before, seek to amplify your voice. We need you to really be leaning into not only saying and reaffirming the purpose and what you're here to do. We need your contribution, but also to really think about inspiring others and sharing those experiences as well. We've seen a 400% increase in the use of the LinkedIn Live events, those kinds of modes to get out there. We've seen over 7 million people participate in live events, LinkedIn Live events, and live streams. So definitely be involved in that. Next slide. And now to just conclude, I've circulated some of the links to Christine and her team to drop these in the chats. We've pulled together sites which speak about best practices around using LinkedIn Live events and publishing. When the pandemic first hit, lots of organizations reached out to me and the team around really putting together almost like a site which had the best practices or kits and how best to use the platform to really engage your members. So for instance, as I said before, the organizations that I deal with now touch over 60 million people. So my job really is to empower them to empower their members. So we'll drop this in the chat after, but there's a whole site which has all the information around best practices. The other site, Skills for In-Demand Jobs, which will also drop there, the opportunity.linkedin.com site that you'll have. And there also, please remember to subscribe to LinkedIn Learning blogs, which have all this great free information about what are the fastest growing skills among business professionals, what are the fastest growing jobs, since this pandemic has hit. Definitely read that information, access it. That's one thing I love about LinkedIn, which blew me away when I first learned about it, is that all this stuff is out there for free. So you can take it and you can strategically use this information to make sure you're positioned in the best possible way as we move forward. And then the last thing I want to share is that Microsoft had a Black Founders Symposium this week, which was really excellent, which can still be accessed. And we'll also drop those links in the chat as well. And that information was all around entrepreneurship, for Black resources for Black founders, services, tips, tools, all that we need there. So definitely invite you to take advantage of this information. It's always such a pleasure to be here. to speak to you, to speak to this team. Christine and team, you're doing amazing work here at the global startup ecosystem. And it's always such a pleasure to work with you. And you've inspired me today. I've learned so much this panel. And everyone, feel free to reach out on my LinkedIn profile to connect, Jacqueline Jones at LinkedIn. And pleasure being here. I'll turn it over back to Christine.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and it's always a pleasure to hear your feedback, because I know you have a tough cookie on that too, because sometimes you be like, hey, like, is this really adding value? And I really appreciate your feedback, because that's me really, because you see a lot in the ecosystem. So much thanks and gratitude to you joining. And of course, thank you so much for sharing this information. I see a lot of people are asking for access to links. Team, please keep sharing the links on social media. We'll also email blast the links as well, and also the recording from the Microsoft Symposium program. So thank you so much, as always, for your contributions, Jackie. It's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like definitely follow Jackie. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what she does, right? Giving access to opportunities, giving access to information to really make a more equitable future. She has tons and tons of content like this. I remember during our last programs, we email blast the link on diversity programs and opportunities that they had. And this is another series of more information for you to be able to capitalize on to build your careers and your businesses. So please share this information. Of course, we will share these links across social media. I know the team is sharing it on YouTube, LinkedIn, and social media right now. And one quick thing that she says, we're also live streaming on LinkedIn today. So I could speak and attest to, as a community builder and an ecosystem enabler, the platforms that we use to scale our voices, especially as a Black founder. It's always empowering to have a platform that gets the word out there about the work that we do in the communities that we serve. So just wanted to add pretty much an attribute to that. Go LinkedIn Live pages, because it's been very helpful for our team to be able to navigate that. Without further ado, I'm going to do another kickoff here. We're going to transition to our next amazing panel. So in 30 seconds, I'm going to be welcoming Boosie, who's going to be introducing the next panel. I'm so excited. It's a really great session. It's about future people, and we're going to talk about some really dynamic influencers with Boosie leading the conversation. Get ready, everyone. All right, everyone. All right. Thank you so much again for joining. I'm going to welcome Boosie to the stage. Who's going to be
Christine. Always a pleasure to see you.
So nice to see you, my dear. Thank you so much for engaging and supporting us and kicking off this dynamic conversation on future people. So with that, I'll pass it over to you to start off the conversation.
Thank you so much, Christine. I mean, what better way to celebrate Black History Month, with amazing lineup of speakers at the Afro Future Summit. I'm just so excited about the panel, my fellow panelists, Dr. Claire Nelson, who she and I have been connected on LinkedIn. I'll give you a chance to introduce yourselves, because I want you to give yourselves justice, in doing that. And also Miss Aina Halilu. I hope I said your name properly.
It's Ina.
Ina. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, that's why I'm like, okay, maybe let me do the reflective listening. Ina. But what I'll say, I'll just give a brief introduction to you guys. I know Dr. Claire Nelson is she's a futurist and a sustainability engineer and a prolific storyteller. And you'll go into details regarding that. And Ina she's the global programs manager at the Entrepreneurs Roundtable Accelerator, which I believe is the largest early startup accelerator in New York City. Yes, so without further ado, I'd like Dr. Nelson to give a brief background about herself, and then the floor is open, ladies.
Wow, introducing myself is something I find challenging. But yesterday I was looking at a magazine and it said, "What compliment would you give yourself?" And in the magazine had what people were saying. And if I remember correctly, one person said that the compliment that she'd probably give herself is that, "Wow, you are making a difference. The world is better because you live in it." And so I'd like to think, first of all, by introducing myself, I said, I really think that the world is better because I live in it. At least I hope that's what people say about me. Because as a futurist, I really try to bring a diverse perspective on the future to support the idea of decolonizing the future from the Western, educated, industrial, developed organization perspective that we've all inherited, so we can move towards a better landscape for more people. And then as an engineer, a sustainability engineer, I really have taken what I've learned in the textbook studying to be an engineer with the practice of international development and economic development to really look out and see how can I help people think about what they're making, the policies, the projects, the companies they're designing and design for sustainability. And as a storyteller, being a Jamaican, hey, what can I say? I cannot give up my Anansi personality, you know? So I realized when I was about in my 30s or 40s that I didn't have to separate that mind from my engineering mind. So I use storytelling as a way of helping people step into their future and get a sense of things. So really, I want to believe that all of this helps to make the world a better place. Because I bring that to people, to organizations, and to the community that I serve.
Thank you so much. That is amazing. And Aina, please give us a little background about yourself. Who's Aina?
Sure. Thank you so much, Busi. And it's great to be sharing the floor with Dr. Nelson as well. I'm really excited about this conversation. So I'm Ina, and I currently run global programs at Entrepreneurs Roundtable Accelerator. And we are New York first and largest early stage tech startup accelerator and seed investment fund. So we make direct investment in early stage tech startup. And that's what I live and breathe. In my particular role, I really help global companies that want to enter the US market. And so exactly like I've mentioned, you know, I live and breathe startups, VC. I love connecting with early stage companies. And I wasn't always that actually. So I actually started my career at the United Nations, really working in the communication department because, you know, I saw the UN as a platform for me to create change, specifically for Africa, which is where I'm from. I'm a very proud African product from Cameroon and Madagascar. And I have lived in a number of countries. And one thing that I've noticed, you know, growing up in Europe, a little bit, spent some time in France, in the UK, lived in Russia, Senegal. I really realized that some of those nations have done such a better job at, you know, achieving a certain level of socioeconomic development. And obviously, you know, there is nuances to all of that, but you know, really wanted to understand why is that nations in Africa were still lagging behind, and so wanted to understand that, which is why I started working at the UN. And in a way to really to scale my impact and the work that I wanted to do, I decided to leave the UN actually, and did a complete 180 and went into entrepreneurship. So I actually started my own company.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wasn't a virtual hand clap.
Thank you. Wasn't really ready for the whole fundraising and all that, so I came back to the US, but I caught this entrepreneurial virus and decided to join another startup in the education and tech space. So I was running operations for them. And at that point, you know, it was very challenging, very difficult, but also saw a lot of challenges around raising money. So decided to maybe scale again my impact around more being at the ecosystem level. And so that's what brought me into running an accelerator program before here at ERA. And then when I was running this accelerator with Mohammed Yunus, really realized that the challenge that I faced were very similar to the ones that those companies I was helping were facing. So became really interested in fundraising and then venture capital. Then that's sort of like how I found my way in VC. And it's been fantastic. I think that venture capital is what is going to be,
absolutely,
as far as I'm concerned, will be helping, achieve certain level of socio-economic development, especially for Africa, which is ultimately where my heart belongs. So very excited about
Thank you for that insight on who you are. And I'm just this our session is what is the state of mental health and resilience on the Black entrepreneur and professional in the 21st century. What this pandemic has taught us has been very traumatic, to say the very least. And the statistics show that this was even more so for people with a lack of access to the digital innovation and technologies, and the economic ramifications alongside the lack of access to such basic platforms. What do you make of the pandemic reaction, and how Black entrepreneurs make resilient choices during these times?
Who for? Well, I guess I'll jump in. Anna, let me just say, first of all, I'm going to be very happy to know you after this, because I like to know people who have money, right? I've always been approached by people who say, like, oh, Dr. Nelson, we want money to do X, Y, Z. So I'm going to have to become your new best friend. I want to say that the pandemic really caught most of us by surprise. And even as a futurist myself, I've written about pandemics being one of the big global challenges. And I'm sure, having worked at the United Nations, these are things that we think about, those of us who work in those spaces. I didn't realize until it hit me that this is really what the things we've been writing about as futurists are about. And so when we look at what has happened in developing countries and in Black communities here in America, which operate like developing countries, they're always under resource, under whatever, we find that we have not really, many of us, been able to respond and pivot at the pace we should have, right? However, to the extent that there were people who are pre-organized, so organized in church groups, organized in professional groups, we have seen that they've been able to pivot and make that shift, to begin to respond in ways. But one of the things I've been cautioning people and talking about in the last year, since we entered what I call this holy transition, is that we have to recognize, first of all, we're not going back to what was, right? The future has changed. And like those big, elaborate coffins in Ghana, I want you to take that future dream you had and package it nicely, put it in a nice coffin and bury it, and restart your imagination on what is the future you want. And so in the Smart Futures framework I talk about, I preach and I teach, right? R in SMART stands for robust resilience, right? And I ask people to always ask us question, how is what I'm doing, how is the choice I'm making, the policy, the project, the thing I'm doing, creating or being designed in a robust, resilient way? And resilience then demands that you unlock your relational intelligence, how you relate to self and others in your network and the outside world. And so as an entrepreneur, what I like to encourage people to recognize is, first, deal with your own emotional resilience. And there are companies out there that's doing that. There's actually a Black tech company called Kokoro that's addressing resilience and supporting tech companies. I want to give them a shout out because they reach out to me and say, hey, we're here, we understand the future, we want to understand how futures thinking work, and we've been working together ever since. And they're actually using technology to help people address stress and deal with how they, manage their stress. So I want to pause here and give Iana some time, as necessary. We come back and complete this question.
Sure. Thank you
so much, Dr. Claire.
Thank you for those comments, and I really agree with everything that you've said, Dr. Nelson. I want to just start off by saying that yes, the pandemic has been a lot. I mean, it's still going. It's not done yet. But 2020 thankfully is behind us, and we hope for the better in 2021. One thing that I would say is everybody, Black, white, red, green, doesn't matter. Take care of yourself. I think if anything, 2020 taught us that we need to just be kind towards each other. Like, we don't know what's going on in people's lives. I think we all should take pause and think about what's going in our own lives and what might be going in people's lives. So that, I believe, is number one. So people that are listening to this, if you need to take some time for yourself, if you need to take a 1 hour off work, go take your walk, do whatever it is, find yourself an outlet that works for you, and just take care of yourself. I think this is number one. And especially it's very important as well for our communities, because we all know, I'm from an African background, but even if you're from the Caribbean or you're an African American, it is very known that we are, we like to take care of things, especially as Black women. We love to be, we feel like we always have to be the ones, carrying everything, and it becomes a huge burden. It's not fun. It's not good for our mental health. And I think it's very important to just sort of maybe sometimes take some time for yourself. That whole things of self-care, I know it's a big business now, but it's real. So that's number one. Number two, kind of like rejoining some of the points that Dr. Nelson made, is we are not going back to, whatever was pre-pandemic world. There is no pre-pandemic world. Now it's just adjusting to what is happening now and being able to see maybe some of the, silver linings of this crisis. I know it's been hard. Some people lost their jobs, but I like to think as well that the pandemic has all given us some time to reflect on what is really important for us. So maybe we've been at those jobs that we felt really miserable, and ultimately we got laid off, and it's really horrible. But down the line, when we will look back, it was probably actually the best thing that could have happened to us. And I know it's very painful to hear right now, but down the line,
out of our comfort zone.
Exactly. It's also exactly. And I think this is really something that is really important for us to keep that in mind, that right now it's horrible, but there is always a light at the end of the tunnel, like always. Maybe that light is going to be in 2 months, in 2 weeks, in 1 year, but it will be there. Yeah. I'm going to stop on the sort of like.
No. I want to talk.
Okay. So I agree with you. We have to be very mindful of time, because we have some questions.
But I'm going to add to that, because the fact is what you said. This is an opportunity for us to reimagine and reset our path for a more sustainable future, because the path we're going down before was not that sustainable. And so the question for resilient people is to say, ask the question, how has the future changed? How is the future going to be different? And design their companies then to address the future they want, which must be sustainable.
Thank you so much for those nuggets of wisdom. What our takeaway is, there's a silver lining during this time, empathy as well, and throwing out some of those playbooks of the past and reworking the future, because this seems to be the new normal. And if we are living in the past, we'll be like dinosaurs, we'll be extinct. Let's look to the future. So I'll go to the next question, which is basically, we are seeing that some tech companies and innovative early stage Black entrepreneurs being some of the worst affected in the business world by this pandemic and the lockdown effects. What advice do you have for Black tech professionals to navigate the lack of resources and funding?
Yes, that's crucial, and I'm so glad this is coming up. And so, like, as a follow-up of what we just discussed, is one thing as well that we see, weirdly speaking, is that we are seeing an emergence of startups. As you know, in times of crisis comes the greatest idea. Uber, Airbnb, all of those came in after 2008. Mm-hmm. So I believe that this is a time that we'll see amazing companies, and I really hope that we'll see a lot more Black founders-led companies in that moment. Now, as far as resources, I want to say that one thing that I've seen that is actually working to communities that have been overlooked, and by overlooked, that means maybe founders who have, from underrepresented backgrounds, who might not be in those big hubs like Silicon Valley, New York, Boston, and so forth. Entrepreneurs who might be in Utah, Ohio, Colorado, so hubs that are not the most tech driven, if you will. Mm-hmm. Because of this COVID environment in which we are, every investors are now working online. So nobody needs to go on and do travels and things like that. And everybody is a lot more online and trying to find new deal flows. And so it's a great way to really leverage LinkedIn, leverage those kind of events and, really online platform. And I really want to give a shout out to Christine and team for putting together those events and for not stopping to do those, because this is a great opportunity to really, for entrepreneurs to really get connected to other people, either in the audience or speakers and so forth, because it's just so easy to just get access to people now. So that's number one. Number two, for founders, for tech entrepreneurs specifically, who might be looking for funding, and I say this, and I'm in venture capital, so I really should be the one promoting VC, and I love VC. Don't get me wrong, but not every company should be raising VC money, because sometimes it's not the right fit, and that's okay. And I really want founders to really realize that there are really a plethora of ways to fundraise. So equity crowdfunding platforms are really big these days. So that's a great way to get money from the masses. So Boosie, Dr. Nelson, you can actually invest in any companies that you want if you're interested in. There's also don't underestimate the power of non-dilutive funding. So basically free money, grants, especially for more scientific-based projects, very good. So look into your, economic development councils, your state funding are also really big out there. And then resources as well that are very good on Twitter. There are a number of, all those, influencers in the VC space and investment space are very active on Twitter and really looking for new entrepreneurs to invest in, especially coming from micro funds. So there are, a number of hashtag trending and communities trending, like venture capital, for instance, on Twitter is very big right now. And there are investors out there really actively looking for underrepresented founders. So really, I would really encourage founders on the call today and who are watching this later on to be creative as far as looking for sources of funding.
Yes, I want to echo that. I want to echo that because with basically things that, yes, as you say, the funding is in different places. It means that you have to really, first of all, find the resources in your mindset, right?
Absolutely.
So sometimes you meet up on a block wall, and if you're in this mode where you're like, okay, that was what's going to happen, and you make an enemy of the wall, right? You would then are required to make a mindset shift. My Smart Futures framework is about come on, another metric to measure what is success or failure. So 3 things to remember. Reframe the story that you're telling yourself, right? Rewrite the parts of who has what part and what type of funding has what part. You're going to rename your agents and actors in your stories, right? So reframe, rename. They're going to be what I call living, breathing assets. And then there are the non-living assets that you can also tweak and find ways around. Because what? Creativity and agility must be alive in you, right? And finally, reclaim your purpose. At the end of the day, you have a vision. The vision is clear. If the world has shifted and the vision is no longer viable, you still have a purpose that remains. That what are you here for? What is the gift that your entrepreneurial mind has to give the world? And maybe this idea you have only needs a slight tweak, right? To be relevant to the current future, which you're trying to now have a purpose to fit and shape for. So I really think it's important that people recognize that the idea of using, being capable in thinking about the future, using foresight to get your insight so you can have better oversight, right? And not just deal with your hindsight. I got to get my poetry in there.
So you have to be creative during this time.
Will take you to, and so foresight is not just for big companies. And this is why my company exists, right? We exist to help small companies and non-major companies to be able to see the future more clearly and to help them map out the landscape of that future. And then as an engineer to design the way forward and the path forward and the means to get to that future and be agile and adaptable while doing it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I mean, I know we're running out of time, but this is an exciting conversation. I'm just going to ask Ina, tell us more about ERA, Entrepreneurs Roundtable Accelerator. I would love to know. I'm sure people want to know what the work you do and what it does in New York. Do you have any stories of successful Black founders who have completed initiatives that you've funded?
Absolutely, so many, and I'm really excited about that. So, as you know, like I said, we are an early stage accelerator program in seed investment fund. So we make direct investments into companies that then go through our program, and we really help them go from 0 to 1. And we have a company that I'm really proud of called Goal Setter. So that is basically the founder is a lady called Tanya Van Court. She's a former executive at Nickelodeon, and she has an amazing story.
Nice.
Her 10-year-old, 8-year-old daughter at a birthday, she was asking her, what do you want for your birthday? And the girl said, she just wants some money to buy a new bike. And that really, she realized that, we give our kids so much stuff. We should just give them some money that they can save to pay for the college fund and things like that. So she created a saving account where, your friends and family can basically just, instead of giving, gifts, they can just kind of contribute to a saving account that you can basically use, your kids can use later on when they need to make an investment in the future. So it's a fantastic initiative. And now she went on Shark Tank. She actually,
that's amazing.
A very funny episode if you have a chance to watch, because she actually refuses the investment that she's been given in a very, a very fantastic manner and very gracious manner. I really love watching that. And now she was, Mark Cuban gave her a shout out. She's partnering with Nike, and she actually raised, she closed a round a couple of weeks ago, a couple of millions, seed rounds. So, to grow the platform and really expand across the country. So really, really encourage you all, if you're parents, actually get on the platform. I'm not a parent.
Definitely. I have 2 kids that age.
Yeah, so really, really great. So that's someone that I really, and also women entrepreneur, which is obviously, I'm all for it.
Oh, thank you for that insight. Dr. Nelson.
Well, I know we're running out of time, so very quickly, let me say what I'm into. I'm into space, so I'm looking for funding for my space ambitions, right?
Okay.
So very clearly, we're living in this matrix right now, and so the Futures Forum, we look at many things about the future. So yes, I do consulting for organizations and education, but I've just basically partnered with Morgan State University, a historically Black college school of engineering, to create the Center for Sustainable Futures, and we're building out a space lab, and we're also going to be working on ocean futures. So we're looking at the big mega planetary issues, and of course, not to be forgotten, cyberspace, because we can't do any of what we're doing here unless we have access to space. And so Space Futures is where it's at. And so what can I say? It's a very exciting place to be as an engineer. How do we address the sustainability of space, knowing that the planet is moving towards a space sector? We need to make sure that Black people across all industries and technologies are part of the space industry. So with that,
Dr. Nelson, I have something to ask you as well. So something more to ask you. Why is it important for Black professionals to prepare for the digital future?
Because we are now living it. We are in a matrix. We're living a digital life. We all walking around with a smartphone that is smarter than us. And I came up and said, wait a minute, our phone cannot be smarter than us. So we need to understand that future and be prepared. And that's why I am working now to ensure we're part of the space going industry future. So join me in that.
Oh, wonderful. This was such an amazing and engaging conversation. As I said, my name is Busi Matsiko Anden, the Executive Director of the Africa Future Summit and CEO of Quant Global. It's been an honor to host Dr. Nelson, who's a futurist, a sustainability engineer and storyteller, and Ina Halilu, who's a programs manager at the Entrepreneurs Roundtable Accelerator. Thank you so much for sharing your views, and you've given us so much and plenty to think about. I would like to thank the team at GSC for facilitating these events as always, and everyone who has tuned in to watch the Afro Future Summit. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I do want to, before I let you ladies go, I just want to say another thank you so much. Time is short, but each one of you, where we thought about, future people, we thought, who are 2 dynamic people we know who are very passionate about the work that they do and very passionate about getting that information out to our people. And Ayanna, Dr. Claire Nelson, both of you are doing such great work. Ina in the tech ecosystem of New York City. I've known you for years, and Dr. Nelson across the Caribbean and diaspora. I've seen your work for many, many years. And so hopefully when we think about the theme future people, we continue that dialogue. And Busi, you know you're one of the most biggest people connectors of all time. And so thank you so much, ladies. I just want to say another thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Great.
Thanks for having us.
Bye. Have a great weekend,
Bye.
everyone.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm, warm round of applause to our speakers for this session. Obviously, they were amazing, dynamic speakers who've done such great work. And now I'm excited to welcome the next panel who will be joining us, which is Future Places. Hear from tech ecosystem builders from Africa, Europe, the Americas, and around the world on how to build and scale your business from anywhere in the world. So let's get the 30-second countdown and welcome this dynamic lineup. Hello and welcome. It's such a pleasure to meet both of you. I've been monitoring both of you on social media, by the way. So I'm so excited to welcome you. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for Future Places panel, where I'll be introducing Althea Harris from the U.S. Small Business Administration of South Florida District's Office, and Amin Youssef, CEO of Afro Bites. Now, I usually like to give people the time to introduce themselves, not just by title, but also how you bring your energy into the world. So I'll kick it off with Althea. Please introduce yourself to the Afro Future Summit community.
Oh, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here. I am so honored to even be asked. We have 68 offices across the United States, and you chose mine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I am Althea Harris, and I am celebrating 28 years of federal service in the United States government. I enjoy serving people, and it is my pleasure to have done so here in the South Florida District Office for the last 22 years, where I get the privilege of helping entrepreneurs start, grow, succeed, and now recover in business. And so I do that in lots of ways, but it is also my pleasure to be married to an entrepreneur. So I bring a wealth of knowledge and personal experience to the role at SBA. Before I came to SBA, I started my career at the Commerce Department in Washington, D.C., which is my hometown. And I got to travel worldwide while I was there in support of small and medium-sized businesses. And then I went over to the General Services Administration, which really operates like a business. And so that was really interesting to work there and help entrepreneurs do business with the federal government. And now all of that experience comes to bear at SBA, where I help entrepreneurs also access capital. Oh, and did I mention I have 4 children with my fabulous husband, Mr. Robert Harris.
That's amazing. I'm a mommy too, so always amazing to hear, mothers in tech doing it, and also to hear your 28 years of service. So thank you so much for your contribution to businesses in your community, by the way.
Thank you.
And Amin, I've been monitoring Afro Bites for years. I want to applaud you, salute you, and welcome you to Afro Future Summit. Please introduce yourself.
First of all, I just want to say that I'm following your work with Einstein for years too. You guys are just doing something incredible. So I take this opportunity to just congratulate you again. I mean that a lot of people have done that, but I do it again. And thank you for all the work that you have done for so many years since IT Tech Summit, and now I'm following what is happening. So my name is Amin Youssef. I'm based in Paris. Maybe I sound a little bit French. So my background has always been in technology. I used to run a company, digital communication agencies, that I sold in 2014 to fully focus on African markets. because I really think that's the future. So with my co-founder, which is also my my companion, you know something about this, right? So so we are doing this for the last 5 years, and it's incredible. We met so many people with great stories, entrepreneurs, so much resilience, and this is what we do. And we try to give African tech a global stage, based in Europe, in Paris, in France.
Amazing. I think I'm about to go off script here because I see a commonality between all of us, in terms of like partners, career choices, but also building ecosystems here. So thank you for being forthright about your backgrounds personally and professionally as well. And I guess I'll kick off the first question. I'm starting actually with you, Ophelia, in terms of looking at what's happening in the entrepreneurial space right now. I think so many entrepreneurs now, having a solid business that's prepared for opportunity is crucial. And the SBA as a platform, we're hearing about, everything that's happening through the pandemic, all the resources. What advice do you have, I guess, for business owners, especially Black business owners, to be more prepared? Because there was a lot of conversations about, there's so much opportunity, but are my paperwork in order? Is my documents in order? So if you could attest to that, especially being married to an entrepreneur, you've seen it all before. So we'd love your insights on how Black businesses could be more prepared.
Yeah, listen, preparation is the key, right? And because when preparation meets opportunity, you get an explosion. And unfortunately, we have seen and have been criticized roundly by the community, if you will. And it's just anybody, right? Saying that the Paycheck Protection Program, the CARES Act money, all of the COVID response funds have not, the claim is that they have not trickled down to the Black community. And number one, I challenge that claim, because we know in South Florida, many Black-owned businesses who have benefited from the PPP, benefited from our economic injury disaster loan program. And they're on our website, on our YouTube channel. So I know that people are getting these loans, but it is the prepared who are better able to access the funds. And I get it, because I am married to an entrepreneur. And my husband's a lawyer. He loves the law. He doesn't like spreadsheets. He doesn't want to work on, cash flow and all of that, but it's critical. And so I applaud my husband, because he learned those things and he implements those things. And so what we have to do as a community, frankly, is just personally value what preparation offers. And so when you have your back office intact, right, you have your infrastructure in place, you're able to move quickly to take advantage of opportunity, right? So opportunity knocks on your door, but you can't be getting dressed and putting on your makeup. Opportunity is going to go knock on another door, right? So that's the key. And I really do mean that it's critical for us to value that. And I understand why entrepreneurs value more what they offer the world in terms of their giftings. And we need that, right? We need people who have those innovative ideas to be able to implement those ideas. But because preparation is needed, if you can't get your invention, your innovation to market because you haven't done what is necessary to get the capital, you haven't practiced your pitch, much less develop it, then you're not going to go anywhere. So I think, for me, the best advice I can give anybody right now is to make the decision to value, put a premium on, put your effort into being prepared. And that unfortunately may mean you have to set aside that which you really like to do for what you must do to get to the next level.
Well said, because I know at GSC we started doing sessions on how to prepare your books. crash course for, for founders preparing for PPP loans, the EDL, preparing obviously just your tax return statements, everything. And you said it very well. Know your balance sheets, know your cash flows, because those are the fundamentals of accounting that we need for these opportunities. So well said on that. And I think, you're talking from a perspective from the United States, right? Which is an established, ecosystem for businesses and entrepreneurs. I want to go to Amin, because, you're empowering the markets that we care about as well when it comes to Africa markets from Europe. And there's such a huge connection between Europe and Africa. And, you created a platform to bring people together every single year through AfroBytes. But that's not the only way you've brought, communities together. Can you speak to how you've been able to bring entrepreneurs together, but also how entrepreneurs can learn from your experience and being able to access the stakeholders you put together through the programming?
Thank you. As you said, yes, we are organizing events, most of the time physical, but I would say that for the last year, 12 months, it wasn't really possible. So we were thinking about having digital format, but that's not that easy. It's very tough, actually, to do that. So respect. Okay. So what we are doing at AfroByte is that, we are based in Paris. So the first thing we did when we started, we were like, okay, we are in Paris, so we are supposed to do something in French. No. We will do something in English in Paris. So first of all, we want to have Africans under one roof. And we don't want to care about those frontier between Ghana and Ivory Coast, because that's the same people. That doesn't make sense. So first we will try to have all those people together and connect with and do our job, because my job is, I come from the Comoros Island. Okay. Most of the people, they don't know where it is, but that's near Madagascar. Okay. That's a very tiny country. For me, getting back in Comoros and build a unicorn is not that possible, I would say. This country is too small. So my job here out of the borders of Africa is to create the best possible conditions for Africans to express their creativity out of their border. I want to be an ambassador here. I want to connect them with corporates, with investors. I want to create that space, even space where we can value what they do and connect them to the diaspora. And this is what we have done for so many years. We tried, and I'm very happy to be here, to connect with the US, because we really think, guys, we should team up. We should really team up. And I think that this crisis that we are living is very tragic. I know the numbers in the US, it's just really crazy. And at the same time, there is something happening, is all those digital Zoom and StreamYard and Run the World and Open stuff. And we start to work together. We start to connect. And I'm very positive for the future, for our community. I think that there is a momentum. I have a scientific background. And actually the momentum, the formula, it's P equal MV, where the M is the mass, and the mass is more than 1 billion people on Earth. Almost 2 billion people are Black, okay? And the velocity is what we are doing, exchanging on the internet, which is accelerating everything between us. And I think that we are in this momentum, and we are in this period where we can be really creative, connect together, and create value.
Amazing. And I think, one thing that you said very well is just that it is difficult sometimes, it's counterintuitive sometimes, the work that you do, the language, right? I know Haiti Tech Summit, coming off as an English event in Haiti shocked people, right? So sometimes you have to go with how you understand the market as well. Sometimes it's a little bit counterintuitive, and you never know where it takes you. And so with that said, going back to, I guess, my final question to each of you now, and going back to Althea, is where do you see Black professionals and business owners going next with this pandemic? Because now the theme of this program is Black history to Black future. We are going to have to do things a little bit differently, considering the world is remote, is digital, and even our new normal will be heavily digital. What advice do you have to your community, especially people of African descent, as to how to really optimize themselves for what's next? Because it's not going to be the same. I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so it's funny you should ask that, because I did a webinar yesterday on called Build for Black History Month here in the United States, which is February, and it was called Building Wealth, Thinking Outside the Books, because we were partnered up with Florida Memorial University, a historically Black college and university. And we wanted, the students to think more broadly, right? And in delivering on that, I talked about the mindset, and shifting the mind, right? Doing a mind shift. And I think if anybody is going to succeed going forward, they're going to have to take stock of what it is they actually believe and look for those pathways in the brain that say you can't make it, you can't do it, and eradicate them. And lay down new tracks in your brain that will take you to the future you want. And this is hard work. This is hard work. It is so much easier to stay on the hamster wheel and be busy and not think at all and just do what you've always done. But the future beckons us, is begging us, Black people, to think differently and think in a forward way with the understanding that, yes, we can. I mean, listen, President Obama made that statement very famous. Yes, we can. But, too many of us say, no, I can't. The obstacles are too high. Oh, nobody will give me any money. Those are tired, worn tracks in the brain that have to be eliminated, and new tracks laid down that say, it's a whole world out there. Okay, maybe Joe won't work with me, but surely Amin will work with me. Or maybe Joan over here, or Jean-Claude. I mean, there's a whole world out there. We're no longer limited to the little world we know. The folks we know in our community and locally. Look at us. We're on a global summit. I am talking to a man who is sitting in Paris, and I'm in Miami. Where are you, Christine? Where are you physically?
I'm based in New York, but I'm actually in the UK right now.
Yes. This, I hope, inspires us to recognize that technology has eliminated all boundaries. And so let us, begin to do what is necessary here in the mind. Because all this other stuff will be there. SBA will be there. Our website, or you can read anytime you want about what we're doing, how we're doing it. You can contact somebody, but it is what you're going to have to do in here that's going to help you go into the future effectively. That's my sense of things.
Well said. Thank you so much for that. Amin, any closing remarks? Like, how can we prepare for this? You're already doing it, but let us know how.
I totally agree to what Althea said. And I see, in the chat, I see someone from Rwanda. His name is Henry, and we work together. I mean, like, he's in Rwanda. It is just crazy. And I mean, you have to think of our parents. What we are doing now, it's just, it's just sci-fi, the fact that we have this conversation. I think that for the future, there are a couple of things that people have to get prepared to. First, if you want to succeed, you have to be a remote native company. That's a new thing. The second thing is that you have to be a diversity native company. If you are not those two things, you're so done. It's over. It's already over. Because now, as I said, my last trainee, she was in Los Angeles. I was in Paris. It was okay. I mean, my next internship, I will hire probably people in Ghana or Nigeria or South Africa because they are in the same time zone. So there is a good news here because that's a great opportunity. I was in at a university online conference, I think like it was 2 months ago, and those kids were like, oh, what do we do? It's a pandemic. I was like, hey, send your resumes in UK. Why not? You have an internet access? Just do it. Just send your resumes. It's okay. So that's the good news for Africa. And that's probably a tough news for all of us, because there is something I'm sure about. My kids, probably your kids, sorry, will be in competition with everyone on earth. I mean, the world is becoming a big office. I'm now at the Global Summit department discussing with Hatia and Christine, and no, but that's what is happening. I mean, like every single day, I'm starting my day in Ethiopia, and then I'm in Ghana, and then I'm in the US, and then I come back in Germany, and every single day is like this. It's really crazy. When you think about it, that's an opportunity. And I totally agree with Hatia. You have so many, just open your chakra now. Embrace technology. I say embrace technology. Know how to use those no coding platform like Webflow, like Airtable. Learn that, guys. Learn that. That's essential for your business.
Well said. And with that, I do want to tell everyone, please follow both of these amazing speakers and thought leaders on LinkedIn and social media. Althea, thank you so much for joining me. I know it was a short conversation, but we gave them a little taste of your dynamism, and I really appreciate the insight that you shared. I see a lot of engagements on social, so definitely let's stay in touch. And of course, we will be following up with both of you as we continue this journey with Afro Future and building the capacity for Black professionals. Thank you so much.
Awesome, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Bonsoir, Amine.
Bonsoir, Althea. À très vite. Au revoir.
Oh, wow. Amazing. So thank you so much, everyone, for engaging on such an amazing panel. That was the theme Future Places. It's one of the 4 themes that we're accelerating into conversation here at the Afro Future Summit. And I'm so excited that we had 2 dynamic speakers share not only their thought leadership, but also their experiences in being in that and seeing the world as a global, like I think what Amin said, right? A global office. How do you tap into that? And with that said, I am so excited to now continue on. We're going to engage our next keynote speaker, who is a veteran speaker at GSC, and we're so excited to welcome her back. So let's get the 30-second countdown to welcome our next thought leader, innovator, and influencer. I know that's not her title, but she knows her stuff. Get ready. 30-second countdown is right here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, Dr. Lisa Coleman. I'll pass it over. Actually, we're 1:05 on the dot, so I'll pass the platform over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, great. So hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to go through my slides today and talk to you a little bit about some Black history and Black future. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Black global futures and digital inclusion. I always like to start by saying I hope everybody's taking really good care out there. There are lots of stressors, and of course, there's lots of anxiety, and we know the differential impact that this has had on particularly communities of African descent. So I really hope that, again, people are taking really good care of themselves, their loved ones, their colleagues. And again, I'm excited to be here. I work at NYU. NYU is a global institution. We have campuses all over the world. We have 2 portal campuses in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai, and we have campuses in places like Madrid, Paris, Florence, and even in Ghana. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our work, our global work, and how we've been thinking about this work in relation to Black global futures. So when we think about the legacies and disparities, I know you all have talked a little bit about this today, but there's lots of disparities across lots of different areas. And we can think about these globally, whether this is access to resources, juridical and legal differentials, employment disparities, which relate to socioeconomic. And of course, we know about the incarceration rates globally. And then of course, the intersectional, right, disparities in terms of racism, sexism, and xenophobia. We know from massive amounts of research that what we are witnessing right now, particularly even with the COVID impact and the disproportionate impact on communities, particularly Black communities and other communities of color, we know that these things are not new. We've certainly seen this in the United States and also in Australia. If we think about Aboriginal communities and the cross between Black and Indigenous communities, and certainly across the United States, we've seen the level of COVID infection recently, and then, of course, other kinds of disparities as well. I just wanted to, of course, note, and I know that others have done this, of course, if we think about the idea and the reality of global apartheid and the way in which Black communities have been pushed to the bottom of a lot of societies globally, nationally, and we can think about that across the world, and certainly in terms of the ways in which in the depictions historically in the Western world of places like Africa or Haiti or even places like Brazil. And then we can think about, so one of the cartoons there talks about this idea of global apartheid, and then the cartoon at the bottom is really thinking and talking about colonialism and imperialism. And if we think of places like Jamaica and other places where we've seen that in terms of the movement of the West and westernized new forms of imperialism and colonization. We also have to think about the blatant image making. And here I have two cartoons of different images that took place at different historical moments. One is the Katrina, is referencing Katrina. That's at the very bottom of the slide. And as you can see, it describes on one side a young man looting, which means stealing. And then on the right-hand side, we have a couple who finds bread and soda. And we can see the depictions of them very differently in terms of the ways in which they are depicted in those kinds of images that are saturated, that we get saturated with globally. We can also think about the intersectional bias, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I just wanted to bring this up. If we think about the relationship between age or gender, and particularly if we think about Black women globally, we know that they are disproportionately likely to be in poverty. And of course, if we think about the wealth gaps that I heard people talking about earlier, the wealth gaps are dramatic. And here in the United States, if we think about the wealth gap, we can think about $42,600 is the median wealth gap for single white women, and for women of color, it's $5 to $100. So that would be the kind of gap that we're talking about. Again, we know this is not new, and we also know that we're seeing if we think about digitization, and in particular, the way we've seen digital growth around the world, whether that has to do with phone use and or broadband usage, we also are aware that there's a great digital divide. And so if we think about the digital divide, this is a great impact in terms of elderly people. And we know that Black people who are in elderly populations, whether that's in the United States or Brazil or Haiti, we know that they do not have the kind of access that others do. And we know that age is a mitigating factor. We also know that socioeconomics, and on the left-hand side, you can see some of the information, of course, from the United States. And we know that 56% of low-income Americans have access to broadband at home, but we also know that they are using mobile phones often. And then we can see the global map there. This just gives us a better picture of that global map in terms of the differentials, in terms of thinking about the digital divide and inequities, and then thinking about the penetrations by region. We know that Black households have lower rates of broadband adoption, and we know that broadband adoption is needed, right, in terms of thinking about the movement to remote to remote learning. The global costs are dramatic. If we think about $1 to $1.5 trillion in the wealth gap, if we think about the U.S. economy, in France, the GDP would jump to 1.5% over the next 20 years, with an economic bonus of $3.6 billion if we were to close the racial gaps. And in Brazil, we would see a $2.3 billion revenue generation, also if we were to close the racial gaps. Part of the problem that we have right now, and some people have heard me talk about this before, is that we have to think about framing, and framing matters. Often how we frame Black people is as a problem that we need to solve, or it's a patronage, and then we have to help out the poor people in quote unquote countries or in various places across the continent. And what I would like to suggest is that instead, what we need to rethink is how we're framing and then moving this into action steps. So how are we taking action steps individually or interpersonally, institutionally, and structurally to address these gap areas? And there are lots of best practices to do that. But what we also know, if we're going to think about digital inclusion, we need it to be affordable. We need it to have access to digital literacy and training, quality technical support, and that we need these applications to be designed and encourage self-sufficiency, participation, and collaboration. So if we think about places like Eritrea, where we're seeing young people take computer parts and rebuild them and reimagine them, then how do we accelerate that kind of work in places where they are accelerating new forms of digital equity and digital inclusion, and quite frankly, reimagining our access and computer kinds of work? And that will lead us to actually incorporate that hopefully into our organizational cultures, and then really to think about our interdependence, independence, and dependence upon, right, the Black future, and think about our direction, our alignment, and our commitment in these areas. How will we be aligned? How do we move from, right, a deficit or crisis-based model and a patronage model to an asset or strength model? And in that asset or strength model, the digital initiatives will be tied. We will see, right, Black people, Black and brown people as our assets and not our problems. And again, framing matters, right? And then we will have a focus on generations as an asset as well. And we will also be able to think about our organizations and transformation. I take this term from South Africa, a term of transformation in the post-apartheid moment, to think about how do we transform our organizations, transform leadership, and transform economic and wealth disparities. As Stacey Abrams has said out of the United States, our time is now. Our time is now politically, our time is now economically, and how do we shift these wealth gaps? We have to build Black wealth. And there are lots of ways, and I heard some other people talking about this earlier, but how do we keep wealth internal to our communities? One of the things that I'm excited about is the new work in terms of thinking about Black futures and particularly socioeconomic futures, the investment groups, if we think about Culture Shift Labs and other kinds of organizations that are looking at investment in Black companies, Black tech, and reimagining those spaces, and also collaboration. We know we've moved from industrial revolution to an information revolution to a collaboration revolution. We need more collaborations. I'm very excited by these projects if we think about Black Girls Code and think about sustainability and the next generations and building and imagining and creating a new possibilities. The Grandmother Project in Senegal, which teaches is about co-creation and allows older people to teach younger people about health and health care. Again, thinking about our future. And this is also focused on women. Think about if we had programs that were having younger people teach older people around technology. There's a program in Arizona called Teen Years. So how do we double down on that creation and that co-creation? Because that will lead us to multi-generational Black wealth and really, right, elevating those generations sometimes that are even older, right, and thinking about sustainability for the transfer of wealth across time. I'll end with two quotes, Zora Neale Hurston: if you're silent about the pain, they'll kill you and say you enjoyed it. So we need to speak up. We need to be clear about how we challenge economic structures and move toward Black health and digitization and digital inclusion. And then finally, the world is before you, and you need not take it or leave it as it was when you came in. James Baldwin, one of my favorite authors. We can change the world together. I believe that. I know it because we are changing things all the time. And if we think about Black future, what we know is the Black past does not look like the present, and it will not look like the future that we have together. Thank you very much. And now, if I have time, I guess I can take a couple of questions.
Wow. Amazing as usual. Of course, social media is beaming and reacting. And I think for the interest of time, we'll take two, if that's all right with you, Dr. Lisa Coleman.
Absolutely.
The first question that was asked here is like, how do we reframe the narrative around Black professionals, as you said, where we're not the problem, but we could be an opportunity?
Yes. So this is where I say in all of our diversity, equity, inclusion, transformation, and human rights work, what we need to do is literally that, educate our leaders that we are the opportunity. So if you're thinking about employee resource groups, things like that, how are you leveraging those groups and using them as an asset model? So literally thinking about trends in the future, if we think about emerging generations, how are you using your ERG that's looking at emerging generations, and particularly looking at those emerging generations in terms of Blackness, Latinx, et cetera, because we know that's the wave of the future. So really engaging your leadership and saying, these are our assets. And now let's leverage them and figure out in terms of co-creation, how do we create new initiatives and incubate together?
This is a question from Narila. She's asking, well, as a representative from NYU, can you talk about how we can educate ourselves and prepare for a better future for our young people?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I love education. So let me say this. There's so many free resources, toolkits out there right now. And if you go to even our NYU website in the Office of Global Inclusion, we have a number of tools and references. There's just so much information out there. So please, please, my office is the Office of Global Inclusion at NYU. You can look us up. We have resources, toolkits on our website. There are lots of books out there. Some of the books that I will reference, Scott Page's book. Scott Page called The Diversity Bonus. Dolly Chug's book called The Hidden Work of Good People tells you about how to be goodish. And then the Scott Page work is really, really excellent, thinking about diversity bonuses and how to double down on that. So go out there, educate yourselves, read the books, access the resources. I cannot say it enough. And we can change our futures. Because again, right, if we think about where we were and where we are and where we've come, what we also know, and I didn't say this in my presentation, but the blackening and browning of our world is happening. We're seeing it in New Zealand, we're seeing it in the UK, and we're certainly seeing it in the US. So the future is ours, and we have a lot to do with it. Thank you so much, everyone. Take good care. I know my time is up. Reach out to me on LinkedIn if you would like to, and I will follow up with you as soon as possible. Christine, you're amazing. Thank you for inviting me back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lisa. As always, it's a pleasure to have you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I know there were still more questions. I am monitoring them on the social media feeds. I try to take as many as I can as quickly as possible, but definitely follow Dr. Lisa Coleman. I see a lot of people are inspired by her presentation and her content. She's dynamic. You could check the replay of this on social media. But of course, definitely follow Dr. Lisa Coleman from NYU, the Chief Diversity Officer, amazing pioneer and thought leader in this space. With that said, I'm excited to now welcome our next panel that will be kicked off, which will be introduced by the one and only Brienne Garrett from Forbes Culture. I'm so excited to welcome her to kick off the next panel. So let's get the energy up because we're going to have the 30-second countdown to welcome this awesome panel. I'm so excited. The lineup on this is going to be dynamic. You will all enjoy it. Let's get the countdown ready. Hello, hello, hello. I'm so excited to welcome all of you to Afro Future Summit. I volunteered each and every one of you through social media, especially LinkedIn, for the honor to be on this session with you. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to the lovely Brienne, who's going to kick off this conversation. Thank you so much for being a part of this initiative, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Christine. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be moderating this discussion today on the future of global career opportunities for Black professionals. And I am joined by my esteemed panelists, the trailblazers who are working to build these pipelines for greater access and opportunity. And I'll go ahead and introduce these lovely panelists. Today we have Dawn Osborne. She's the Chief Adobe Black Employee Network. We have Corey Anthony. He's the Senior Vice President and Chief Diversity and Development Officer at AT&T Services. And then we have Sydney Brunson, who's the Culture Lead for Enterprise Commercial at Microsoft. Thank you guys so much for joining me today.
I'm glad to be here.
Be here. Awesome. So we'll get right into it. We don't have much time. We have a lot to unpack. I want to start off because it's always interesting to hear about, the pathways and the journeys that led you all to becoming the champions of diversity that you are now. So I want to start there. Dawn, let's start with you. Tell us a little about your background and what led you to where you are now career-wise.
Yes, again, I'm happy to be here and thank you for that intro. Well, my background is I work at Adobe. I've been at Adobe for a good amount of years now, for about 16 years. And it's really wonderful being a Black person in tech at the moment as well, and trying to make a difference and be innovative and do the best I can for my community. So a few years ago, I started a Black Employee Network at Adobe. And one of the reasons I did this was because I have a little boy. He's currently 5 years old, and I adopted him when he was 9 months old. And really, I wanted to change the world for him and make the world a better place. And we had an existing Black Employee Network based in the US. There wasn't one in the UK at the time. And I saw an article one day about Black young men not achieving, even when they came from the most affluent backgrounds. Some of them even fell into poverty. They were just not getting the same level of job as their white counterparts. And that really spurred me into action. And that's why I set the network up and became so much more involved in diversity and inclusion across the board.
I love that. Thank you, Dawn, for that. I love hearing anecdotes that allude to, that personal connection of why you are where you are. So thank you for that. Corey, great to have you here. Can you share, shed a little light on your journey to becoming, where you are at AT&T?
Absolutely, Brienne, I can. And I thought it was interesting when you were introducing us and you said A&T initially, then you corrected yourself, which is so cool, though, because at some point today, I'll talk about the relationship that we have with North Carolina A&T.
It was planned.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good segue. So in terms of sort of my background, a little bit about myself, I'm here in Dallas now, which is our headquarters for AT&T and where my office is, but I'm a native Texan. I've had the opportunity, Brienne, to work and live all across the country. And I've had teams, right, that are global. And been very fortunate in my career. So I'm currently in what is considered kind of an HR role, but the majority of my career is in the operations side of the business, technology side of the business. So think when you see AT&T technicians that are out there building those networks, fiber networks, copper networks, et cetera, that facilitate the communications, I spent most of my career on that side of the business. And then prior to this job was in the side of our business that was help ushering in all of the cloud networking, cybersecurity products, et cetera. So that's my background. And I've been fortunate enough to be in this role now for around 3 years or so and lead the work around diversity, equity, and inclusion for AT&T. And then in addition to that, I have responsibility for all of our learning. So functional learning for the corporation, as well as all of the talent development and leadership learning for the corporation.
I love that. We'll see that later, a little bit about how that sort of cross-function works and how you're looking to weave in diversity throughout the company. But before we get into that, Sydney, how are you? I'd love to hear a bit about your background as well.
Sure. And good afternoon, everyone. From Charlotte, North Carolina. I uniquely have spent my entire career in tech. It's the only industry I know. And mine, unlike Don's awesome, like heartwarming story, just came down to basic economics. I was a broke journalism student at Howard University. The IBM info session smelled very good, and I was really hungry and wanted more than ramen noodles. So I stopped by, listened in. I said, oh, what is this consulting thing? I know IBM, I know computers, whatever. I just want some food. And that kind of snowballed into an interview, an offer. And I started my career in federal consulting. And so I worked with clients such as Army, TSA, and I loved it. Yet I felt, and anyone who's worked in public sector, it can get a little bit mundane, right? And I was like, gosh, how am I able to take on the energy of like volunteering at like Howard and other HBCU recruiting events and make it a job? And so that was really my eureka moment. I started supporting and building out the diversity recruiting strategy at IBM Business Services, Global Business Services. And then I said, okay, this is cool. I'm here in DC. I'm seeing things on the federal side, but how do I really get into the belly of the beast in Silicon Valley, go to startup world, really roll up my sleeves? And that's what really just kind of catapulted my career. When I went to Pinterest, being able to engage at what at the time was a small pre-IPO company, and really see end to end of what D&I does. It's more than just recruiting, right? And I'll talk a little bit about that later, to where I am today at Microsoft. So that's my journey.
Awesome. Well, I love the nod to journalism. All that I love the nod. I'll say there, and I'm obviously a huge advocate for journalism. And I want to stay on you because I think you brought up a really excellent point about your multifaceted background that maybe is, you know, somewhat unconventional, very, very dynamic, but it's helped you bring an energy to the work that you're doing as culture lead and to, you know, very sort of corporate D&I-esque initiatives. Talk to me about that. How has your background helped you, you know, be able to weave this in a way that's natural? That's not just about corporate, it's about culture. How has your background helped you bring that energy to your role as culture lead?
Yeah, I mean, as a journalism student, especially in public relations, you learn the art of persuasion very well. And I think Corey and Don know that a lot of these roles and in the space of D&I is relationship management and persuasion, right? Really we know the answers, right? But how is it do you get the leaders on board? How do you then implement this across the ecosystem of your organization? So I think that's been my best back pocket skill, is that, you know, I'm not trained as an HR professional or a business professional. I'm a people person, right? And a communicator by degree. And so that helps me create tact, you know, in difficult situations, learn how to read rooms very well and figure out how to navigate spaces to ultimately get my way, which is a lot of what I think this work is that you don't see on the job description, is that it is sometimes presenting the business case and the buy-in and having to rally around things that we know as Black people that this is important to us. But sometimes it is that art of making sure that leaders understand and getting them on board.
I love that. Now, Dawn, I want to pivot to you because you saw a need. You know, you saw a need to form the Black Employee Network at your company, the UK-based one. What was that process like of pioneering something that wasn't already there? And what are some of the examples of the progress that you've made in crafting and maintaining this initiative?
Well, to be honest with you, at Adobe, we're really lucky. Okay, so the framework around inclusion is already there, and we call that Adobe for All, and it's a program that's really inclusive for everybody, and within that sits our employee networks. So, you know, the US was leading the way on these networks, so it was very, very easy for me to kind of work with that framework and leverage that to get the best for the Black employees that we had in UK and worldwide. So, you know, some of the things that we focus on internally for our Black employees, because I do think of the program as things we have to give to the community as well, to work with the community to entice them into tech, because that's a big challenge. But we have executive coaching programs, mentoring programs, and really do advocate for the Black employees that we have to help that internal mobility piece. So I think there was already a really, really good foundation to work on the challenges that the people of color have, within the tech industry, within Adobe and beyond.
Yeah, the initial framework I'm sure was very helpful in helping to do what you did, which is build up on it. Corey, I want to pivot to you. You talked about, you alluded to the cross functions of your job, the fact that you have external partnerships and things of that nature. I'm curious to know how you weave DEI, D&I efforts across AT&T's departments, and if you could allude to some of the ways that not only you've seen your initiatives yield advancement for Black employees, but how have they, sort of fostered advancement and growth for the company as a whole?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brian. And let me, if you don't mind, let me reframe sort of the premise of that. The work that we do here at AT&T, I don't even necessarily see it as initiatives. It's not initiatives. And that's one of the things that we've been very vocal from our board on down, that this will become part of the DNA. It has become part of the DNA in how we do business, period. Right. So so I'm not being combative, but I don't want folks thinking about it as an initiative, because that implies there's an end state or end date. And what we're saying is this is a part of our culture. And without this being an integral part of our culture, we cannot succeed and win in the marketplace. So that has to be foundational for this work to actually drive meaningful impact. So we start with that, and that starts with the board. I spent a tremendous amount of time with our board. Our incoming, or now our new board chair, is Black, Bill Kennard. Hopefully you all have seen that. One of a handful of Black chairmen of Fortune 100 companies, much less a Fortune 10 company. But it starts there. And so we make sure it's integrated in everything we do. Now, having said that, Brian, you can't just leave it at that, right? And then it becomes something that's a little nebulous and sort of floating around. You have to go operationalize that. And so I think that's where you were going, right, in terms of how do we go operationalize it? And we do. We have a number of efforts in the business that are geared specifically towards our Black employee base, starting with our ERGs, right? Our employee resource group, which is the oldest one. A couple of years ago, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of this employee resource group. So it's one of the oldest in the country. So we've had for Black employees, right around Black interests. So that's been in place for a long time. Fast forward to now where we're saying, when we look at the demographics of our leadership profiles, there are opportunities to have our most senior leaders, that profile reflect not only our customers, but every level of our business. And so there are some gaps there, meaning we're a little Blacker the closer I am to the customer. And then the farther away I get from the customer, I have some opportunities. And so talent development, this is where talent development and recognition, how do you go and recognize the talent in your company who has the highest potential, the ones who are performing at the highest level, and then you grab them and make sure that we are developing them. So we have an experience, we call it a executive Black leadership experience. It's specifically for our Black employees. And these are the highest of the highest performing ones that we are preparing to go compete for roles from the C-suite on down. And we have probably a total, women of color is another one, right? Relatively new. We've only had this one in place, Brianne, for about 3 years now, but incredibly impactful, because we recognize there are some things that are unique about a Black woman's experience, even compared to a Black man's experience in corporate America. And I'm on a call with 3 women, so I see heads nodding. You guys are like, hell, we know that, Corey, you're stating the obvious. But trust me, in corporate America, even inside of AT&T, there were a lot of our leaders who didn't fully understand that. I'm married to a Black woman, raised by a Black woman, so I get it, right? But we have to integrate that into how we evaluate leaders, right? How we challenge leaders. And so we put some structure around that, and we bring in external experts, et cetera. So it's about the commitment. It's about the commitment to it. And then how do you track and hold people accountable for business outcomes? Because the last thing I'll say on this, Brian, at the end of the day, we do this to impact business outcomes. It's the right thing to do morally, ethically, for sure. But it is because it drives better business outcomes. That's why we do it.
I absolutely love what you just said, and a few things stuck out to me. The last one being accountability, and making sure that you as in your role are holding the necessary stakeholders accountable for their role, and making sure this is a cultural norm within your company. Which leads me to my next point that I love that you mentioned, which was that it's not just initiative based; it's a culture. Yeah. But to that point, I want to ask you all, because like you said, how in sticking with that mentality do we ensure that this is not just a nebulous thought, that it's culturally, it's weaved into the culture of a company, but it's not siloed, right? Where does that balance? How do we get that balance? Sydney, you turn I see you nodding, and it seems like you have a lot to say on this front, but where is the balance between making sure it's not nebulous, but making sure that these initiatives, this culture is actionable?
Totally. And I was definitely nodding when Corey was talking about, how it's woven into the DNA, right? That it's not a nice to have or a side project. And I think there are two things that I want to mention, if I can speak specifically about Microsoft and how we're thinking about this work, is, that talent development piece is critical. But what I think organizations, right, often over-index on is behavioral, right, and programmatic focus. And it really comes down to the difference between access and ability, right? That historically, Black people have been, had a lack of access to opportunities. It is not for a lack of ability, right? And I think a lot of times you'll see organizations stand up programs that kind of give readiness and help coach and educate. And often I feel like, even as a Black professional, that's not what I need. I know what to do. I need you to get out of the way so that I can be my best self, right, and succeed, or open a path, create a path, right, for my success at this organization. And so I think that, one thing I'm proud of, we have a program called Leading the Future, where we're taking cohorts, and it's not just Black employees in silos, but it's their managers, their leaders who are in this journey with them, so that it becomes an entire ecosystem of their development, right? It taps on both sponsorship and mentorship, making sure that the right people know you and that they're in a room that can provide you access. And so I say all that to say that I think we over-index on the programmatic and behavioral fix when it's really systemic. Do you have inclusive talent development practices, right? Are you focusing? Do you have people who are looking at the gaps and actually doing something about it? And the second piece I'll say that's, unique to Microsoft as a tech innovator is, how do we also, again, think about outside of our employees and empowering the Black community as, Black tech founders, right? Which I think is very important with the folks that are on this call. How does Microsoft think about, recruiting and looking at Black tech founders as solutions, right, for our company that we do all the time? How do we think about embedding more Black businesses into our partner ecosystem? And how do we do that in a strategic and mindful way? So those are some of the things that I'm most proud of, is that it's going beyond, which is still important, right? Representation, recruiting, and some of these natural kind of the ABCs, as I would call them, but it's thinking kind of next generation, and that it's not just about the people that sit at your organization today, it's those tomorrow, and it's those who will be kind of tangential to your organization. How are you really thinking about community? And especially at, powerhouse companies that we all work at, who really have the ability to move the needle in so many ways, is tapping into everything. How is this a part of every business's focus, depending on their bottom line?
Yeah, that's Sydney. Wow. What a response, a wonderful response. So from the perspective of an employee network, I feel like, we talk about that gap, we talk about, okay, it's not just, programmatic approach. And I feel like the employee networks are the actual people. And we have, what's really lovely at Adobe is that we connect together. So we have had that opportunity to speak to, CEO level and say, hey, this is what we think we need, right? And from there, we've been able to influence and have a take action initiative, which is very focused on building the community, on growth and advancement, but things that are really meaningful for the actual individuals, for the people, for the actual Black professionals at Adobe. So I think that's a really, really great way from a network perspective to bring the two together. It's always including the people, not just rolling out the programs, but actually listening, advocating, and like you say, Sydney, sponsoring those people that are up and coming.
Dawn, I love that you say that, because as someone who champions the perspective and role of Black professionals, I want to sort of flip the script and ask you, you know, from the perspective of Black professionals, how can they champion themselves, get involved with this movement, this cultural movement, or cultural progress in general? From their perspective, what can they do? What action can they take?
I think there is a lot to be done around inclusivity, inclusive language, to make things more accessible. But then I think also we have to take a little bit of responsibility to access those opportunities that are there. You know, for example, we had a careers day in the UK office a couple of years ago, and we spoke to a bunch of students, Black students, 50 Black students came to the office, and you know, they didn't think that a career in tech was for them. And I remember being so shocked. They were saying, oh, can you wear your hair like that and be in the office? Is that allowed? And I'm like, yes, you can. So there is a lot to be done for us as a Black community, I think, to go out and actually spread the word and say, hey, you know, be a representative. Say, you know, there are roles. Come and find them. They're here, you know. And I feel like we've got a lot to do there with the representatives that we have. I know we're underrepresented as a whole, but there are people who are in prominent positions who have a voice. So I think that's a big chunk of it. We really do need to advocate for ourselves quite a lot.
Corey, Sydney, I'd love for you to chime in, if applicable, on where you think the role and the perspective of a Black employee in this conversation lies.
Yeah, look, I think there are a few flavors of that, because when we talk about Black professionals or Black employees, all right, they're serving and performing in so many different capacities. So if you are an executive, if you're a senior leader, then I have a different set of expectations for you in many ways than I do the person who's just entered our business from NCA&T, right? And so I do have to delineate. But I think what is common, and I say this all the time, and it seems it is so obvious, but it's so needed. And those of us who love hip hop, you'll clearly understand what I mean by this. But I say to Black leaders all the time, especially the younger and newer employees in our business, go get it. Go get it, right? Because there is this frustration that's built up around all of the things that are absolutely true in terms of access to these opportunities and fair evaluations of potential. And you know, certain groups get promoted for potential versus we get promoted for performance. I get all of that. But what I tell folks is you can't allow that to paralyze you. Go get it. So we're going to work on that too. You do both. It's not an either or. This is not a binary issue. You work on that too. But in the meantime, go get it. Meaning open yourself up, as an example, to develop those relationships where you gain sponsors in the business. How many of us have heard Black employees say, hey, man, I'm not going there. Hell, that's none of their business. That's my personal life. Okay. But you're going to miss out at being able to have some connection with a person who's going to be able to offer some insight and support potentially because you closed yourself to it because it doesn't feel right to you. Got it. It's a conscious decision. It's your choice. But then don't come back to me and complain about not having sponsors. So go get it. You figure out what you want, do what you need to do to get there. And then it's part of our responsibilities, I think, as Black professionals, the more senior leaders, is to help the other Black leaders in the business understand what that recipe looks like, right? What are the ingredients? So what do you have to do, right? How do you go and make sure that people understand your contributions to the business and your performance, but do that in a way that is not self-serving, right? Those are the things that those of us who've been around for a little while and have figured that out. It's incumbent upon us to make sure we're sharing that with folks. And so, but yeah, go get it. I mean, go get it. I see too many people sit back and are not being aggressive enough about pursuing opportunities and making sure the organization understands what they want to accomplish within that organization.
Absolutely. Like +1 to everything Corey was saying. If we take the go get it theme, I also feel like I coach my friends and colleagues who are like, wow, Sydney, like, you know, in this short amount of time, you've worked at all these different roles, you did that, because a part of my go get it is also go where you're watered, right? So when I realize that I have peaked or exhausted resources and opportunities at a place, or I'm not satiated, are a lot of companies, you know, let alone in the world and in the US. And I think that, you know, obviously at Microsoft, I want to ensure that our employees have the best experience and we do all we can to retain them. But in general, I think one of the most empowering pieces has been pushing that, right? Like going for the thing. When I moved across, you know, from the comforts of DC to San Francisco, right? Like that was a huge push, but it catapulted my career. I could only imagine if I would have stayed at that prior company and kind of just settled, right? For things that I knew that the grass was going to be greener. So that's always been important. And whether that's on the other side, right? When you're being recruited to come into an organization, make the ask. I always tell my friends, negotiate, like don't take the offer, don't do any of these things, because a lot of it is culture. I know that my family, when I got that IBM job, they're like, you go there, you work there for 30 years, get a pension, you know, and you did good, girl. And I think we're in a different, you know, time, and especially for millennials and now Gen Z, right? That there's so much, as Corey was saying, about like making the ask, like, and in some way demand, like I need this in order to be successful, but also make sure you show improve on the other side of that, right? But I think there's so much power in us, like knowing when to say no and being truly the captain of your own career. It's totally up to you.
I love that, Sydney. I'm gonna that is filed. The go and stay where you're watered statement is true on so many different levels. I think 2021 especially is the year where Black professionals need to wake up to and own their power and understand, you know, what they bring to the table. It's definitely the time. And I think that more and more of us are waking up to that. I'm going to take a few minutes for questions, if that's okay. There's a few good ones in the comments. So someone asked, can you talk about the world of intersectionality, age, disability, gender, LGBTQ community when it comes to these inclusive efforts of diversity?
I'll start. And I think, Corey, I loved how he talked about that, about all the Black women in his life and on this panel. But I think it's beyond that, right? Like intersectionality is both seen and unseen, but I think it's important, especially even when we think about the Black community. We often take this kind of monolithic frame that, you know, this one size kind of fits all approach to all of us. And even right now, I can only imagine the differences that Dawn and I have, right? Me being Black in America and her being Black in the UK, right? Two different experiences, yet we look alike. People might often think that. And so I think it's really important for organizations to be intentional and to recognize that there are different challenges for different people depending upon how those identities are stacked. And it's important to make sure that you're pausing. For me, data is so important. Data can really help you see those trends if you're smart about it, to slice and dice. And again, not just looking at Black employees at large, but looking at Black employees in the US versus Black employees in EMEA versus Black employees in, you know, insert the place. And then the same thing by whatever the means that you have as an organization, whether it's gender, whether it's sexual orientation, to really get to the heart of it. And then don't just talk about it, don't just view the data, but actually create a roadmap and a plan to create equity for all people.
Yeah, look, I'll Don, I was trying to let you dive in so I don't dominate the conversation here for sure. But what I'll offer is this, Brianne. So one, I'm from the South and grew up in the Southern church. So what we say, Sydney, when we hear someone say something that we agree with passionately, we say amen. And so I'll say amen to that for sure. What I'll also add is, Brianne, and I talk about this a lot because we have a tendency to do this in this space, is we tend to overcomplicate it. We tend to overcomplicate it. And so if you think about it, about every 2 months, there's about 3 or 4 new terms that's introduced in the conversations around DE&I, and then they become the buzzword for a few months, and then there's something new that comes along. I think we tend to overcomplicate it. When we talk about intersectionality, it's a simple answer. It's a simple answer. There's always been intersectionality, right? No person has ever existed in one lane only. So that is not a new phenomenon. It's just now we have a new term to describe it. The key to it is, especially organizationally, is you have to create a culture where you simply recognize, value, and embrace the differences. That's it. So if you do that, you take care of all of these other issues. Intersection, I mean, the long list, you take care of all of them, but you have to have a culture that is going to recognize, value, and embrace those differences. And this is especially for this audience, because I know we have a lot of young folks in this audience as well. I'm going to give you 2 nuggets that will change your lives. It will change your lives. 2 things. I'll be really brief, Brian. 2 things that we can do so that we can accomplish what I just talked about. Number 1, get outside of your echo chambers. Step outside of your echo chambers, meaning quit spending time consuming information only from people and sources that think, feel, and believe how you think, feel, and believe. When you do that, you're in an echo chamber and you don't allow yourself to grow, and you're not going to be able to embrace those differences, respect, and value them, right? That's powerful. And we are all guilty of it to some degree. But I will see in my research, empirical research shows that it's even more pronounced in millennials and Gen Z. That's just research bears that out. So that's scary to me, but that's a whole nother session. The second point that we all absolutely have to avoid, and that is binary thinking. You all are technologists, so you understand binary in the traditional sense, right? We all grew up with software, zeros and ones, et cetera. That's binary. But in this context, what I'm talking about is anytime you approach an issue or you have a discussion and you think there is only one of 2 possible outcomes, and by human nature, we tend to believe that only right outcome is the one that we agree with. That's problematic. These challenges we're dealing with in all of our organizations are way more nuanced than that. There is not only one answer. There's not only 2 possible answers, right? So we have to avoid that because that oversimplifies the challenges, which makes it easy for folks to step away and create this division. I retreat back to my echo chamber and nothing changes. There's a reason why there is only one problem. And if you guys can identify another one, please email me, call me, text me, whatever. There's only one problem that corporate America has been fighting for the last 50 plus years and has yet to challenge. And it is this one. It's diversity and inclusion, right? Every other issue that's faced corporate America, we figured it out. There's a reason why we haven't figured it out. And those things I just talked about is at the source of that.
Well, amen.
I'm not even going to attempt to follow those 2. Okay, I'll just say, it's a big challenge in intersectionality, but we also have a human issue in this world. Okay, it's about being human and being open, and a level of empathy and acceptance, and that's really big for me when it comes to intersectionality.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming up on time, but I want to end with insight from all of you. We're early in the year, and this is a big year. And I hate to put we have to be here by the end of this year, because in reality, it's an ongoing process. But where, in your own quick words, would you like to see us? What progress would you like to see in very, very quick words this year?
So I want to see more accountability. You'd be hard pressed to find any organization of any size in any space, whether it's sports, corporate America, politics, et cetera. Everyone with relationship to Black folks in the aftermath of George Floyd. So for the last almost year now, almost every organization is talking about what they want to do. And then some have taken additional steps to, hey, here's what we committed to do. But think about it. Very few have shared with you how they're going to hold themselves accountable and give you ways to hold them accountable. So I want to see accountability for empirical, trackable, measurable results.
Awesome. Sydney?
Again, amen to Corey. And I would say that on top of that, I think it's acceleration, right? If we're going with words, because I think a lot of companies, to his point, have been singing the same song, dancing the same dance for quite a while. And I'm ready for V2 and the V3, right? Proactive. Strategic planning, the same way you would do for any sales goal, a business acquisition, you're planning, right? And you have, like he said, strategic metrics, ways to measure, view this in the same way and to accelerate.
Awesome. So we have accountability, we have acceleration. Dawn, take us away. It doesn't have to be an A word.
I've got an A word, action. It's probably kind of the same. Okay, so I'd like to see that action. I'd like to see the follow through. +1, Corey and Sydney on that, but also a level of bravery. I find that, externally, even with my friends and family, it's talking about race, it's a no subject. No one wants to talk about it, but we need to go deep and really talk about what the challenges are to actually create the change that we need. It's the only way to have those real conversations and confront some of the issues that are present right now.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this phenomenal panel than on that note. Thank you, Corey, Dawn, and Sydney, so much for this so many gems, so much insight, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you three accomplish this year and beyond. So thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Thank
And then,
you.
Don, you're welcome to my family reunion this year. If you want to have more conversations about race, there's definitely not a lack of it.
I'm coming. We'll connect. Thank you.
Sydney, Brianne, Don, it's great spending the time with you all. Thank you.
Likewise. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I love it. Thank you so much for engaging on this panel. And Brianne, thank you so much for moderating this dialogue. I can see everyone really showed their best self today. So thank you so much. And we look forward to engaging with you all on Afro Future activities. Thank you so much. The social media feed was buzzing. Cool. Bye, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please, without further ado, let's keep the engagement up. I know a lot of people had comments and reactions to this dynamic panel. Thank you so much for your engagement and your enthusiasm. And it's truly an honor to see everyone so excited, but also so committed to these dialogues. I mean, I think many people say this panel should be longer because it was truly dynamic. So a huge round of applause to our moderator, Brianne, reporter from Forbes, the culture editorial lead. A huge shout out to Corey Anthony, Senior Vice President, Chief Diversity and Development Officer at AT&T, Sydney Brunson, Culture Lead, Enterprise Commercial at Microsoft, and Dawn Osborne, Founder and Chair of Black Employee Network at Adobe. So hopefully you all engage with that. Of course, now we're going to take a brief 2-minute break before we go into our last panel of the day. I'm so excited to welcome this session. And with that said, let's enjoy a little quick break before we go in.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Again, I'm so excited to introduce this last panel of the session. We're almost getting there for our Afro Future Summit community. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Ona, my ecosystem lead at the Global Startup Ecosystem, who's going to introduce and kick off these lovely panelists. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining.
Thank you so much, Christine, for this opportunity. My name is Onam Tamaklo. I'm the Ecosystem Engagement Lead at the Global Startup Ecosystem. And so joining us on the panel today, we have Elkin Alfred, who is the Director of Health Initiatives at the United Way of Broward County. We have Alhaji Ali Bungara, founder and board member at Aden EV. We have Daniel Iruta Williams, Head of Growth and Expansion at the Justice Collective. And we have Alexandra Kennedy, Director, Global Head of Partnership and Strategy and Operations at Twitter. And so even after introducing them to you, I'll give each and everyone the platform to introduce themselves to us in a better way. So we hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves. So okay, we can start with Elkin Alfred.
Sure. Hi, I'm Elkin Alfred. I'm, like you said, I'm the Director of Health Initiatives and a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Champion at United Way of Broward County. And we are one of the largest nonprofits in South Florida area. And so I oversee over $4 million in health initiatives in order to help decrease health disparities. And then I also focus on internal and external equity issues and work with our stakeholders. And then something I always like to share, that my Haitian identity really informs how I navigate the world. So I was born here, but both of my parents are Haitian immigrants. And that is something that influence how I see the world and how I move in the world. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself to us. And it's good to know you're Haitian. Let's hear from Alhaji Ali. Kindly introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Alhaji Ali Bangura. I'm the founder and board member of ADA e.V., which is called Afro-German Academics Network. In German, it's Afro-Deutsche Akademiker Netzwerk. I'm actually broadcasting live from Frankfurt, Germany. My parents hail from Sierra Leone, and I was born in Sierra Leone but raised in Germany. And I run the Afro-German Academics Network and work for an impact investing firm. The Afro-German Academics Network is a diaspora network for Africans, Afro-Germans, and Africa-interested people in Germany. We provide a platform for interaction and exchange with each other, and do many things which I'll definitely shed some light on as we move on in the panel. And thank you for having me. It's definitely my pleasure.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel and introducing yourself to us. Let's hear from the next person, Danielle.
Hi, I'm really excited to be here. My name is Danielle DeRider Williams. I'm calling in from New Orleans, really one of the hearts of Black culture in the US for sure. I am co-founder and head of growth and expansion at the Justice Collective. We are a 100% women of color owned Oakland-based company that works with organizations, companies, and city government to become better, more equitable, more diverse places to work, knowing that if we achieve greater equity at the organizational level, we have the possibility to change the world if we're all kind of moving in the right direction. So thank you, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for introducing yourself to us. We hear from Alex.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me. My name is Alex Kennedy, and I am coming to you live from Oakland, California. At Twitter, I am the global head of partnership strategy and operations. Our teams work with media companies to secure the most vibrant, enriching content, ensuring and getting it on the platform and ultimately monetizing it where appropriate. What I love about Twitter is that it actually helps drive a global conversation. And I think so much of the world needs to actually engage in productive conversation. And what is so wonderful about Twitter and what we do is that we help enable it through the content we bring to the platform.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. And so this session is clearly looking at future pioneers who are our role models. And I believe that every single one of these panelists is a role model in their own right. And so once they work in organizations where they are people of influence, they are certainly people that look up to them. And so today in our discussion, I believe they are going to be sharing, they are going to be talking to us about their experience, their background, and why they are in whatever venture they are in. And so I'm quickly going to throw this to all of us, and it rolls on in the discussion. I would like each and every one of us to tell us a little bit about your background and how it brought you to the work you are doing currently, and also how it connects you to diversity and inclusion. And so I think we'll start with Alhaji.
Yes, so thank you, definitely. Yeah, as I said, I was born in Sierra Leone, and then I moved to Germany with my parents. And growing up in Germany as a person of color, there are not many of you, right? So basically, I went to school with over 1,000 pupils, students, and I was the only black boy at that time. But thank God, like I went through it without having any really bad experiences, which is not quite usual because there are many other people that do really bad experiences when they go through school. And then basically I went on to do my A levels and studied political science, and then went on to do my master's in London. And along that journey, I was always puzzled that I was the only black person. Like be it in university, I was one of the few black people. Also, I was one of the few from the community, the black community, doing my A levels, and then went on to start with internships in consulting. And I was the only black guy. And then I started working in banking, and I was the only black guy in the financial district wearing a suit. And this was always the vibe I got. And then I thought, okay, this is not possible, because I do know some of my friends that are also ambitious and want to have success and want to go through a certain career path. And then I got them together. So it was 10 of us. And I said, okay, guys, there's something we need to do. We have to create somehow of a network where we can empower each other, where we can push each other, and where we can inspire each other. Because one thing I also recognized during my journey or career path is that my peers, my German peers, had family and friends that were working in different companies and in different capacities, and they could just call them up and say, hey, how is it to be a lawyer? How is it to work in banking? And I didn't have that. My parents were immigrants, and they were normal laborers, and this was missing. So really this idea of having this network with my peers to empower each other, but also to connect to these companies as a group, as a community, and make us known. So this was the idea. So we did in 2014, and we have grown to a network of over 300 people in Germany, and we're located in 7 cities, and we provide basically a platform for interaction. We want to promote diversity and present role models to the young black generation, because growing up as a young black kid in Germany, you only see a very one-sided picture of role models, which are people from the sports and entertainment world, which is not wrong, but also there's another side, seeing a black doctor, a black lawyer, or a black CEO. And you don't really see that. So we're trying to use our network, where we have a lot of interesting profiles and successful people, to promote these people and try to empower the younger generation of black people to look up to them. And then last but not least, we also want to advocate for Africa as a continent of opportunities, because we really believe wherever you are in this world as a black person, you're inherently linked to the way Africa is being seen, right? And so that's why we also want to contribute as a diaspora to the development. So around these 3 goals, we've developed different formats and events, which we are very proud of, and we've been doing it for the last 6 years. Yeah, so this is basically the work we do, just in a nutshell.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. It's great to hear how your background has actually played a pivotal role in what you are doing currently. Can we hear from Danielle?
Sure. It's interesting. The work that I do on a day-to-day basis really took root early on. So I'm half Black, half white. I grew up in Western Michigan. It's especially now that I go back, I realize it's a very white, white part of the country, and had to understand and navigate racial dynamics really early on, just by virtue of having a white mom and a Black dad, and having to understand what that meant in society, why their experiences were so different. And that very personal kind of experience really translated into my interests in college and then on in grad school, where I saw an opportunity for higher education, the places and spaces that we were learning, to be more diverse, more inclusive, particularly as it relates to who's setting the standards and priorities of the education that we're learning. I was fortunate enough to go to grad school at UCLA and was in the Afro-American Studies program there, and had a chance to really, in a meaningful way, start to get a fuller picture of the impacts of systemic inequity on not only the day-to-day lives of Black folks, but broader as a society. And so that interest and the desire to find a leverage point to change those outcomes is what got me interested in policy. So I actually spent some time in the planning department in San Francisco, leading racial equity work inside of that organization a few years after I graduated from graduate school. And my time in that department really prompted me to lean into something that I had been already exploring, to kick off TJC. And so our interest with the Justice Collective was really rooted in our shared lived experiences of being inside of organizations that maybe we're getting the diversity thing right, but we're falling really short when it comes to inclusive culture, and culture that isn't steeped in kind of dominant white culture, right? We didn't feel like we could be fully ourselves in these organizations. And so, I co-created the Justice Collective because we wanted a company where we could not only be ourselves, but really change the world. And so that's hopefully what we're doing a bit of today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That's very inspiring. Let's hear from Alex.
Perfect. So at my core, I would describe myself as a business strategy and business development leader with a real focus on execution. I got my start through my college major in anthropology, which is truly the study of culture. And that was the perfect introduction to a career in business, because we appreciate that uncovering the intrinsic motivation of a consumer is like the core to have a successful organization in business. Coming out of school, I did sales. It led me to a market research career that ultimately led to brand strategy and then corporate strategy. And it was when I was doing corporate strategy that we first touched on the concept of digital, and the fact that the world was moving in this truly like digital first way. And that allowed me to then focus my attention on doing some M&A and actually acquiring a few app companies. And that was my first foray into the digital space. It was at that point that I realized if you or anyone, or myself specifically, didn't have a fluency in tech, I thought it would be a bit career limiting, especially because the tech industry is fundamentally disrupting tons of other industries. And the key would be to how do you harness it for good, and make sure that your company is leveraging it. And so when I got a call from Twitter and was invited the opportunity to take the role I currently have, I jumped on it. Because, talking about tech from the side is one thing, but being able to sit in the bay and really see how these tech companies operate was just such a unique opportunity, and I absolutely wanted to take it up. And so that's why myself and my wonderful husband moved from Washington, D.C., which is where I'm originally from, to Oakland, California, where I currently reside. Now, how my story connects to D&I. So D&I at its core is at the core of my work in a sense, because I think of myself as driving transformational projects. The digital space absolutely requires innovation, and innovation inherently demands a diverse perspective, fundamentally by the nature of what it is. And so in everything I do, D&I is because it must be in order for us to build best products, think of the best business models, to think of the next place we want to push our business, because the consumer is continuously changing and evolving. And I want to make sure that we have that really thoughtful, holistic perspective when we think about what our next business model should be.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that unique and interesting experience. Let's hear from Elkin Alfred.
Alex, there was something you said that resonated with me about how do you create or cultivate yourself? Like, how do you seek out learnings or training opportunities that prepares you for the future? And when I think about my career, I didn't do that early on. I didn't have the guidance. I sort of just kind of muddled my way through early on. And I realized, because I work in nonprofit, and if you work in a nonprofit space, you realize that usually frontline staff are people who look like me, right? They're usually people of color. And as you move up the ladder, it gets less and less colorful. And so I started to look around and say, you know what, I have these skill sets, and I have a voice, right? Because my Haitian identity, my experience being raised in South Florida, really allowed me to see the world in a very different way. I was able to see inequities in how we set up programs and how we provided services. And so when the light bulb turned on, one of the things that I started to do was seek mentorship. And so that was really key in me growing professionally. And then I also developed my own network, because working in these spaces can be traumatic. And I don't want to gloss that over, how you can go home and you're like, you want to cry because you can't believe so-and-so made that comment to you, right? Like, you can't believe that microaggression. And sometimes not even a microaggression, it's a macroaggression. And so I started to develop a really strong network of Black women who were really supportive, who I would go to the office and say, I need to have a conversation about what just happened in my experience. And I think me taking the initiative to really seek professional development outside of my organization was key to my success. So going back to what you're saying, Alex, is, looking at what are the skills that are necessary for this current workforce in the future, and then how can I make sure that I align myself? So that's something that I'm constantly doing. And then making sure, whether it's therapy, I advocate for that all the time, whether it's really using therapy to help you navigate sometimes a really difficult workforce. So my career spans. I worked as an educator for a couple of years. I worked at a homeless shelter. I provided direct care services for those who have a mental health diagnosis. And so now that I'm here, I think what sets me apart and what allowed me to become the director of health initiatives is that I'm always the person in the room asking the race question, right? Because sometimes when we say diversity, oftentimes we talk about everything else but diversity. We talk about gender, we talk about sexual orientation, but for some reason organizations shy away from having that conversation. So for me, I think, and sometimes I would say, not to my detriment, but sometimes it turned people off. But the right person, right, the right organization realized that it was important for someone to be at the table to always ask the right question and to center race and how we develop programming, how we serve people with the products we develop, because that's really gonna, and to your point, Alex, that's where innovation lies, right? Where we really think about the multiple identities that we have, not just our gender, our sexual orientation, but race also plays a big role in that.
Thank you, Elkin, for sharing that insight about what you do. But I want to come back to you with a question. I wanted to know can you tell us a little more about your work and the initiatives you guys are putting in place during this global pandemic?
So there's a couple of things that we do. So we fund health initiatives in the South Florida area. And one of the things that we started to immediately because of COVID is we had the conversation around social determinants of health, right? So we know that health inequities are not just an issue due to health access, but what are the systems around the community that prevent them from actually attaining optimal health? And so the conversations that we're having is, how do we support Black-owned businesses? And so our agency invested $250,000 for micro businesses, and so we gave them the funding, but then we're also linking them with systems and organizations that are going to help them grow their business. And then we increased our health allocations, and we were very specific about organizations that we fund. We wanted to make sure that they're providing services to the most marginalized. And we made sure that race was actually in our contracts. We don't shy away from having a conversation about what data are you collecting to show how are your consumers being treated? What is their experience like as they're going through your healthcare system? And then lastly, the big initiative that we have going on right now is that we're working with 2 other hospital systems, and we're developing a curriculum around health equity. And so our goal is within the next year is to go in hospital systems across the state of Florida and have an education opportunity to train physicians, nurse practitioners, ER staff on their own biases and what they can do to interrupt their own biases as they're delivering care to those who come through their hospital system.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's great to hear that you guys have put in initiatives to help support people of color during these times. Let's go to Alex. Alex, can you kindly tell us a little bit about your efforts in partnership at Twitter? What is your perspective on how Black professionals can leverage Twitter to grow their brands and careers?
Absolutely. So in addition to just being engaging and fun, Twitter is a wealth of information and connection. So how can Black professionals use it to grow their brands and careers? The first, use it as your education. You have experts in the field sharing their perspective on current events, current innovation, current thoughts in the industry. Whatever industry you're in, I promise you, you can find a conversation about it on Twitter. So leverage that conversation to get those nuggets, to get out of the echo chambers of your current day-to-day and expand your perspective. So knowledge is truly power. And so I encourage all professionals, specifically Black professionals, to use Twitter in that way, to educate yourself. But more equally as important, but unique to Twitter, is that it gives you the opportunity for real connection. You have the opportunity to positively collide with people you would probably never otherwise just bump into and have a meaningful conversation around a shared interest in love. And there's tons of stories about people connecting, sending a random tweet and mentioning a business leader or celebrity and them responding and actually engaging into a meaningful conversation that can fundamentally open doors. I've heard in investor Twitter land, people actually connecting with other investors and getting different perspectives there. So I would encourage you to truly utilize that benefit of that public conversation and this opportunity to have these positive exchanges and use it for your own benefit. Because at the end of the day, what makes brands and careers grow is a strong network that can help take you to the next level. And Twitter gives you that unique opportunity that would not necessarily just be in your city and state or country, but gives you global access to the best experts in the world. And so use it to educate yourself and then connect.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's actually great to hear you talk about how Twitter can be a great source of acquiring knowledge and also a great way of networking for global access. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. Let's go to Daniel. Can you emphasize more or tell us more about your memorable experiences or your most impactful consulting projects completed at the Justice Collective?
Yeah, I was thinking about this question earlier, and there's a few projects that come to mind. The first one is a project with Whole Foods, because that project allowed me to quit my day job at the planning department in San Francisco. I'd been there for a couple of years. I had kind of pushed up against what felt like, the end of my time there after really trying to lead this racial equity work inside of the agency, and actually quit the week before we closed that partnership with Whole Foods. But it was this moment of like, yeah, that's why I did it, right? Like it was like that alignment or that feeling of purpose being affirmed that felt so good and so right. Even though it was like a huge risk for me to I was living in the Bay Area. It's very expensive there, and I didn't have any savings. And so for me to take that leap and then for that project to come through, personally was just a really big highlight. And then I was thinking about, oh, sorry, my speaker's doing something. I was considering also some of the impactful work with city agencies. We are grappling with structural inequity, and a lot of that can be affected and impacted at the city level, at the local level, at the regional level, at the government level. And so being able to work with organizations and agencies that are focused on housing, right? So the Mayor's Office of Community of Housing and Community Development, right? Where they're specifically shifting their policies to prioritize Black folks in San Francisco. That was a huge highlight to be able to help guide their process in asking harder questions, challenging themselves to really grapple with the legacy of policies past and make different decisions based on that. And the last one I'll mention is a partnership that we're still in the midst of, which is with SurveyMonkey. And I'm so excited to have partnered with them to create their vendor diversity survey and a toolkit, but it goes beyond ownership and actually looks at which companies or vendors or organizations have made a demonstrable commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion beyond just ownership. So we're talking proportion of their staff who are people of color, right? Board membership, all these other metrics to really enhance how we are measuring that. And the toolkit that we built is exciting because we really infused our experiences as a Black-owned business into the solutions and policies that we're suggesting. Things, and I'll give the specific example before I wrap up, things like we know 94% of Black-owned businesses are sole proprietors or partnerships, right? And so if you want to serve these smaller or partner with these smaller vendors, having a 60-day or a 90-day turnaround on invoicing and payments can mean not being in business anymore potentially. And so it prevents smaller businesses from wanting to engage with corporate partners, right? And so this is an opportunity for you to think, perhaps if they rank better on this vendor diversity survey, we can have priority invoice processing, right? And that came directly from our own experience as a Black-owned business, a cash-based business where 60 to 90 days is a long time to float, but 15, 30 days, that feels much better. So those are some of the highlights that I'm happy to share.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We take the final one from Alaji. I think we are way behind time. And so Alaji, considering what you do, what do you think is the future for Black businesses? The final remarks.
Yeah, for Black business, I think it lies in recognition. I think people just need to recognize that Black people or Black businesses are no difference to. It's just there needs to be a sort of a normalization of Black successful business, of successful Black business people, because I think there's still this perception of Black people or Black businesses not always being that successful or having this different aspects not fulfilled. And I think the future for it is that us as Black people, to show that we can be successful in business and we can create successful business and scale these businesses to make them normal, to make them to really big international businesses that can compete with businesses by people, right? For everyone else, and build products that everyone else can use. Right?
Awesome. Thank you so much. The future of Black business is recognition. Thank you so much for that. And so we wrap it up over here. Thank you so much for joining us. We say a big thank you to all the panelists. It was great having you on the session. We hand over to Christine. Thank you all.
Well, first and foremost, another round of applause to this amazing panel of dynamic speakers. And Onam, can we give also a round of applause to Onam for moderating this discussion? Obviously, it's not enough time to hear all the phenomenal work that each and every one of you are doing, but thank you so much for sharing your story and your insights. Team is sharing your LinkedIn and social media profile handles as we speak. And with that, thank you so much for being a part of the Afro Future Summit program. We look forward to engaging with you all again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the energy up. I'm so excited to welcome our next keynote speaker who's going to be joining us on the countdown. Amazing pioneer. This influencer, Michael Finney, is well known amongst many circles, especially for his work in Miami. So please get excited and engaged. We're going to welcome Michael Finney, who's the president and CEO of Miami-Dade Beacon Council. Let's get ready to get excited for his presentation. Hello and welcome, Michael Finney, to Afro Future Summit. It's an honor to really welcome you to this program. Thank you so much. I won't take too much of your time. I pass the floor over to you.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It really is a pleasure to have an opportunity to share a few thoughts with the summit. I know I only have a short period of time, and I want to try and unpack quite a few things. But most importantly, I want you to at least take a look at my bio. And the only part of it that I want to reference is that I've worked both in the private sector and in government, as well as in the nonprofit sector, doing work that's really about community building. And the work that we do in economic development is all about community building and trying to create opportunities that are economically positive for all. And so I say that because what I really want to talk about is the economic development profession for a minute. And what is the economic development profession? Because that's the work that we do at the Beacon Council. And we like to define it as the intentional practice of improving a community's economic well-being and quality of life. So when you think about that, if we are successful and a community, in fact, does have an increased or improved quality of living and economic well-being, that should be something that applies to all. The reality is, in many cases, not everybody in a community, especially Black and Brown folks in a community, often are not, in fact, a part of that economic prosperity, that quality of life that is improving. So if I had to think about, a message that made sense, is could I take that economic development definition of the intentional practice of improving a community's economic well-being and quality of living, could I take that and put an equity and inclusion filter on it? And would it mean exactly the same thing? So if I talk about how to improve life for Black and Brown people in communities throughout South Florida in particular, could I use that same definition? And we go further to describe it as retaining, creating, and attracting high quality jobs. Well, we want to be connected to creating, retaining, and attracting high quality jobs. We want to be involved with fostering growth of a resilient tax base in our community, because if the tax base is solid, there's a lower tax burden on all of us. And so I reached the conclusion that, in fact, it's one and the same. Economic development and equity and inclusion, we can use the exact same definition to define what we want or what we are intentional about with respect to both. So having said that, I then said, could I, in fact, if I could just rule the world, if I could just do what I wanted to do to help make a difference, what would the first thing be that I would do? I would probably try and prioritize economic equity as the number one thing to address. Because if I could address economic equity, then all the other issues and challenges that we deal with in our day-to-day lives, I think we have a much higher probability of addressing those. Think about it. In education and training, especially in high demand occupations right now, we're seeing artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, fintech, biotech, and so many other technology sectors, many of which I'm sure a lot of this audience is actually involved with. And who knows what else. But if we could, in fact, create opportunities for us to be entrepreneurs, to be employed, to be leaders within some of these high demand occupations that are red hot right now and will likely be red hot going forward, we start to create that intentional improvement in our community's well-being and that intentional improvement in our quality of living. Now, of course, I always get pushback when I put this out there because when I'm describing these high demand occupations, they tend to require a high degree of education and training. And the reality is not everybody's suited for that or even interested in that. And so I say, well, not every single person needs to be tied to one of these high demand jobs, but if those high demand jobs are prevalent within our communities, other jobs within our community will also enjoy a higher standard of living because the individuals who live in our communities, those of us who live there, will have the ability to buy goods and services that are local and thereby create greater economic opportunity for all. When I think about ways to address the full spectrum of individuals, those who really want a high value, knowledge intensive profession, and those who want to move into other occupations that perhaps don't require as much education and training, how do we balance that and how do we find opportunities for all? So I like to think about the trades in particular, middle skilled occupations, the skilled trades. These are things that were very popular back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s. And then they fell out of favor for a long period of time. And what we're seeing now is that many of these occupations are back in high demand. But with that, there's also entrepreneurial opportunities in these same occupations that some of us can take advantage of if we choose to do so. I think about occupations like the construction trades. And here in South Florida, in Miami in particular, there are construction cranes everywhere. There's housing developments going in everywhere. So having either an entrepreneurial business in that profession or being an individual employee in that profession is likely to provide an an opportunity for economic prosperity for you and for your family. The second major thing that I think about once I get beyond this training and education and what the right criteria are, if you're an entrepreneur, you're going to need access to capital. And I like to think about access to capital a little bit differently than most. Most of us will talk about, venture capital, perhaps debt. I like to think about a good customer, a growing customer base. There's nothing, no quicker way to solve the capital challenges that we have than finding a good customer that pays on a reasonable schedule, right? And one of the other presenters talked about having a relationship with a customer that allows you to be paid on fairly favorable terms, 15 to 30 days as opposed to, 45 to 60 days. Those are the kinds of things that create, capital opportunities that don't necessarily require you to go to a bank or to some other investment vehicle if needed. But at the same time, we want to make sure that through our businesses, we're getting access to traditional debt and making sure that we have robust relationships with our financial institutions so that when there's time for us to grow our business and we have a significant new customer opportunity, our ability to go and get debt is not something that's going to challenge us over the long haul. Once we get beyond training and education and access to capital, there's also quality of living. And in many cases, that gets lost in the work that we do. And so I say, let's focus on, safety in our communities. Let's focus on housing in our communities. And then let's get to things like art, culture, recreation, and some of the other cultural amenities that matter. And the last thing that I think is important for us as we look to grow our businesses and look for professional opportunities is making sure that we have an appropriate digital footprint. And I do use the word appropriate because I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram, and a few others. And I can tell you a lot of the stuff that I see, it's distressing because it's creating an image of us and you professionally that you might not necessarily want an employer or an investor even to pay attention to. But when we have appropriate digital footprints, it opens up a plethora of opportunities for us. When I think about the number of connections that I have and how many people reach out to me on a daily basis through one of the digital footprints or social media tools that I use, I'm absolutely amazed at how those connections turn into something really significant. Literally, just today, I had two individuals that I've been connected to over a number of years reach out to gain access to companies that are in my network. And I was able to seamlessly and easily make connections for them. So my message to the group is let's look at that definition of economic development and let's put an inclusion and equity lens on it. Let's think about being intentional in the practice of improving our communities so that the economic well-being and quality of living for all of us in our communities is as strong as we see in other places. Let's make sure that we're involved in the right education and training programs, that we understand how to get access to capital, that we understand that quality of living in our communities is critically important. And let's be sure to include an appropriate digital footprint. So I appreciate the time that you all have allowed me. And I do look forward to listening in on other parts of today's Afro Summit.
Thank you so much, Micah Finney. It was a pleasure to hear your remarks and your insights. And we look forward, of course, to staying in touch with you in the near future with the Afro Future community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, again, another round of applause to our final keynote speaker of the evening and of the day, Michael Finney, again, the president and CEO of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council. It was an honor to welcome him to the Afro Future Summit. Thank you again. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow him, of course, on social media, or the team is currently sharing his social media profiles for you guys to engage and follow up with his community and his network with questions following on this program. Without further ado, he is our concluding keynote remarks. Of course, there's still more to be shared regarding the Afro Future Summit. We have 15 minutes left. Of course, the next couple of minutes, we do want to welcome, again, our exhibitors. Now, keep in mind, this is a free program, but of course, we have patrons and partners who make this program accessible. So we're so excited to welcome our exhibitors to the session. So please give me a warm welcome as I welcome two of our amazing exhibitors to the program. So I'm going to start with John, who's going to tell us a little bit about Spoke Hub. So without further ado, I'm going to give him the mic to be able to introduce himself. Welcome to Afro Future Summit.
Hi, and thank you, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Afro Future Summit, for allowing us to come. I'm John McAdory, the Chief Strategy Officer of Spoke Hub, Inc. Spoke Hub is a social communications technology company whose signature app allows users to build and promote public and private communities, and our goal is to provide a fun and interactive way where people can engage online and still have increase the level of online dialogue. And the way we do this, we leverage the brilliance of augmented reality, as well as, and we're also powered by AI moderated chat. And by bringing these technologies together, the users can bring their surroundings to life, and they can chat with those experiencing the same things. And the key around the AI moderated chat is we help maintain the conversation integrity to ensure everyone's voice is heard. So imagine you're at a museum or at an art gallery, and you see a painting or a sculpture that's really captured your imagination. And as with all of us, one thing we always want to know, we want to know more. We want to get a deeper meaning and a deeper understanding. With Spoke Hub, you can scan that art or that sculpture and the artist will appear. And once they appear, they can tell you their inspiration, how long they've been doing this, and tell you more about how this piece of painting came to life. And from there, it drives you to a hub where you can chat and talk with other people who have experienced that same thing. And with that, you can also have an opportunity to engage in dialogue directly with the artists themselves. So then now you're bringing a broader experience, you're driving increased engagement, and then get a deeper meaning and understanding around the surroundings that you're in. So whether you're at home, whether you're at a concert, whether you're visiting a new city, or even trying to understand and learn around a different product, you can use Spoke Hub and our AR technology driven by our AI moderated chat to be able to get a deeper meaning and a bigger understanding in your surrounding and what it is you're trying to engage with. And the goal is to be able to bring more intimate dialogue and allow people to be heard, and that's where the moderation will come in place. So please visit spokehub.co to learn more about our company, and the app is available to download both in the Android and App Store. So again, thank you, Afro Summit. We are proud to be a sponsor for you guys and look forward to the next one.
Thank you so much, John. I'm sure you've seen people's reactions and claps to your pitch on the social media feed. So thank you so much for being a pioneer and sharing your company. And ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, there will be an email blast sharing a blurb about their company. So thank you again for joining us for Afro Future Summit.
Thank you, guys.
All right, now let's welcome our next exhibitor. Without further ado, I'm so excited to welcome Jamal, who's going to be telling us about Black on Black education. Welcome to Afro Future Summit. We're excited to welcome you.
Well, thank you for having me. And actually, thank you for letting John talk first, because the things that he talked about are things that I've been thinking about for a long time. I feel so good to be a part of this conversation. You know, at Black on Black education, like Whitney Houston, we believe that children are the future, and more importantly, they're the present. So this rich conversation around how we enter into the future, it's happening now, and it's truly exciting to me. Black on Black education was started in conjunction with my 23-year-old daughter. She is actually the CEO. I'm just the co-founder. If I don't tell that, you know, I mean, she'll get mad. So I don't want to get fired. But we work together to curate a conversation around the revolution, recreation, and reimagining of the education system. So we do that via our podcast. We do that via super school events. We do that via anti-racism events, all on our IG page and, you know, a little bit on Twitter. We think about the 5 pillars of education, and those are our kids, the parents, educators, our community, and then the state. You know, we can't get rid of the state. They're still there, and we have to work with them. But if those 5 pillars find a way to work together, we're looking to curate the conversation around how that ecosystem can connect to just put us in a situation where we create the future, the Afro future and the whole entire future together. And right now we actually have a conference going on. We're on Tuesday night. We did this student voice and choice night where it left me feeling so amazing at how these kids are ready to accept the responsibility of creating a future if we just work in conjunction with them, if we just work along with them. So it's time to do so. I would love for you guys to join us on Saturday. Tomorrow, we actually are continuing the conversation. We'll be talking about decolonizing education. We'll be talking about STEM education and how that has the power to change our communities. And it's just going to be a rich conversation. So if you have a passion around transforming education the same way that I do, I would love for you guys to join us tomorrow. You guys can go to www.bobeconference.com. That's www.bobeconference.com. As you know, conference or not, you can join us at Black on Black Ed on IG, because that's the hub where, you know, the whole entire conversation starts from. And you will not be sorry that you engage in this conversation with us. I promise you, we are going to be a part of the center of the reimagining of education, and it's happening right now. And I look forward to connecting with all of these companies that have been a part of this, being on the stage with y'all next year. And thank y'all for coming through to recognize how important it is for us to create the future together.
I always love seeing people's reactions on the social media feed. I know the team was sharing it live, but thank you so much, especially with education and went remote this year, especially with the pandemic since COVID-19. So this is the time, ladies and gentlemen, get in on this action. This is a great opportunity to engage with this company. Jamal, thank you so much for sharing us also your story regarding your daughter and how you started this company. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we're going to welcome our final exhibitor presenter, which will be Kabir. Welcome, welcome, welcome from Passive Bolt. It's an honor and to welcome you to this session. Please let us know a little bit about your company. We look forward to hearing it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get engaged and excited for his presentation. I believe he's coming on now. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to follow these companies on social media. They're really, really highly engaging. Passive Bolt is going to be the last speaker of the day regarding his company, and then we're going to close out with final remarks. So I'll give him a second here to engage. And obviously, you know, again, these presenters know a lot about what they want to do. And here we are. Let me give you the 1 minute to share about your company. Hi, Kabir. You're welcome to unmute and be able to share about what your company does, please. Just unmute your mic. All right, I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties
Hello.
here.
Can you hear me now, Christine?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Just really quickly, a 30-second nugget about Passive Bolt. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'll give him a couple more seconds. Again, feel free to look up Passive Bolt on social media. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll leave it at that. So with that said, again, really a pleasure to work with these three exhibitors, to be able to share some insights about what they do. Again, this is a free program, so it was a pleasure to have them even just come online just for a minute or two to share what they do. Of course, you will get some communication about their company across social media and, of course, through our email newsletter to wrap up the summit. So with that, I want to now move on again and also give a huge round of gratitude to our VIP patrons as well. These are VIP guest individuals who were able to, again, make this program accessible and free to all of you by paying a premium to be a part of it. So a huge shout out to our VIP patrons. Just want to give a huge shout out and acknowledgement to them for being a part of this program. And of course, without further ado, let's definitely give a huge round of applause to our 30 phenomenal speakers today. You had back-to-back keynotes, workshops, boot camps, accelerator, content. Throughout the day, these dynamic speakers talked about everything from Black history to Black futures to opportunities and diversity recruitment to career development to business development. You heard so much dynamic content today, and I hope that you were inspired and really had the opportunity to be reinvigorated about the future of Black professionals in the U.S. and around the world. So a huge round of applause to our dynamic lineup of speakers of the day. And of course, a huge shout out to our partners, our ecosystem partners who made this accessible in different communities around the world. So thank you so much for engaging with us. Of course, Microsoft is our sponsor for the Afro Future Accelerator. And of course, these ecosystem partners make this program accessible. So you will be receiving links and resources from these partners who came live today. And of course, the theme for this session was From Black History to Black Future, a look at the career opportunities of Black professionals in the digital age. And this, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, is Black History Month, which means this February, this is the 1 month that we take the time to pause and reflect and really be inspired by the influential pioneers and the generations before us that made so much of this world a dynamic place, not just for Black people, but for people of all, backgrounds and creeds. So we're really excited to have start off the theme from Black history to Black future, but more importantly, talk about a new digital age, a new digital forefront in terms of career opportunities for Black professionals in the digital age, because we are living in a completely, entirely new way of thinking, being, and engaging with each other as a society. So we need to have these conversations about really, how do we empower Black communities of color to prepare for this age? So the Afro Future Summit was a dynamic kickoff. But keep in mind, this is a multi-year initiative. So next year, we're not sure if it's going to be virtual or it's in person because the pandemic has no limitations. However, we as a society, we will continue to connect. We'll continue to empower each other and work together. And so next year, you will see us here with Afro Future Summit, the 2022 edition. So we look forward to welcoming you all during that session. And with that, I want to end by a call to action, because each one of our summits are a kickoff to really empower our community and to really engage our community on knowledge and information about how to really empower our programs. And we are pleased to announce the Afro Future Career Accelerator. It's a multi-week accelerator program for Black professionals. We are looking forward to be able to engage and train, prepare Black professionals for the future. Some of the topics you heard today will be featured on the program. It's a multi-week program that comes with an internship, and we'll talk about future people, places and possibilities and pioneers for you to learn from to be able to accelerate your career in a completely different path. We'll have obviously multiple sessions in partnership with Microsoft, LinkedIn, Google, and many professional career sessions to really engage Black professionals for this program. And of course, you'll hear more from the team regarding this initiative. So we are so pleased to have launched and officially announced the Afro Future Career Accelerator. You'll hear more about this program. With that said, I do want to now say you officially have experienced the Afro Future Summit 2021 Digital Edition. Thank you so much for being a part of this program. Thank you so much for engaging all the thought leaders for the day. You are part of a dynamic community, and I again want to give a shout out. My name is Christine and Tim. I'm the founder and CMO of the Global Startup Ecosystem who brought this program here today to you, and we will engage in building this community and building this platform over the next couple of years. And so thank you so much for being a part of this vision of really tackling unemployment around the world, building the tech workforce of the future, making it dynamic, and making it diverse, one person at a time. Thank you so much for your efforts today. And hope you have a great, great, great year ahead, because we have a huge excitement for the future ahead. Congratulations, and thank you for being a part of this summit. Thank you so much, everyone.